lose this match, they're into the relegation with a home game against Surrey to come. So they will be desperate to get the 8 points for this game.
Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely desperate.
Absolutely. Oh, really? It wasn't.
Very least we should have saved Joe Holmes and that. Come over that.
Not by any chance by that. Because he's got previous after the
I did recognise.
2019 final.
Other than jealousy, what's the reason behind the apart from that jealousy, what's the reason why?
For some reason, when we won in 2019, Adam and a couple of us reckoned we celebrated.
Everyone celebrates winning a cup final.
And then when it might have been that same year, we were in the final and Hampshire lost in the third game. And when we every time someone did a victory or something, they were all cheering. So,
I've been there. I always feel that.
but it is, it's that thing, you've got. Just to tell you one. Yeah, you just you wonder how much of it is. No, I'm not going to cover it. Well, there is rubbish. I think the flow on those. Well, that's the only thing.
What's that old building over there?
Where is that? Well, we owned the car factory and sold it. And then when we wanted to do all the stuff, which I am totally we had a problem with some of this empty office space and ruined stuff that we did find such I mean well, they're obviously perhaps the right. Oh. Onward and downward, upward, whatever.
clause, they paid off certain
It's Brian. Yeah. No, good. Well, I would have thought it's
game yesterday, lads, over there?
Yeah, wasn't too bad actually. Not played in ages, but helped me play a bit.
Just getting your eye back in?
Yeah. Sorry.
About my ankle.
I'll, we'll see you later,
Got
boys.
tackled
Later.
in football. Nama's got me. I see you about my ankle.
Good morning and welcome to, sadly, the last day of home cricket here. The County Championship, day 4 of this penultimate match, the last home match, Somerset against Hampshire. And Somerset have got a real sniff of enforcing an innings victory against Hampshire, which could put them into relegation trouble. I'm Harry Everett, I'm here again with Stephen Lamb, but first of all, Vic Marks.
Well, I'm not gloomy at all, because I sort of thought, coming in on the last day, the way it rained all the first day, and there were lots of runs on the second day, I thought, well, it could be a little bit dreary on the last, but no. From both teams' perspective, I mean, Somerset looking up, of course. Brilliant day for them yesterday, and now they sent victory, but as we know, we can take nothing for granted here on the last day, but they've got a great chance of winning. And Hampshire, well, who'd have thought it? They were riding reasonably high a month ago, but they will be fretful about the possibility of relegation, if indeed there is relegation next year. There's so many unknowns as we come to the end of this season. And Somerset are looking up. They'll keep an eye on what's happening at the Oval, where there is a cracking finale between the two top teams, Nottinghamshire and Surrey. But there could still be a mathematical chance of Somerset creeping up, or no, sprinting up on the rails. There are a few ifs and buts attached to that, which we'll probably touch on as the day goes on. But anyway, the good news is there is cloud, but I'm not sure there's rain. There's quite heavy cloud around.
No negativity, Vic.
Well, I'm just reporting what the sky looks like.
It always looks darker from inside.
Okay. We've got cricket. We know who's going to bowl because he's in the middle of an over, or nearly at the end of an over, and that's Archie Vaughan, who got a wicket with the last ball delivered last night. A beautiful delivery to get out the unfortunate alley, or then it drizzled, and then everyone went home. Yeah,
Ben Brown said in his post-match interview to us yesterday how gutted he was. Well, first of all, he said he was glad, he thought he'd done well to only lose 1 wicket in 21 overs compared to the first innings. The openers batted very well, fair play. But then he was just gutted that just as they went off for bad light, well, they said it was rain, but it was bad light, really.
Anyway, it's Archie Vaughan to complete his over.
Yeah, they tended to play off the back foot like that quite a lot yesterday. Not particularly quick spinners, I guess. They got the time to go back. It did get Ben Brown a little bit of trouble. He got bowled by Archie Vaughan.
Yeah, I only saw the highlights, or the snippets of the highlights, actually. And I saw his dismissal. And he got some zip off that delivery. It did turn quite quickly. That was the crunch. Well, every player has to work out his own way of doing it.
It's not going to be Jack Leach, Vic.
No, it's going
to be Lewis Goldsworthy. And maybe Jack Leach fancies bowling for just got the pavilion ends again.
They're swapping ends, actually. Well, I imagine. Unless Goldsworthy gets
a wicket, yeah.
Yeah, when the ball's turning, I mean, it's not turning all the time, I gather. It's sort of the odd ball turns quite quickly, but then there's a period where nothing much happens. I mean, it's actually,
it's not been
I hesitate to mention it, it's rather a good cricket pitch.
Indeed. It's not been dangerous turn, it's not been ragging, but the odd beauty, Jack Leach got an absolute beauty to Washington Sundar. Pretty important batter to get out as well, probably the best.
Yeah, through the gate, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a very good delivery. But there's some poor shots as well. Gubbins was a bit of a stinker.
Yeah, well, Gubbins, that was the reverse sweep, wasn't it?
Yeah, for full toss.
Yeah. I mean, every player, when the ball's doing a little bit, has to find his own way of counteracting that. The really great players seem to be able to play off the back foot. You watch Joe Root play against spin. You think, how could he go back to that? But he's so quick. Once he's in, he's so quick and he's so sharp. And it frustrates a spinner.
Yeah.
Because usually you want them to be sort of hesitating but coming forward.
Tom Abel's done it quite well as well.
Well, he's a very good player of spin too, I think.
And he sweeps well as well.
Now, the other thing I was conscious of yesterday, and you can update me, is that he got hit on the head, didn't he?
Yes. So
is he with us today?
So Laura Holmes was going through the concussion checks. No, he's not on the field. Josh Thomas is at cover. I do not think he will play any further part in this game. It's also not worth it. So if needed, Josh Thomas can bat, but realistically, Tom Abel's never going to bowl. So.
Well, Josh Thomas could bowl.
Yeah, it's funny that he's a like for like, a left-arm spinner for right-arm medium pacer. You could argue.
Anyway, Josh Thomas is now a concussion replacement.
Which we've not had many times in...
Not happened, but most famously it happened when Steve Smith got ill
Yeah.
at Lord's in, well, whichever year that was, 2019.
Yeah. Marnus Labuschagne came in, didn't it?
And then
Marnus
Labuschagne came in and did so well that he never got left out again for
Who did they
ages.
drop then to have Marnus and Steve Smith in the team? Was it a Wade?
Well, I don't think Marnus Labuschagne was sort of that well established at that point.
No, I think he was then. That was his moment. That then
Yeah,
got him as a dead
exactly.
set. Him and Steve Smith came in, so someone else had to go. I'm trying to remember who they then dropped.
I don't know. But what I would also like to know, and our team of, is whether that means that Tom Abel is not available for the Essex game.
Well, it's normally a 10-day concussion.
In which case he wouldn't be.
Yeah.
But we'll get further update on that. I mean, he's had a terrific end of the season, Tom Abel.
Yeah, 50 and 100 up at Trent Bridge. That big 150 with James Rue at Trent Bridge in July.
Yeah.
130 last week. 118 2 days ago. That 50 in the last quarter final.
Yeah. So it was a change of ends. Jack Leach, who doesn't usually like to bowl this end, from the Marcus Trescothick end, he by his own admission, he's much happier up the river end. But I think the breeze, which is going as he bowls to a left-hander from leg to off, that's what suits the left-arm spinner. That spun.
Dip and flight as well.
So they are on the right end if the off spinner goes up the far end. In terms of the breeze, as an off spinner, you want it to drift away from the right hander, then pitch and nip back in. So he's having to adjust to bowling at his less favoured end, but it makes sense. Wind's quite strong, and he's on target, round the wicket.
Yeah, Jack Leach, 7 for 69 off 24.3 in the first innings.
He's got
Yesterday.
50 wickets this season now.
Yeah, up there with Abbott and Tom Taylor at the top of the wicket-taking charts.
I mean,
Division 1.
yeah, there's a tour party to be selected, and he's sort of
You said
mysteriously
Quinton finished.
disappeared.
Yeah.
But I wonder whether they take any notice.
I hope
It is,
they do.
they'll say, oh, it's spinning. It doesn't spin in Australia. However,
You say that, but the one international test spinner in this entire match bowled 29.4 overs, 1 for 107.
yeah, well, that is. I mean, if ever we had to go through the another
Yeah,
inspection, that is a useful stat.
exactly. That's your argument. And yeah, they've not been spitting dangerously.
No.
They were.
I mean, this
Stephen
is-
and I went through the card of the first innings, and we reckoned Gubbins was inept. I think was Stephen's word.
Yeah.
2 or 3 of the batters were definitely culpable,
So one inept, 2 culpable.
and then a couple of beauties.
Yeah, well,
So I think that's a fair mix across his 7.
yeah.
I mean, Keith Barker was reverse sweeping from a stood-up position.
I think he was inept. Was
Yeah.
he?
I mean, he did
Or
get
was
a
he
few.
culpable? He was culpable, which is
And he
worse.
was culpable.
Which is worse.
Inept was worse. Gubbins was
Gubbins-
inept because that was a full toss straight to Archie Vaughan. Albert and Barker were culpable. Organ was also culpable because he'd batted well and then just suddenly panic swipey went for a big shot out of nowhere. And then Washington Sundar got a beauty. Alior and
Brown
Fletcher
got
Middleton
good.
got pretty good balls.
Okay. Well, that's how. I mean, even on even on turning pitches, but especially on turning pitches, it's usually batsman error that actually gets the
Yeah,
wicket. It
I
may
agree.
be that beautiful delivery that's bowled before
The
that
setup, yeah.
upsets the batsman and makes them try something to upset the bowler. Anyway, Archie Vaughan's gone down to the river end. Middleton.
Fletcher.
Fletcher. And he is presumably the son of the Middleton who played
Yes,
for Hampshire.
Tony.
Yeah.
God, there you go.
I should have known that. Well, I did know that, but I was just
Can't tell you about your era. Can I? Was that your era?
Well, I think.
A little bit
Ooh.
short. But that's
Did
whacked.
that tickle the man?
think it
I think
tickled
he
him.
did.
I think it's
Judging
a bit
by
more
the
than a tickle.
reaction. Oh,
Oh, I went like
he's
a
got his
shot.
shin pads on, but maybe it avoided them.
Oh, is that?
Hello,
is that
someone's
left
running
thigh?
out quickly.
She's going to have a busy couple of days here. That's Laura Holmes, the Somerset physio.
Who's that at Silly Point?
That's Ben Green. Oh,
Is it?
Tom Lammerby's just swapped.
Oh dear. Can't go
Tom Lammerby was.
He's going to have a quick. The physio was not summoned, but ran out anyway.
Yeah, she's
Which
duty
was-
of care to her.
Well,
boy.
that's good because often.
Back in your day, they wouldn't care.
Well, no. It always used to concern me that someone would get hit like that, or possibly worse, and the physio would come out, but at the very gentle stroll.
Yes,
Just
that annoyed me in
ambling
football.
out.
Yeah,
And I think, why don't they hurry up?
I agree. I've seen that football pitch and I've just run on. This person's in agony.
Anyway, so Lammonby is still there at Silly Point.
Oh, we've got fans from Sussex joining us. No play at Hove, so please be able to join us here.
Wet at Hove, we're lucky then. I think the forecast here is not bad.
Yeah, fine all day. This is meant to be better than yesterday's forecast, and yesterday we had pretty much whole day's
Well, without going into much detail, I was at Oakhampton yesterday.
on the golf course.
Well, it was actually,
Of course you were. Don't deny it, mate.
well, no, I
There's
haven't
only-
denied it. But you wouldn't have played much cricket at Oakhampton yesterday, I can tell you.
there isn't.
Up on the moor.
Especially when there's no cricket ground other than the school,
Well,
other than the Oakie
there's
College.
one up at
I should
Belstone,
say.
actually.
Yeah, Belstone's a bit wetter again for Oakhampton.
Anyway,
Put us
you
down
wouldn't have
Belstone.
played any cricket at Oakhampton yesterday. So, they're both on target, the spinners, but the batsman defending well, patiently. It's going to be could be a long day. 37 for 1. We're in the 25th over. It's sort of old style cricket, but really quite gripping. 4 men around the bat.
Yeah, a solid but not spectacular start from Somerset so far this morning. Vaughan and Leach will settle into their ends now. We did see Leach change yesterday. He started at his favoured River End, then bowled from Trescothick stand end where he's bowling now. Still not seen Ben Green or Casey Aldridge bowl a single ball in this match.
I think Aldridge has probably earned his corn.
Well, you could argue that. But then I quite like the buzz of bowling well. I always think of Stuart Broad and Mitchell Johnson. When they got a few runs in the lower order, then they steam in.
Well, at some point of this pair, it's early
bat it
days
well.
yet, but if they bat well, then just for a change,
Yeah.
one of the seamers he's got, I mean, hindsight, how much do we think about hindsight?
I think you'd give the
If you've
two
got
shots.
hindsight, you say, well, Shoaib would be handy here.
Well, he was here on day one. That's
He
the
was
thing.
in
He was
the
in the
squad.
squad,
Yeah,
and then he was here. He had a snood on in September, whilst Polly had a presentation. But he's not been around since. Josh Thomas has been doing the 12th as duty with Josh
Well,
Daly.
there's no point now, unless
Well,
Leach got
substitute.
hit on the head.
What if you
That'd
want?
get him on as a concussion sub.
I'm still
But-
slightly surprised that a left arm spinner can
Well,
replace a
I think,
part-time
to be
right
fair,
arm.
Josh Thomas is a batsman who bowls a bit.
Yeah, but he's probably number 7 left hand. I suppose the handedness.
Well,
doesn't
we
make a
haven't got a
difference.
clone of Tom Abel.
No, but then do you want to go down the Joss Butler argument in that Indian series when they had an
Well,
all-rounder
I think that was
replaced
more
all-rounder?
obvious. I think that was more obvious.
Shivam Dubey
Josh Thomas
replaced
is-
by the quick lad.
I put it to you. Josh Thomas played the entire 50-over tournament, did
Didn't
very
bowl.
well, barely
Yeah.
bowled a ball. So, I mean,
Yeah.
he's... Ooh.
I thought that was more down to how well Goldsworthy and Leach and Lammerby bowled.
Okay, you're not going to be moved. Who do you want then? Who do you want as the concussion
Well, that's
sub?
not, yeah, I don't think it's.
You could have had, I suppose,
I mean,
a
Keane
Finn.
Roberts is probably a more similar cricketer.
No, he bowls medium. Oh, I see. But well, actually, that's not
Yeah.
true because Tom Abel don't bowl now.
Well, now he doesn't bowl. Do they take that out of the equation? I guess.
Well,
I just wondered if Hampshire would be annoyed if we replaced Tom Abel with somebody who does bowl.
only if I think they'd be annoyed if we replaced Tom Abel with Shoaib
Shaki.
Bashir.
Yeah, okay.
So that wouldn't be allowed.
If Josh Thomas comes on and takes 3 for,
Well-
we'll revisit this conversation.
Yeah, well, that would annoy them a bit, perhaps. But it's a long way. There's a few ifs and buts there.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's juggling the field. There's no one. There's a short mid-on. He's saying, come on, why don't you come and whack it over me? It's short mid-on. But he's not going to. Yeah.
I also wonder how that little injury Gubbins had on day 2, which was effectively day 1 in this game, whether that affected him. It's not often you see a part-time bowler bowl 3.2 overs and then take himself off.
Whereabouts was the injury? What part of his body?
I wasn't actually sure, to be honest with you. It was hard to tell because he walked off fine, and then when he batted, there was no obvious pain.
Yeah. Well, he's playing very defensively at the moment, and that, in part, I think, is a consequence of his first innings dismissal, where he went for the old reverse sweep, and they got a full toss and hold out, which is a very, as you say, inept dismissal, soft dismissal. I suppose if you're Somerset just at the minute, you've sort of got the batsman at the wrong end.
Yes, I think that's a part of it.
You'd like Leach to be bowling to the right-hander and Vaughan to the left, but that'll happen in a minute.
What position is Jack Leach here?
I don't know.
Like a short catching 45, a silly 45. I've never heard that. Oh, that's flicked up lovely for Lewis Gregory. Watch this on the replay, the way this has jumped up and taken nicely by the captain, because it's nearly a 1 in between the two Louis G's.
I don't think they mind giving 1.
I thought they might think about 1.
In fact, they're almost doing that. Vaughan is popping his man at cover back to the boundary, partly because he may want to bowl just a fraction wider to give him a bit of protection. And that makes sense.
Just trying to think about Jack Leach.
Well,
is he there for the?
I think I don't know. I mean, a little paddle sweep that doesn't quite happen. He hasn't suggested he's going to play one. I think he might be just encouraging the sweep. There's no one on the sweep, so
it might be more that than actually being a wicket-taking position. A sort of
he's creating a gap, a bit like when Gregory was at short mid-on rather than orthodox mid-on to Gubbins in the last over. He's on target, and there's a little bit happening, but you can defend on here. Leach knows what's happening now. Gregory's
Archie's just dropped the ball.
Gregory's pointing.
Oh, Leach wants to give him 1. Because then he can bowl at the right-hander. Yeah, I like that from Jack Leach.
Yeah, well, don't make it too obvious. They might not bother to take it.
He's making it very obvious to Lewis Gregory. There it is.
Got it.
Corner
You
leg
don't
slip.
need to do that. He didn't know whether he was wanted to play at that or to leave it, and he ended up, well, cunning. No, any catch there? It went knee high, just above that.
Yeah, in case
not too quickly, but it's the sort of thing they snap up. But it's not totally straightforward because you can't really see it coming till it gets past that left pad. But that's a great start. Let's have another look at it.
Casey Aldridge's great hands with a helmet on as well, impairing his vision. I mean,
he's sort of.
That's a nice.
Shall I leave it? Shall I play it? And Vaughan's got both of them. So I'd like to have another look at that from behind the bowler's arm, if possible. Here we go. Or I think. Look at that. They're brilliant, our men. Stock off break.
It's almost the middle of the bat.
Well, and then he thinks about leaving it right at the end. It's a sort of indeterminate. I think he might have been slightly. His concentration lapsed by the thought that they were going to give him 1 or that sort of thing.
So Jack Leach's arm movements has got his head.
Yes, but it's another wicket. 2 down. Albert. Well, I've only seen Albert really play in white ball cricket when he smacked it around in the T20 finals.
Yeah.
So whether he's going to...
Have you heard his sort of interesting childhood upbringing story?
Nope.
He grew up with an Olympian parent. So he used to go on holiday to the Olympic Village and would have his breakfast with Usain Bolt, he was saying, and the Jamaican sprinting team he used to run down the corridor with.
Really? And what was his...
Equestrian.
Equestrian. Oh, right.
So he was brought up in a very sporting environment, to say the least. And very talented.
Well, he played some incredible shots in the T20 finals. Well, I felt sorry for Ben Green, who I thought bowled 2 absolutely perfect Yorkers to Albert.
Yeah.
Who somehow managed to reverse sweep them over the short third man.
point.
Amazing shots.
Well, that was the other point. So when he was in his youth cricket, he was a bit late to cricket because he'd been doing equestrian for so long.
Yeah.
So in his later teenage years, he got into the county setup, but he was small, and people didn't know who he was. So the story goes that he admitted in an interview the other week that he really wanted to make an impact. So he really worked on his reverse sweeps and reverse scoops and said, look, if people see that you can play these freakish shots, you stand out more. So he might have been just as good at the normal cricket shots, but then he brought all these ridiculous scoops and laps and sweeps to his game. And that
To
really got
catch the attention.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it
really?
worked.
And he keeps wicket, obviously, then.
Yeah.
As a
T20 stopper.
As
when
a
Ben Brown's not
T20.
playing. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't think he's going to get that. I mean, his only argument might have been, hang on, is he playing a shot there?
Bat behind
he's
pad.
lurching a long way forward, but I think he'd be guessing to give that out. But especially from over the wicket too, on a pitch that's turning. He wants that one, but he's not going to get it either. He's going to have to come round the wicket if he keeps kicking him. But he's got great rhythm at the moment. Both of them have. I mean, it's not automatic that you just turn up and bang it on a length. A bit of dip. Not too quickly. I think that's a feature of Leach's bowling this year. That there's three appeals in a row.
Delayed reaction, wasn't it? It was sort of an afterthought, wasn't it? I'm not convinced by that appeal.
No. But I do think that, having watched Leach, he's bowled really well this year, obviously, and down here some of the pitches have turned.
Good catch, actually, at leg slip. Off James, it was off the batter, then off James Rue, then on to Casey Hodge at leg slip, one-handed.
But to finish, I think Leach has been terrific, but I think he's had just a tad more variety about the way he goes about his business. He's become a really, as most modern spinners are, a quick finger spinner at test level on good pitches. That's usually the case nowadays. Nathan Lyon, for all those wickets, he bowls about nearly 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And that is the modern way, but on some of these surfaces, Leach has adjusted sometimes and bowled a bit slower.
Agreed. Well, that was the problem with Washington Sundar.
Yeah, maybe.
He
And
bowled
it's a
too
bit of a
fast.
problem for Dawson in his test match, I think.
Yeah.
And I think he's just a little bit more flexible now then. I mean, we talked about getting the batsman at the right end, whereupon Vaughan got the right-hander out, but they are sort of where they theoretically want them now, with Gubbins about to face Vaughan and Albert.
Yeah,
if he stays up there and has a bit of Leach to deal with.
We had a lot of chat with Pete and Stephen yesterday and the day before on Washington Sundar just bowling too fast, too flat, not giving it a chance to turn. And he was played quite comfortably by Aldridge, Abel, Overton, all played him particularly well. Don't forget Overton's 50 not out. You know, we talk about Abel and Aldridge's partnership a lot.
Yeah. Well, I did only see, but he's actually he hasn't had much opportunity this year, but he's batted really well. And about 6 years ago, you thought this man could bat 6 or 7.
Yeah, he batted 6 for a year. Do you remember that year him and Lewis Gregory swapped over?
Yeah.
He had 99 out, I remember, as well.
Yeah, that was partly Shoaib's fault.
Big part of Joe's fault, I still remember that. I thought Craig was fuming at him.
Yeah. Hard work for the umpires, this sort of scenario too.
A lot of appealing. Yeah, that was pad first.
Yeah,
That's
no.
a better shout than you realise.
That's a good shout.
That's a better shout than a few of the others this morning.
Yeah.
On the knees, I like this. Casey Aldridge it is. On his knees at slip. Oh, that stayed ridiculously low. We saw James Rue miss that stumping off Archie Vaughan for Middleton in the first innings. Sort of low Yorker.
Yeah.
Hard stumping.
But through the gate sort of thing, was it?
He ran past it.
Okay.
And just stayed very low.
Yeah.
Hard chance.
Well, it's hard for batsmen, it's hard for keepers, but it's all a good
that one's
learning experience for James Rue. He's see those soft hands, they're very soft, they're all dribbles backwards.
Good batting.
Gubbins, Gubbins, I think, despite his inept first innings dismissal, is the sort of player who mentally can bat for a long time in a defensive manner.
And had a brilliant one-day cup, so he's in arguably the form of his life after August. Slightly different white ball 50 overs, yes, but...
And they're quick. Well, that's good. They're quick on the one day because they think they've got the batsman where they want them.
That's the benefit of a good fielder as your 12th as...
Oh, that's
what's that fielder? That's Josh Thomas.
Well, I think Abel's a pretty good fielder too.
Wow, exactly. Abel was under the lid though, so I wonder if like for like, do they have to put Josh Thomas under the lid?
No, leave it alone.
Well, I've got one more point on that if you want to keep winding you up.
I knew you would.
I'm just trying to be neutral from a Hampshire perspective. Yes. Finn Hill is here carrying the drinks. Wouldn't he be more of a like-for-like replacement? Because he's a right-handed bat. Doesn't bowl very much.
He does bowl off pace.
Batting all-rounder, though. He's probably more of a batter than a bowler.
Well, I think Hampshire got more important things to worry about, frankly.
Anyhow, it is a debut. We should mention first-class debut for Josh Thomas in such a weird circumstance. That's why I'm making such a big point about it, because it just seems a bit odd for one day to make a debut.
Oh, that's too good, but it's a beautiful. Just to see that dip, just a little bit.
My thoughts was: has anyone ever made a first-class debut and not batted or bowled? I'm sure they have, but not very often.
Well, there was one guy who famously had one game for Somerset, I think, and I can't remember his name. But it rained for 3 days.
There's Shane Berger and Andy Hurry doing a lap, taking on from the Yorkshire team who were lapping and lapping and lapping. Matt Milnes and Ben Code were coming back from injury last week, so they're keeping their muscular injuries loose. I don't think that's a Shane Berger, Andy Hurry ploy, but...
Well, it's not critical that their muscles are loose.
Well, their sidearm slinging muscles, I guess.
Well, that's true, but you won't need them for a little while either.
No, probably not. I don't think.
Well, there's always the trip to Chelmsford, but I'm not sure. Well, Andy Hurry doesn't always travel, but he might for this one, perhaps. Oh, that's why they want him that end.
Yeah.
I mean, very often on these wickets, it's not the unplayable ball that gets the wicket, but it's the unplayable ball that puts all those doubts in the batsman's mind.
So 3 more wickets for Jack Leach to go above Tom Taylor and Carl Abbott, and if Somerset don't have to bat again, Carl Abbott won't have another chance in this game. Tom Taylor is almost definitely going to be going down to Division 2 with Worcestershire. Pretty good effort to be top wicket taker from the bottom side, isn't it?
Yeah.
Massive kudos to Tom Taylor. Former Northants all-rounder.
Well, Worcestershire are in the... Obviously, they're in the final of the...
Saturday, Trent Bridge, yeah.
Of the 50-over contest.
1 day off. A very busy month for Hampshire, put it that way.
Well, and Somerset, for that matter.
Yeah, all
but
3-4 months.
It's Worcester versus Hampshire in the final, isn't it? Yeah.
Although Hampshire have a very different side. Only 3 from this played in the Blast. The 1 day cup will have a few changes.
So the 3
Curry's been called up to England.
Albert plays, obviously.
Gubbins. And also, we should not forget Hampshire-Surrey in the women's Metrobank 1 day cup semi yesterday. That was a cracking game. Just as we're finishing this, we're trying to follow that one. So Kevin James has got a pretty busy weekend.
Well, there's a long winter ahead.
Yeah, Kev went from Southampton to Birmingham to Taunton to Trent Bridge to Hampshire, I think, in the space of 2 weeks is his plan for Radio Solent. Keith Barker's done a bit of commentary. He was on Finals Day commentary.
Well, Kevin James, I think when he had one of his best games against Somerset, where I reckon he got 100, probably at Taunton, and wickets.
Well, he sat 30 centimetres to your left, but there's a bit of glass between, so don't let him hear.
But I don't think he will have forgotten, but I'm pretty sure I played against Kevin. Well, I did play against Kevin James, and I got a funny feeling he would, he got 100, which didn't happen very often, as well as wickets, bowling left arm, little left arm seamers, swingers.
He's older than I realised he is, to be honest.
He looks well, doesn't he?
Yeah, I had this conversation with him on day 1 when it was windy. We had a lot of time to chat. And, I didn't realise he retired before the turn of the century. 99, he said he retired.
Oh, right. Well, I think I played against him. I'm sure I can't imagine it.
In the 80s?
Yeah, because I didn't play in the 90s.
No. I dare say. Keller Cadmore's probably not going to catch that.
No.
Only 2 yards to his left. A nice back foot punch from Gubbins.
Yeah.
The high elbow, the in control, watched onto the back face and steered, really, with a nice bit of timing.
Very good timing.
Keller Cadmore has not got his floppy hat on today. Fans from the last couple of days will be keen to realise, having lost his floppy hat multiple times yesterday. The umpires have still got their peaked caps. It's a non-floppy. How often do you see a game of cricket with no Panamas or floppies anywhere across the 15 on the field?
Well, some sides, Australia used to do this, that for one session, it was almost, they decided we were in our baggy greens. So maybe Somerset are doing that. We're all going to go out, unless we're wearing a helmet, with our caps on. He's done it again, has he? But not beating the field this time.
Keller Cadmore did let one of them through his legs yesterday. There was a weird 3-over spell where Somerset had a Goldsworthy 1 misfield, a Josh Thomas 1 misfield, and a Keller Cadmore 4 misfield. So 6 of
you see,
Hampshire's first 8
Tom
runs.
Abel wouldn't have misfielded.
No.
So how can we have Josh Thomas as a
Like
concussion sub?
Stephen and I were saying how well they'd fielded, how brilliant they were. And then 6 of the first 8 runs were slight misfields. Talking of Stephen, and another misfield back to Archie Vaughan, throwing back around the field. As Somerset are in bowling mode and thinking about their plans here. You can have 1 ball for me and we better bring Stephen back into the attack.
Well, Stephen's been ever present. So he knows what's happening out there.
Well played. Solid defensive technique. Well in behind it.
Yep. So Somerset have got their 1 wicket. That a Middleton. Toiled long and hard for his 9. Caught a leg slip off Archie Vaughan, who's got the 2 wickets to fall in this innings. Leach. Well, one of his virtues, actually, he's got many, but one of his virtues on these sort of circs is that he is usually extremely patient. I mean, he's bowling on a pitch that helps him. He's bowled 13 overs just for 17 runs. And it's easy to get frustrated after 13 overs when there's a bit of help going on. But he's acquired, he's an experienced old campaigner now. He's a well of patience.
Patience is a virtue, virtue is a grace.
Yes.
Morning, Vic.
Hello, Stephen. Good to see you again.
We didn't think on Monday evening that we were going to have such an exciting situation on our hands today.
After the washout. That's just over pitch, though, and he's flicked it away, and that'll go to that short boundary for 4. Well, you never know, do you? You just never know what's going to happen, and particularly after all those runs were scored in Somerset's first innings, Aldridge and Abel. You thought, well, you can't change that much, this pitch. But maybe the Somerset spinners have just found more. And, well, the good pitch does wear. I'm not sure it's much different today than yesterday, is it?
I wouldn't say hugely that we've already seen the odd delivery talk, as they were doing occasionally yesterday. Sometimes they talk too much, as it were.
Yes, they go past the outside edge, as opposed to nicking that outside edge.
Comfortable single here. They have, although they have lost the 2 wickets, they've batted much better in their second innings than they did in the first on the whole. There was a mixture of great deliveries, 3 of them from Jack Leach, about which none of the victims could really criticise themselves, and 1 or 2 in different shots.
I mean, Harry was talking about inept and culpable dismissals along with the beauties.
Yeah.
Most dismissals are from batsman error, even on pitches like this, though, I'd say. Especially, well, the higher you go, the less often it's batsman error. But generally, it's still, batsman error is the main ally for bowlers. But you've got to put them under pressure so they make errors. That's what Leach is quite good at generally.
Yeah, I think Gubbins would have been furious with himself for the way he got out.
Yeah, it's
Reverse sweep, and but he's looked pretty composed so far today. 47 for 2.
well. He's faced. It doesn't matter. We saw him hit a 4 Vaughan's previous over, but he's got 6 off 36. But he's doing a good job. Hampshire have got, I don't think, any chance really of winning this game, obviously, but they've got to fight like fury to bat through the day. I mean, this might mean that 1 or 2 batsmen will play some big shots, because when you do that and when you do it consistently well, the field's right up at the moment. Oh, he's got it in. Has he? No, he hasn't. Well, they're still asking, but I think it must have gone off the pad.
Or just done too much, possibly.
Have a look. I think it's it was a caught slip that excited them.
It's quite hard to tell, isn't it?
I think they were going for inside edge onto pad, somehow dribbling to slip.
It was between bat and
and the
pad.
umpires probably correctly assessed that there was no inside edge.
Now both the openers gone now. Ali Orr was yesterday evening what transpired to be the last ball of the day, although he didn't know it at the time.
His last ball, certainly. And then
The clouds were gathering as he walked back to the Andy Caddick Pavilion. He must have been fuming when they all came off, just after he did. Long way forward.
yeah, I think they were appealing for a. Oh, where did that go? That did turn. That came through the gate. It must have done. It's beaten everyone.
Yeah, it's gone all the way to the boundary.
Let's have another look at that. He bowls some serious balls, Archie Vaughan, partly because he does give it, well, he gives it a good tweak, but he gives it quite a lot of air there. Look at that, up it goes, through the gate, almost passing over the top of the off stump, beating the left glove of James Rue. Oh, bounced way over the stumps.
It's 2 through the gate.
I think we
in
can
the same
excuse
over.
both batsman and keeper there for not laying bat on that. It's a cricket ball. And, well, Kola Campbell's got it in the end. Taking a single.
They started 282 behind Hampshire, now 52 for 2, so a long, long haul for them in prospect today.
I think even Archie Vaughan will be a bit sore after this match, because he's not used to it. This summer, he's only really bowled when the ball's been turning a bit. He hasn't been a kind of a stop bowler. He's played every championship game, but in some games he's barely been required because it's seaming around or whatever. But then suddenly we get to a pitch that suits his style of bowling, and he's going to have to bowl 60, 70 overs in this match.
Yeah, he's already bowled 40.
Yeah. And I'm sure he's up for it. But the body will be thinking, hang on a minute, what am I doing? Still bowling. Leach is a bit more used to that.
Yeah, we're going to see plenty of them both today. I wonder whether they'll mix it up a bit. We were speculating about that yesterday evening, actually, and we didn't see any pace at all.
We haven't had a pace, or over a pace, in this innings, have we?
No, it's just been
It's been
the 3 spinners.
Yeah, and just a couple, 3 overs from Goldsworthy.
And very tidy ones.
Yeah. I mean, it's
3-2-1-0, his figures. Bit of turn there.
yeah.
Tony Albert went after Archie Vaughan in the first innings before succumbing to him.
I saw some, just as I say, I've only seen the highlights on the website, where you see fours and wickets, essentially. It can be quite confusing. You think, oh, they were getting hammered all over the place. Is it moving for four? But it's sometimes a little bit misleading. But I'm just trying to remember his dismissal.
Caught and bowled.
Ah, that's right. He was caught and bowled, and he was a bit confused as to whether he'd actually hit a catch. He obviously
He
had.
stood there for a while.
Yeah, that's it. And he must have miscued it completely. It was an odd dismissal, wasn't it?
It certainly was, and it necessitated an umpiring conferral.
Yeah, they can't use. I mean, they can't use what we can see, and I presume the sages in this box, whether it was
Our initial
Trigo or Lamb or even Everett, could establish that it was hit on the half volley back to the bowler.
It was certainly our initial take. Is that taken this time? No. It was taken, but not given.
Well, I don't know. It was very full. I mean, maybe it brushed the pad and they were going for an LBW there. Because I think that was what was exciting Leach. Here it is. Full. Turns. And, I suspect, I mean, it's a good shout, but I suspect umpire Milnes, because that ball's been turning, he's thinking that might have turned too much. Ended up at Slip's hands. It's one of those that, if you're playing a test match, I think you'd probably have a little review. It's very difficult, isn't it? It was so full that it was hard for the umpire to assess how much turn that ball had on pitching.
Great delivery.
Yep.
And it'll certainly keep.
You can always tell when James Root thinks it's a good shot because his legs get out, he's jumping up and down. His legs come up.
James Roux accompanied by 5 close fielders.
Yeah. I mean, in the first innings, obviously, Albert took the attack, and you can understand why he did that, especially in the first innings, in that when the ball is turning, one of the challenges is to make him bowl badly. And if some of your good balls are getting walloped, well, it makes you uneasy, and you are more likely to bowl badly. However, so far in this innings, Albert is all defence.
Yes, we were wondering.
If he's going to attack, he would attack the off-spinner.
Yeah.
Being right-handed.
Well defended. We were speculating whether he might, in the over of the onslaught, whether he might be taken off for a short while, Archie Vaughan, but Lewis Gregory had faith in him, kept him on for another over, and it paid off handsomely.
Yeah, it was a strange shot, though. He couldn't quite believe that he didn't hit it very hard back to the bowler either, did he? He couldn't quite believe it had happened, I think, Albert.
There's no shortage of support and advice for Archie Vaughan, making his way in the game. Tossed up and...
Well, he's played every game, hasn't he? Played every championship match.
Yeah, he was dropped down the order mid-season.
Yeah. And he's not... As I say, he's bowled in fits and starts. He'll bowl a lot of overs in this match. Struggled to get wickets early on, but he's never really bowled badly.
Sharp single, well taken. Gubbins to 7, 53 for 2.
Yeah, a minor frustration, I think, because I still think Leach would prefer to be bowling to the right-hander. All right, let's have a look what we've been talking about, and you understand what There he goes. And he's looking to hit it very hard. He didn't hit it that hard. Routine celebrations, but Albert took a long time to be convinced. I'm sure he's genuinely befuddled. It's an ugly shot, actually.
Yeah, well, I think
it's
Archie
so
Vaughan
full that he thought he might have hit it on the full, and it was a bump ball, but it wasn't.
Archie Vaughan was rather surprised. Didn't actually appeal.
Well,
Everybody else did.
Well, I think he didn't feel the need to appeal, I think is the answer. And as I say, you would have seen several replays yesterday, and there's no doubt the ball hit the ground and then it hit the bat. Ergo, that's out.
Yeah. No question, really.
No.
But he wasn't sure, Toby Albert.
And look at Gregory much closer than the normal mid-on, saying, well, why don't you try and hit it over me? But Gubbins, no, not tempted. You wonder whether it's quite dry, this pitch, and the square's quite bare, whether at any point there might be a little bit of reverse swing for a seamer. Have we got any reverse swingers out there? At some point, I suppose a seamer might bowl, but not just yet.
He's got plenty of options,
Yes.
Lewis Gregory. And they're all fresh.
Well, sort of, yeah. It is September. It's a long time since Overton has only bowled 2 overs by the 4th day, I should think.
Yes, we've got a little bit of sunshine at the moment. It's quite grey overhead. You can't see any blue sky.
No, but it's not sort of threatening grey, is it?
No.
And we can see the Quantocks.
Always reassuring.
We know they're there, but we like to see them. Trying over the wicket now.
Taken.
It's beat the outside edge there, but I think it's probably just one that didn't turn a little bit quicker.
Another look. I think that was past the outside edge.
Yeah.
Last ball of the over, 53 for 2. Gubbins is 7. Albert 6. And these two adopting a very similar approach, primarily defensive.
Yeah. It's going to be quite a bad ball. I mean, we've seen one quality shot from Gubbins where he just punched the ball. It wasn't that short, but a little too short through mid-wicket. Perfect timing. I think Albert got a full toss, didn't he, from Leach?
Yeah.
And that's about it in the boundary count.
Surrey are 103 for 1 at the Oval.
You sense they're going to get them. There's quite a big total. They need 300, don't they?
Yeah, Burns is the man out. Sibley on 25. Another shout.
I don't know why I sense that, but that is sort of a Surrey-like thing to do.
Yes. When
often
when
wickets
the chips are down.
Yeah, and wickets very often. This country nowadays, it doesn't necessarily apply to this one. They get better rather than worse. But that'll be a gripping contest, all to play for there.
Yeah, Dom Sibley is 25. He's still there. Rory Burns, the man out for 45, and Ollie Pope on 18.
Right. Obviously a good tight game.
It's a good ball.
Yeah, it was a full ball to go back to.
won't be a run there. Thought about it for a moment, Toby Albert, but then looked to the skies.
Just fractionally short. He's just slightly annoyed with himself. I mean, he's setting high standards there. Archie Vaughan. Just want to get the batsman unsure but tentatively pushing forward, but not quite sure whether that's the right thing. Once you go back, this pitch gets slower and you've got time, especially if you've been in for about half an hour, which Albert has. You've got time somehow to play it off the pitch, by and large.
Well, they're keeping it very tight, and every now and again there's a delivery to encourage them both.
Yeah.
Vaughan and Leach, 18 overs, 16 overs between them. We've seen 3 from Goldsworthy and nothing from the pace attack. Is there going to be a change?
Someone's pottering
now?
off, someone's popping off. And that's Josh Davey coming on. I can't quite see, it might be who went off. Is it Gregory?
Where we started.
I think it probably was. He might be putting his bowling boots on, you never know.
It's Lewis Gregory who's gone off, we gather.
I think he's... It's not impossible that he's... Well, he might just want to go to the loo. He might want to put his bowling boots on. He might want to seek advice, but he rarely needs advice. He's always been terrific in the way he's managed the side. I'm thinking in the T20. I mean, he's had 2 or 3 games in a row where after 6 overs, the opposition have been 82, you know, around there. Yet somehow he's remained calm and managed to drag it back.
We have talked about it periodically during this game, but it was such a terrific chase on Saturday evening.
Yeah. Well, that both Saturday, the quarter-final and the final. Semi-final, they did it the other way round in the field.
Yes, it's the most muddle-headed substitution that I've seen, I think.
Well,
that of
yeah,
Balderson.
Don't get Harry on that. He'll talk about 25 minutes on that one. But yes, you're right.
Here is Leach. Still.
You think if they wanted to get the other bloke in, who tragically for Lancashire got out first ball, they'd have done that originally.
Yeah.
Anyway, it would have been a fantastic move if it had worked. It didn't.
How often has that been said in,
Yes.
in cricket?
Yeah, we'll wrap it out the hat stuff. Doesn't often work in cricket, does it?
Jack Leach wants mid-wicket in a bit.
Well, he was sort of half giving him one, I reckon, but he didn't hit the ball in that direction. He's going to appeal for that. He ain't going to get it, though, but he didn't play a shot. That was what got Jack interested. But he would have to be guessing there. He was a long way outside off stump, lunging.
And a long way forward.
So, yeah, I mean, you can't give that out, I don't think. And again, if it was a test match, well, you might have reviewed that, but it was the only way you could establish whether that was hitting the stumps or not. Overton's having a refreshment. I think Captain Gregory is coming back out with a helmet, which I don't think he's going to put on himself. Or is he?
He does sometimes feel close.
Well, they've already got 3 helmets out there, so where's he going to go? Oh, I think that's why he went off. He probably went on and put some shin pads. So they're going to be 2 short legs very close on the leg side. I'm glad they've got the helmets on. They are very, very close. I mean, I think they're trying to tempt Albert into playing some big shots. There's acres of space. They're saying, come on, have a go. And you'd think it would be irresistible. I think if I was batting now, I'd probably get out. But I would be sorely tempted to explore the acres of space on the leg side. Anything. There's one fielder there, and he ain't very big. It's Goldsworthy.
No, he's not being tempted at the moment.
No, well, he'll... I'm sure he'll pop one up in the air a bit slower than that.
Most of the Somerset team are in your picture.
Yeah, but I reckon... I think you'd have to hit it. You've only got to clear Goldsworthy. No, that was the sort of ball that he could have gone for, but he didn't. He will not be tempted at the moment.
You can see 7.
This is a man who got about 90 in 32 balls or something like that in the T20. Well, Gregory's, hang on, he's still adjusting his helmet, and he wants to have his helmet on just in case he goes for the larrup. It's a long day. Look at those gaps there. Nope, that was a sort of delivery he might have gone after, but nope. I think there are some batsmen, aggressive batsmen, who take huge pleasure, excuse me, in playing a long defensive innings because no one thinks they can do it. And I've probably used this memory before, but Derek Randall, who played that fantastic innings in the centenary test way back in the 1970s, brilliant 170 odd.
176, wasn't it?
Magnificent innings.
Doffed his cap to Dennis Lilly.
Yeah, after he'd been bounced. They got hit on the head. And he says, no point in me there. Before helmets. Anyway, I once asked him about, I helped someone with a book on their favourite innings or their greatest innings or something. And I talked to Randall, and I fully expected him to say centenary test. But no, he picked a Test 100 at Sydney.
150.
Exactly, that's the one, Stephen. And which was over a day long. You know, he went very slowly by his standards. And he loved it, partly because it not only saved the game, but I think England came back from behind to win the game. But also, it demonstrated that he could play that sort of innings as well. And he batted for hours and hours and hours, 7 or 8 hours. So that was his choice, rather than the fantastic knock in the centenary test.
He's a wonderful cricketer, a brilliant fielder.
A brilliant fielder,
a
huge hands.
I remember of Gordon Greenwich.
Yeah,
he was always on the move in the covers.
Well, I played a bit with him, and on one side, you're always mindful of, especially in one-day cricket, where you wanted your best fielders. So on one side you might have Randall, say at mid-wicket. And on the other side, you'd have Gower, who was also very fleet-footed. Didn't have a very good arm, but he was quick. And Randall, as the bowler came into bowl, must have sort of jumped and skipped about 15 yards. Gower moved about 2 feet. But they were both terrific.
Yeah,
and he had huge hands. Oh, he still does, I'm sure. And he caught everything. And he was a wonderful timer for cricket. He wasn't the most orthodox of batsmen, but my goodness, on song, he just timed the ball beautifully.
Yes, one of the most famous or infamous run-outs was of Derek Randall on his home ground.
Trent Bridge boycott on his comeback match, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Ian Botham's first Test match, that was.
Yeah.
A lot happened. Boycott returned to the England side after about 3 or 4 years being absent, got 100. But before he did that, he was distraught at running out Randall. It was clearly his fault. Even Jeffrey would have acknowledged that.
Yes, it wasn't a case of a fielder being
No.
responsible, was it? There was a great partnership which followed that, because Jeffrey managed to hang on in there, hoping to atone, and he was joined with England in a whole load of strife by Alan Knott, and they both scored hundreds.
Right, yeah. There was a perfect return, really. Well, apart from the run out of Randall.
Yeah.
Bath got 5 wickets, of course.
Yeah, he did indeed.
They're youthful, both of them, in 19...
Greg Chappell was his first.
Yeah, court cover, I think.
Yes, quite a test series that was in '77, in which England came out on top.
Yeah.
53 for 2. Many years later, Gubbins on 7.
And the Lord Ian Botham stares at us from a distance.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Who would have thought it? Actually, I remember you saying, Vic, a couple of years ago we were got onto that Lord Ian Botham stand, and I asked you whether you could have predicted that, and you told me that it was about as likely as you being the next James Bond.
Right, did I? Right, yeah. Well, yeah.
Talking about Bond yesterday, actually.
Oh, so I gather, yes.
Yeah.
Well, there's something coming here, isn't there?
There is. We'll have a look at it.
Live and Let
in a
Dine,
sec.
I think it's called.
Yep. Here is Archie Vaughan. Rolling stop from Tom Kohler-Cadwell. He's lost the cap. He lost the sun hat a few times yesterday. Caps and hats and mullets don't necessarily go well together. There it is, Live and Let Dine. A Bond spoof comedy dinner experience coming up in, well, a couple of months' time.
Well, sounds fun.
Suggestion that Jason Kerr is the Bond.
The Bond figure is that they've got it. They've put him in a suit. Could that be Jason Kerr?
But yeah, Triggs suggested Tom Lammonby as being a prime candidate.
For a Bond?
For a Bond, yeah.
Oh, he's a bit of a gentle soul, though, isn't he? Yeah. Well, I mean, they're a very good-looking side, clearly.
Some of the replies we had, I'm not sure how many. We didn't get around to dealing with all of them, but Colin Dredge was suggested.
Oh, right. As a Bond figure.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Jack Brooks, because he's got the right initials.
Oh, yes.
And James Rue, just so they could use the line, "They'll rue the day they met you, James."
Well, just trying to think. Well, I mean, I'm slightly going off from here, but I think I remember when Alistair Cook was opening with Nick Compton, I thought, this must be the best-looking opening pair that England have ever had. Although Herbert Sutcliffe was really good, but I'm not sure. Yeah, they both look quite dashing, didn't they? Their contrasting manners. No, quite that. Pitching outside leg and probably not hitting. Apart from that, it wasn't going over the top. Kept a bit low. He's trying around the wicket, Vaughan. And I would have thought that Gregory's just wondering, should we change the pattern or not? Oh, around the wicket. That's the beauty of going around the wicket. We'll change the pattern instead. So we're going to get Harry in. What was that thing I thought he'd talk for 25 minutes on?
James Bond.
Was it?
We've done him for the moment. We might come back to him.
No. Was it that? Anyway, I'm off. Here comes Harry, whose batting average is 007, I think.
An hour into play here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. And Hampshire, just with the one wicket falling this morning, lost the other one to what transpired to be the last ball of the day yesterday, as the weather closed in. And,
well, did it close in, Stephen? We reckon they could have played for another hour.
Well, it did actually start raining, didn't it? Just
Little
after
spot.
Alior was dismissed.
For 30 seconds, then it stopped, didn't it? By the time
Yeah.
they got the covers on, the rain had stopped.
And they did have the floodlights. They haven't put them on. They haven't needed to yet this morning.
I reckon the umpires could have had a day on the golf course today if they'd been more proactive to play the first 3 days.
Jack Leach then to Gubbins. Are you a Bond fan, Harry?
Oh, Stephen, we've been talking about James Bond all week, haven't we? Yes, I have watched a few. Yes, I did actually. When I was walking Munros with my brother in Scotland, we went down where, what was the house in Scotland? He went to his mum's house in Scotland in the Skyfall, that's it. Went down there, saw the lane where Skyfall was all filmed. Not far from the Harry Potter viaduct, the Glenfinnan viaduct.
Yes, that's where Judi Dench's time as M was
Yes.
concluded. Been a few M's over the years.
Someone's commented what Vic wanted me to talk about. The George Balderson incident.
Aha, yes.
And
We touched on that.
well, Michael Atherton, brilliant piece in the Times this morning. Delighted to see. But yeah, I tweeted out, and I think 40,000 people engaged in my tweet across Saturday. I said it was the most embarrassing moment in T20 Blast Finals history. Since 2003, I think, the first finals day. Outrageous from Lancashire. Just thought Balderson, for his family, his fan club, himself, just a terrible decision. You've got to back your teammates. His strike rate, he only faced 6 balls, I think. His strike rate was about 100. It might have been 7 off 6 or 6 off 7. Similar to where Sean Dixon was. You've got to back your teammates. And if they were that keen for Hartley to face balls, then Hartley could have batted before Balderson. I thought it was a terrible, terrible decision. You know, I remember Brathwaite and Patel retired tactically in the same Blast game a couple of years ago. Very different circumstances.
And of course put into sharper relief still by what happened next ball.
Yeah, I mean, we can laugh about that now, but you can understand the argument that they didn't know that was going to happen. That was, you could say it's karma that Hartley got out first ball trying to hit 6. But it also puts Hartley in a tricky position because he feels like he's got to hit a 6 first couple of balls, really, which probably isn't quite his game. No one really wants to go from exactly ball 1. But Balderson can bat. He's a good player. And him and Jones were knocking it around, and Jones kept running out of partners.
Big appeal. But
Turning down the leg side.
they are going up for pretty well everything, aren't they, Somerset?
It's a bit boy cried wolf. Sean Dixon spoke well about his former Durham teammate Michael Jones, and saying he just kept running out of partners because Jones' strike rate wasn't great. But I just think it is not a good look. You look at the team spirit of Somerset, which helps them get over the line in games they shouldn't win. Somerset should not have beaten Warwickshire in that quarter-final. They should not have beaten Lancashire in that final, the semi-final, or probably Hampshire in the final. But they've got such great team spirit. They work so hard for each other that they just pull wins out of the fire. As Craig Overton comes
there
back
would have
off
been a
Jeff
few
Davey.
uncomfortable talking points on the Lancashire bus home.
Yeah. If you're Balderson, you just must feel terrible. Like the manager doesn't rate you. You've been picked for a T20 to do a job in the middle order as a batter, and after 6 balls, you've been axed. I mean, the messenger, Phil for the 12th as messenger, had to run out and tell him, because there's no signal for it. There's no obvious gesture. Yeah, I could talk for about 25 minutes on that, because I thought it was outrageous. The guy's a professional cricketer, and you're just undermining and embarrassing him. I was with a few Lancs fans who were embarrassed too.
Well, I went from being taken aback to being incredulous, really.
It's almost like ripping up his confidence in front of him, really. In front of the biggest crowd, the biggest day of the county cricket calendar, the biggest crowd.
Oh, is that taken this time?
think it was
No.
pad. I think it was pad, not bat. There wasn't two noises to be an inside edge pad. Somerset fans were cock a hoop, but the players really. It's gone back, outside off stump. That's pad for me.
It's just pad, isn't it?
We're not biased here, got to be honest, and call it as it is.
So, still just the one wicket that Hampshire have lost this morning, that of Fletcher Middleton.
Ben Debenham and David Milnes having a big chat here. I wonder, will they chat about over-appealing? Or? But I mean, that one's, I mean, probably a fair call that if there was an inside edge, it's out. Lewis Gregory's getting called over.
I think it must be about...
That's my guess, over-appealing. Is it the running and celebrating? Lewis Gregory's a very calm... Craig Overton's vice, so I guess he has every right to go over. Archie Vaughan, the bowler, is there. Normally it's just the captain and the umpires, but all three of them want to go and listen. I don't mind that from Craig Overton as vice, because if Lewis is off the field, then Craig probably needs to know the conversation.
Yeah, if you're going to have the three, then that's the right three.
Yeah.
Captain, vice-captain,
I mean,
and bowler.
your young bowler's an interesting one, because it doesn't matter who's bowling, there's going to be appealing.
I think it's a
warning,
pretty
chat?
fair guess, Harry, of yours. That
Yeah.
It's the appealing that was the subject of that.
Ah, is that a microphone? Borrow my binoculars, Stephen. Let me have a look. Is that a bit of communication with Polly Rose on our last home day of scoring here? Yeah, the microphone to the lips. Or maybe to the match referee, just to inform. Anyhow, Archie Vaughan will continue. They're suddenly silent the next ball.
Yeah, although, given it was off the middle of the bat.
It's like when a teacher tells you off, you're really well behaved for the next 2 minutes, and then you get rowdy again when a supply teacher particularly.
Full start for Archie Vaughan. Seems a long time since there was last a run.
Well, I've just had a text saying there's not been a run for 40 minutes. A couple of fans come in late. I reckon 40 minutes here. And I haven't seen a run yet. It's Archie Osborne just turned up. Great cricket. Great containing cricket from the Somerset bowlers.
And from Hampshire's point of view, they'll be content to have each batter at the end they're occupying. Means that Vaughan has to bowl at the right-hander, Jack Leach to the left. One answer if they're intent. Craig Overton's having a word with Ben Debenham.
Yeah, Craig's not happy. I mean, there's a fair point here from Si. A little bit too much appealing for me, agreed. But the umpire should be embarrassed by their conduct. We should have played more overs on the match already. I do agree with that. Last night was a farce. We had the floodlights on. It was, what, 4:30? I'm not sure the floodlights were completely taken over the natural light. I didn't agree with that.
For the first time in the innings, Harry.
Oh, we're going to see we're going to see some seams, Stephen.
Yeah, maybe.
And Craig Overton's fired up by the over-appealing chap.
Perfect moment to bring him on.
Yeah. I wonder if that's delivery done. Curler Cadmore having a big chat with Ben Green. So I think Debenham mentioned it to Milnes. I mean, the over-appealing thing I do get, but when the umpires haven't been that keen to get the game on, it's not a great look. In the last home game of the season, someone drove all the way from Suffolk to watch the day of cricket. We've had people driving up from Cornwall, Hampshire fans. They can't all afford to stay overnight, and they might have other commitments, so they're desperate to see some cricket.
I wonder whether Craig Overton is going to bowl with his cap in
Oh, good
back of his
shout,
trousers.
Stephen. Oh, more chat between Milnes and Debenham.
I think he is.
Has he not realised? Surely he's going to start running up. He's so pumped up.
It might fall out.
Well, that'd be a no ball, wouldn't it? He's not noticed. I thought his first couple of steps he might realise. It's about to shock. There he goes. He's noticed the cap. As soon as he released it, he realised the cap. That could be a moment to clip up for the end of season highlights reel. Craig Overton not realising he's got a cap sticking out. I mean, it was only a quarter stuck in his trousers, really.
And it summoned a smile.
Yeah, I'm trying to find some space in his coat to hide Craig's hat. There we go. He should be a bit quicker steaming in now.
Extra yard.
The point umpires remembered he's a square leg, not a point. Or he's gone from square leg 2 point, actually. He looked like he wanted to duck that, Gubbins, and then realised he didn't need to. Yeah, quite a few YouTube chats agreeing with us. No, umpires have shown no urgency in actually getting the game on, so can't blame the Somerset fielding side wanting to win. Yeah, better that. I think it's just been a bit of frustration that it's been pretty dry this week. Look at that, Eurolate. Showing extra 2 mile an hour from Craig Overton. Effort. Well, I mean, the first ball was an effort ball bounce as well. Good start from Craig Overton.
Yeah, I like the look of this.
Watch him. You know what? I've just had a thought, Stephen. Watch him now get warned for running on the pitch as well. There's going to be a bit of beef on the last day. I mean, then Somerset could get deducted points, and well, there's already been a few comments about that on Twitter and the YouTube chat.
Surrey have lost another wicket at the Oval. Dom Sibley for 25. 1-2-2 for 2, needing another
wicket.
193.
The key wicket, I'd say. Ollie Pope's a good player, but Dom Sibley is probably the man you want batting for your title. You know, you've got a whole day to get a couple hundred runs.
So the change of bowling has not changed the scoreboard.
Not yet.
Or at least the figure at the top of it, 53 for 2, which it's beginning to feel since the dawn of time.
Well, we should credit Albert, because it's really not his game to just hang in there and block and leave. But it's making compelling cricket.
I certainly like the change, the variation from spin to pace.
Out. It's just a bit of rolling of the pitch from Craig Overton there, being nice to Hampshire. Just trying to roll the pitch for them, flatten it out a bit.
End of, guess what, a maiden over.
So 53 for 2. How many maidens do you reckon that is in a row, Stephen? Are you a bit on calculation, maiden counting watch? Cricket Info used to be really good, and they used to do like a commentary text thing, and it would tell you the exact ball by ball, but they don't seem to do it for County Championship anymore, which is a real shame. Not sure if that's a...
Well, I can tell you we've had 24 altogether. That includes yesterday evening.
24 maidens?
Yeah.
Yeah. I reckon we might
24 out of 44 is a remarkably high proportion.
We might have had 15 today. Simon Hawkins reckons 9. Ben Warren's reckons 11. Thank you. We're none the wiser. We're trying to concentrate. There's not much time to do a bit of research on stats between balls or overs because it's quickly into Archie Vaughan. Insolence. Yeah, Ben Warren agrees with Simon Hawkins on 9. Thank you. 35 overs was...
18 for 1 Hampshire have scored in the entire session so far today. Ben confirms. Wonderful stat. Ben adds, Albert has faced exactly the same number of balls that he faced in the T20.
Oh, he hasn't now.
Saturday.
Stephen, you had to get that stat out of the way before he
Just
faced
in
another ball. You know what, though?
He's now faced more.
He's now faced more here. And he's a T20 blast top run scorer, I'm pretty sure he ended up as. And he's got 6 today.
Oh,
there's a run, Stephen. It's going to be 2 runs, you know. Easy 2 runs. The last run was a single off the last ball of Archie Vaughan's 17th over. Now in the 22nd over of Archie Vaughan's spell. 9 and a bit overs later. 39 minutes later, the next run. Great stuff from...
And Albert has stormed past Gubbins.
Barnstorming.
He's gone to 8. 55 for 2. At last a change in that top line.
Oh, they're like London buses. No runs in all that time, and we're going to get 2 twos in a row. Craig Overton's fired up. I like it when he's pumped up and he's throwing it for a run out that was never going to happen at the non-strikers. But it's the intent. When a game's just fizzling, I remember Steve Kirby used to be very good at it. He'd just suddenly get angry out of nowhere. Craig Overton's a bit like that. Suddenly, when the game's just drifting, need a breakthrough, he'll bend his back or get a bit of chat going, get a bit of extra body language to inspire the troops. Take him off. He's being expensive. Archie Vaughan's gone for 4 in this over. Oh, that's a big appeal. He's gone this time. The Hampshire batters had not scored a run for 38 minutes. Just over 9 maidens in a row. 9 overs without a run. Suddenly there's 2 twos and maybe a lapse in concentration. We just said Albert faced 48 balls on finals day. He's faced 48 balls for 6 runs here today. Then he's had 2 twos in quick succession. But Archie Vaughan has got another wicket. Archie Vaughan doing what Jack Leach did yesterday, taking all the wickets.
They shouldn't have taken the 2s, should they? They should have just carried on, block him. Let him bowl another maiden.
Somerset will take 4 runs for a wicket.
Absolutely. It's a big one, that of Tony Albert. 57 for 3.
That looked plumb, didn't it, Stephen? There's been a few replays while we've been watching the celebrations, but that looked a pretty good shout for WW. I don't think there's any complaints there from Albert.
Enter the captain.
Looked pretty good yesterday to Ben Brown with his different array of sweeps. His peril was going back to one he shouldn't have done, bowled by Archie Vaughan. Did turn a little bit, hit the top of middle and off. A bail grazer. But yeah.
Ben Brown batted pretty sensibly in the first innings. And a long conversation going on between him and Nick Gubbins. So Archie Vaughan has a monopoly of the wickets that have fallen so far. 3 for 30 from 22 overs. That was the last ball of his 22nd. And Craigo is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
So I made that 52 balls for Albert in total. The 52nd ball was his downfall. Those 5 catches round the bat, or 6 include the keeper. And he just got stuck on the crease, really. I think he knew he was out as soon as he missed that. The knee roll, sort of 3/4 of the way up, middle and off. Can't really complain with that one. Well, I like this. 2 short legs. Craig Overton probably going to bowl short to Gubbins. Oh, he could have gloved that to leg gully, you know. That could have gone anywhere. Could have ballooned off the glove. Could have got an inside edge. Not convincing, that pull shot. Found a gap somehow between keeper and leg gully.
Yes, it may have been slightly further down the leg side than Craig would have liked. A little bit straighter, and those 2 short legs just might be in business. 61 for 3.
That's better played to a short ball. He looked solid in behind it.
May not have been many runs, but it's been pretty engrossing cricket this morning. Somerset strive to break the back of the Hampshire innings. They're 2 wickets closer than they were at the start. Squeezed away down to backward point.
Brilliant fielding from the... Well, he's not a sub-fielder anymore. The concussion replacement, Josh Thomas. Sprinting at that ball, saving the second.
Yeah. coming round a long way from third. As the sun breaks through once again. We've not seen much of the sun, but it's gracing the ground with its presence at the moment. It's a lovely late summer sight.
If you haven't realised, it's £10 a ticket today to get yourself down here in the sunshine.
Appeal for caught behind. Need to be a bit careful about that kind of thing, I fancy.
The umpire's going to move the point again. Somerset keep changing the field, and there's so many short legs or silly points around. I mean, Craig's just laughing with the other umpire at the striker's end, saying, look, he could have hit that. That's a fair appeal, surely.
Yeah, that's Ben Debenham, isn't it?
Ben Debenham, the short of the two at
at
Craig Overton's end.
Well, given David Mills' profession as a player, that's helpful, isn't it?
Oh, that's a beauty.
The fast bowler's build. It's left alone. Passing harmlessly by Ben Brown.
Still no Green or Aldridge, but when you're going to turn to a seamer, it's going to be Craig Overton. Easy decision. Lewis Gregory doesn't want to bowl too much. He's had so many injury concerns with his wrist and his groin surgery over the winter. Craig Overton's the talisman. Oh, that's going to hurt. It's not going to be out, but that's flesh.
A bit of bruise in consequence of that.
He didn't know where to duck, weave, pull. In the end, did nothing. Just let it hit him. Great over from Craig Overton. Gets a big round of applause.
Black and blue that will be before long. Yeah, he was out to his first mistake, Ben Brown, in the first innings. He made 21, very patient from 78 deliveries. And he'll be looking to bat in a similar vein today.
What's umpire Debenham doing now? He spent a long time not behind the stumps and not at square leg for his next position. Didn't look like he was talking to anyone. There's a bit going on up there. This way we'd love a stump mic, wouldn't we, Stephen?
Absolutely. Still spin at the river end. Archie Vaughan bowling to the left-handed Gubbins. Can he add to that number 3 he's got already in the wickets column? A little bit of turn there.
I like the contrast now of the spin bowler and the banging it in from Craig Overton. Archie Vaughan's probably bowled a lot better today than he did yesterday. Maybe dinner with Dad last night, gave him a few tips. Michael Vaughan bowled some part-time off-spin for England, didn't he? In Yorkshire.
Very much so.
So maybe he's given him a few tips overnight, and Archie's come back much better today.
Dismissed Sachin Tendulkar, Michael Vaughan,
that, yeah.
famously, with a perfect off-break.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty good to get that man out.
I was there.
Hey!
Trent Bridge. Well played. Gubbins. Long vigil, which he's hoping this will continue all day. 12 from 89 deliveries. Good reflex parry at short leg, so won't be a run for that. Adjustment to the field. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is coming in close. He's going to go to slip.
Oh, look at this field, Stephen. This is proper Red Bull multi-day cricket. You can't ask for much more drama and excitement, and there's still a couple of hours to go. Yes,
Lewis Gregory is adopting what used to be the Marcus Triscothic posture, kneeling.
I've tried it a few times. Get a bit of stick doing it in friendly cricket, but I've never done it successfully. It's when club bowlers chucking a full toss or a long hop and you're in big trouble. An outside edge off a quick ball.
Yes, restricted mobility.
Yeah.
Overton is going to continue.
So we reckon there'll be a good few overs before lunch now. We could get another 10 overs before lunch.
Yeah,
Depending on
they
how
will
much
lunch at the fixed time today, won't they? Because it's day 4.
Yeah.
That'll be 12:30.
I feel like Lewis Goldsworthy, he's not really been part of the party in the field. He's never had protective. I guess because he's so quick in the outfield, they've had Lewis Goldsworthy charging around. He's now at this weird sort of, it is a deep third, but it's a catching top-edged pull shot, or, I mean, they're not going to play an uppercut in red ball cricket when there's no runs. Well, I suppose, does anyone come out with a positive intent like Fuller did, like Barker did, like Abbott did? Probably not in the top 6. Don't know, but he is there for a catch. He's played that well. That's a really nice pull shot off his armpit, really.
Just the single down to long leg. So will we have the 2 short legs back in now for
Yes, we
Nick
will.
Gubbins?
The 2 extra boys, Lammonby and Green, separated after years of school, Devon and Somerset age group, and then Somerset cricket. Those 2 will miss each other massively. Lived together for years with Killicamber as well. Well, Green off to Leicestershire. Lammonby will feel that move particularly hard.
Plenty of encouragement for Craig Overton. Prize another one out before lunch. I think they'll feel pretty satisfied with the morning's work.
Indeed.
Not this time.
Can you think of another captain in cricket history like Lewis Gregory, who's been so good at managing a game, particularly in September the last couple of years, where he's barely had to bat or bowl? Like, he could feasibly go through this whole game having bowled 4 overs and not batted. And we've had 3 days of action. I can't think of anyone else doing it like that. Just marshalling the troops quite happily, let everyone else do it. Brilliant captaincy.
It's probably happened, but I can't think of an occasion.
And it seems to be a September thing. You know, when the pitches are a bit used and worn in September all around the country, especially after such a dry, well, it was such a dry May, June, July and August. It's only September we've had a lot of rain.
Well, yeah, and even March and April were pretty dry. It's been one of the longest spells of dry weather that I can recall.
Best summer since COVID, I reckon. COVID, we couldn't play much cricket.
It's played pretty well. Fuller length from Craig Overton to conclude the over.
Oh, I like this. Thanks to AB. Did Ben Stokes not bat or bowl in a test against Ireland a few years ago? Nice. I mean, I'm pretty sure the Ireland test was pretty quick. Did it even go 3 full days? I'm not sure. But yes, was that the same test when Leach got his 92?
Leach got the 90.
Yeah.
Was that the one?
Murtagh got a few wickets. Ireland were looking pretty good. Jack Leach's 2 finest hours for England, I'd say. All the wickets he took for England. And yet he'll be remembered for 2 innings. 1 nearly 100, 1 nearly a duck. But the one not out in there. Was it 92, I think it was?
I'm sure they're etched pleasantly into his mind. Will be for good. Having a little bit of a break from bowling at the moment, Jack Leach. I'm sure we'll see more of him. 19 overs for 22 so far. And Vaughan begins his 24th with 3 for 30.
Jack Leach isn't convinced about being put in front of square, but he's laughing massively about something. Oh, he's been put back to backward square.
His argument has won the day.
He's been mugged off here, Jack Leach. He's been moved so many times. Tiny adjustments. With that weird catching position he had earlier. I was in Iceland commentating on a cricket tournament when that England-Ireland series was on. Well, I say series. It's a one-off test, wasn't it? I was trying to listen on 5 Live as I was going around the fjords of Iceland the day before the Iceland cricket tournament. Is fjords the right word?
You weren't put off by any volcanic activity?
Well, the geysers.
Yep.
They're pretty cool. Saw a bit of ice.
Have any hot baths?
Yes. What do they call it? What do they call it? The sulphur warming out the volcanic activity.
I remember the volcano which caused chaos.
Eyjafjallajökull. Yes.
Eyjafjallajökull.
That's it. I did an A-level geography on that, I think.
Some beautiful scenery in Iceland.
Vic's just been for a run round the ground. He's come up so out of breath. He sprinted up the stairs.
Flighted nicely by Vaughan. There will be a run here. Might be 2, actually. Bit of a chase.
Yeah, a little bit of escorting there from Goldsworthy.
The ball was teasing him a bit.
Yeah, could he have just dived on it and kept it to 1? I don't know if he was thinking. They probably actually want Gubbins on strike to Vaughan. Actually, 1 would have been useful there. Not quite sure why he didn't get down on that.
Yes, he would have preferred the switch, I'm sure, Archie Vaughan of batters. Brian on to 3, 65 for 3, Hampshire.
It's an interesting comparison. Someone's comparing Tom Abel's bowling to James Hildreth's bowling. I'm not sure about that. I think Tom Abel was a much better bowler than James Hildreth.
Oh, I think so.
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
I don't think that's even a conversation.
Not that he bowls much.
No, it's his hamstring.
Nowadays,
he's hamstrung, literally.
Yeah, no, I think...
Tom Abel's bowling was very useful.
High time for me to make way for Vic.
Cheers, Stephen. Yeah, I remember a hat-trick. Him and Craig Overton both had hat-tricks at Trent Bridge a few years ago. Yeah, James Hildreth will be the first to agree that Tom Abel's a much better bowler when his hamstring allowed than Hildreth ever was and never will be. Further conversations with Milnes and Overton. It's the Vice-Captain Craig Overton leading the chat, not Lewis Gregory, the skipper.
You're not still going on about Abel's bowling and the concussion sub, are you?
No,
Please tell me
no,
that.
nothing to do with the concussion sub. It's more that, well...
I tell you this, though, because I like disagreeing with you. I think you'll find that Hildreth is a better T20 bowler than... Hildreth bowled... when we won the T20 in 2005,
yes.
Hildreth bowled not necessarily his full quota, but quite frequently, I think you'll find.
Yeah, a bit of the Lammonby sort of little spells.
He bowled, I don't think he swung it, really. I think Lammonby's a... Anyway,
yeah,
he bowled little seamers.
I can't remember Tom Abel ever bowling in T20 cricket.
Well, I expect he must have done once or twice, but with a red ball, give me Abel when he was fit, because he swung the ball at reasonable pace too.
He's bowled 10 overs in his entire T20 career, Tom Abel, 2 wickets.
Okay, what about Hildreth?
Gosh. Yeah, it'd be more than that at the start of his career. Did you notice there that David Milnes wasn't even watching? As Jack Leach came into bowl, he then realised that he ought to be at point, not square leg. James Drew had told him the ball before, shouldn't you be at point, not square leg? And as the ball was bowled, he wasn't even looking.
Well, you got a lot of men just hovering around
in
just in front of square. They got to stay in front of square. Got 2 leg slips. Don't know if he hit that, but it didn't go anywhere. Leach, he's having to show. He talked about having to be patient. He knows about patience, but he's
here we go.
A lot of overs so far without any wickets. But you can't fault him. If he gets 1, he might get several.
James Hildreth. He never bowled in the Champions League, but did bowl in the Blast. Got 145 balls in the Blast. Got 10 wickets.
There you go. That's the
best one. 3 for 24.
There you go. You see,
best bowling.
You were
economy rate of 8.4.
You were probably still in nappies when we were in 2005. No, you weren't.
No, there's 9. Yeah, interesting position there. Lewis Goldsworthy, sort of a wide no man's land, middle mid on, trying to get the right hand on strike, basically.
Well, they
They
are.
want Leach to bowl at
I mean,
Brown.
and I understand that, and it makes perfect sense. However, Vaughan has been the boy to dismiss the last 2 right-handers.
Yeah, not always that simple. Yeah, Harvey Williams makes a good point. I'm pretty sure the SA20 had Tom Abel down as an all-rounder.
Yeah,
But I
did
don't think
he
he bowled
bowl?
in the SA20 at all, no. Ridiculously close, silly forward point and silly extra forward point.
Well, I guess these are the 2 kind of old pros in the Hampshire batting lineup. Gubbins has been around a while now, and he knows how to play the long innings, 13 off 90 balls so far.
The slight concern from a Somerset perspective is that probably the best player of spin in the county championship this round is in next.
Who's that?
Washington Sundar. Very good technique against spin.
We got
Can't
through
an
the gate in the
absolute
first
beauty.
innings.
Oh, through the gate, that's harsh. That inept, Stephen's use of the word inept was not related to him. He got an absolute beauty. We reckon he got the best ball of the lot yesterday.
It was a beautiful ball.
And he'd looked in complete control before that. Just taking ones. Soft hands.
Yeah. I always think he must have been pushing it. I mean, I wasn't here.
I dare to suggest that he could have played it better, and Pete jumped at me.
You can prevent being bowled through the gate if you're playing in a very cautious defence, because it hits your pad.
Yeah, I agree. Well, yeah, I dare to suggest he could have had less of a gap between bat and pad. And Pete said, no, that's an absolute beauty. There's no way you can play that.
It was a beauty, but
I always feel there's something
it becomes a beauty if you're defending that ball. It can't get through bat and pad probably if you're just defending it, because your bat and pad will be close together. When you're driving a ball,
just pushing at it,
by and large, you don't want your front leg to be that close to the ball when you're playing to score runs off it, because you haven't got room to swing the damn bat properly.
Yep.
But if you're defending the ball, then your bat probably should be right next door to the pad to prevent that ball coming through the gate. So I mean, I agree, it was a beautiful ball, but I think it was a defendable ball. The point was he wasn't defending it.
I always think there's something you can do. However good a beauty of a ball is, there's always something you can do to help.
I think you're more likely to feel that you've done everything right to the ball, just leaving the bat and just brushing the edge that's turned quickly. And it takes the outside edge. Anyway.
Well, they're hoping for an outside edge here.
They've got 4 men hovering, haven't they? One on his knees.
Gregory, the captain.
Yeah. I've been downstairs, so I wasn't watching quite so well, but Overton hit the gloves a couple of times, didn't he?
Whacked the bicep and whacked the sort of armpit of Ben Brown. Yeah, just wore one of them. Didn't really try and move. Well, I say you can't get caught behind if it whacks into your upper body. A Yorker there. 2 full from Archie Vaughan.
What's happening at the Oval while we're at it?
Sibley got out.
Right.
Which was a massive wicket, I was saying, in the title race. Last ball of Archie Vaughan's 25th over. Oh, that's a better length. We can think about going back. I don't think there was a get back ball, but Oval update. So the target's 315. Surrey 142 for 2. Folkes and Pope having a few big appeals against them, apparently.
Well, obviously it's not going to rain imminently, because there's the ground staff tuning up for next year. Nice footwork.
Oh, lovely shot.
Oh, imperious drive.
Kev at extra cover doesn't look quite as confident as Lewis Gregory and all the guys with pads, and I think they're using a soft ball, to be fair. Josh Nelson loves his left arm bar. They got a gate. There you go. Now he's got his protection. He's got a gate in front of him.
Have they? Anyway, back to the middle.
There was talk of us getting on the pitch and playing on the wicket after today's play. But they like their football as well, the ground staff.
Fair enough.
I'll get the little goals out. But at this rate, we could be going right down to the wire till 6 o'clock this evening.
Yep. Oh, Will's going to...
Will's brought his football boots.
Has he?
Will Martin.
Have you brought yours?
No, I've not brought mine.
Our director's got his football boots. Don't know how many of his staff will be out there. They're all pretty young and fit.
Oh, Nick Pepper's batting in the ground staff game now. Oh, he didn't like the Wendon pitch. Didn't like the Wendon pitch when he got out for a duck at our place earlier in the year. Vic.
Who was he playing for there?
He plays for Taunton Dean.
Yeah.
Him and Boovy, Indian lad, has just gone home last weekend. Both Taunton Dean batters.
Oh, it's just that quicker one slightly, but he's onto it.
They are batting on concrete now, so that's a bit flatter. Chatlee's a Taunton Dean teammate. Played one game in the Whipple this year against Yeovil. Oh, that's the beauty. That's the ball he wants to bowl more often. But is it too good? Is it too good because it's gone past the outside edge? Good take by James Rue, we should credit.
Well, you've got to expect every ball. Just wasn't far off the off stump, but that's...
Proper
just miss it. He just did too much. Oh, he's done it again.
There you go. I said he's got to bowl more often. He's bowled 2 in a row. Oh, there's been a wicket at the Oval. Folks, caught Patterson White, bowled tongue for 19. Sorry, a little bit of trouble.
142 for 3 then, is it? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good game. I mean, it's a tight game.
Not as exciting as here, though, Vic.
Well, you were priding yourself on your objectivity earlier on.
Oh, we've got to keep listeners here, haven't we? Don't want them going to the Oval. Don't want them going to Sky when they could be watching.
Well, that's one of the beauties. I'm sure it's possible, although I wouldn't know how to do it, is to have both games on your screen.
Yeah, it is. Played. The thing is this could still be a title and relegation game of quite decent consequences.
Which, this one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I haven't quite worked out Hampshire's predicament.
Bit of trouble. Them and Durham. Essex will probably be okay. Above Worcestershire for that second relegation spot.
That's always assuming that the same structure applies next year.
Well, that's ludicrous, that, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, don't get on start on that. Imagine having a Premier League season. We don't know if
I've heard the theory from actually one of our sages, I gather, surmised that he thinks our Somerset's best chance of romping up on the rails against all odds would be if Surrey won, and then Surrey have to go to Hampshire, who are highly motivated to have to win the game at Southampton. It's the only way you could possibly catch Surrey if they won is if they lost.
But Hampshire
minimal bowling points.
But they got the one day cup final on Saturday, and they look pretty shocked.
When does the game start? Is it Tuesday next week? I think.
It's Wednesday.
Wednesday. So they've got a couple of days. So okay, this is now too many ifs and buts. But if Hampshire win, that one day cup final, albeit with not many of these players playing, perhaps. Some of them. Anyway, if Hampshire win that, so they're bolstered again.
They are
reinvigorated.
Cup,
and then they go back to Hampshire, and they've got to beat Surrey to stay up. Yeah. So they are, if nothing else, they are committed. And then against all the odds, they beat Surrey. Meantime, miraculously, Somerset go to Chelmsford and take 24 points. Work that out.
You get your
in the meantime, we've heard from Lords that there have been no deduction of points for the Durham pitch, which is very similar to the Yorkshire
Middlesex
pitch.
Are deciding all of the Division 2 Middlesex are deciding whether we get deducted points or not.
Well, it's not. Anyway, okay, that's probably enough.
Enough hypotheticals, yes.
Here, actually, Hampshire, although they've scored very few runs, they've just lost their 2 wickets. I don't know what time lunch is, actually. I suppose we might be having a long day. There's still 65 overs remaining today, so lunch is probably not 12:30, is it? Come on, Harry, you know this sort of thing. You're bound to know when lunch
Always
is.
12:30. I was just letting you muddle around with your thoughts, but 12:30 on the last day,
Is it?
I believe. They have this rule about day 4 where you don't do weird timings. It's set timings.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, well. Well, Gubbins, you have to admire Gubbins.
Yep.
It's not pretty, but it's dogged and determined and skillful. The ball has been turning now and again in his soft hands. Brown. It was interesting when Albert was batting, and they had a preposterously sparse leg side field beyond the short legs. And I thought he might whack him.
Yeah, I thought he might too.
And I'm not sure that he wouldn't have been better off whacking him. Because even, well, no doubt Gregory would have adjusted the field, but just to sort of, not unnerve, but pose a slightly different problem to Vaughan, who's been on target.
29 he scored in the first innings out, but of whacking it. Did you see some of that?
I'm not saying you whack every ball, but I thought when there was only one man on the leg side saving a single, and that was Goldsworthy. Not difficult to clear him.
That's the way you're going with that.
You just needed half a bat, and you've probably picked up 4. And you might remove at least one of those short legs hovering there. Here's Jack Leach now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 men round the bat.
Nearly 4 maidens in a row. Yep, 4 maidens in a row.
Well, yeah. But Paul Leach, well, not Paul Leach, but Jack Leach bowled perfectly well, probably identically to yesterday, I would say. And at the moment, he ain't got a wicket. It's one of those 22 overs, 0 for 23.
That's cricket for you.
Archie Vaughan's the man with the 2 wickets today. One caught it leg slip, the other LBW.
I'd like to see a change in bowling from Somerset. Give Archie Vaughan a break. Whether it's an Aldridge or a Green or even a Gregory or even a Goldsworthy, there's so many options. Just something different.
Yeah, well, you might be right. And as I say, I wasn't paying quite enough attention when Overton had. How many overs do you have? 2 or 3? 3 from the end?
Yes, yeah.
Did he?
Ollie Pope's gone.
Ollie Pope gone at the end.
155 for 4.
Whoa.
Oh, there's a single.
Well,
4 maidens in a row.
Okay, well, that's... What happens if they tie?
Oh, that's carnage, yeah.
I think there's 13 points for a tie. Could it be? No, it can't be 13 points.
Wasn't there a tie at Lancashire? The scores were level and Don Best and Jack Leach got out. Do you remember that game a few years ago?
Yeah.
2 awful shots.
I think you might get 12 points for a tie or something.
Yeah, I think that sounds about right.
Not sure that would help Somerset greatly because they'd have to beat two sides ahead of them then.
You can't beat day 4 cricket in September than a proper field set, attacking cricket, banning out for a draw. Something that England seem to have taken away, which is, you go back to Panesar and Anderson. Some of the most thrilling test match of the years have been batting out for a draw. England don't like it anymore, but... Oh, use of the feet, what a lovely shot. That deserves 4, it might not quite go. He's timed that beautifully.
Yeah, well...
They could get 3, they should get 3 really. It's an easy 3. That's a glorious shot, actually, out of nowhere.
Shot. It was a risk-free shot. It was slightly over-pitched, and you've got to... I think batsmen... Even in this situation, they're just, most batsmen feel more comfortable when they're picking off a few runs here and there.
Outside off, driving through mid-on.
Good cricket pitch, so it's brought the spinners right into the game, having yielded 440 odd, 50 odd in the first innings of the match. That's short. He's
Oh, runs flowing, Vic.
yeah.
That's going to be 4, I reckon,
I
over the
think it
practice
is. It's
wickets.
speeding across
Goldsworthy's
a
not
big
catching that.
outfield, but across the middle, races away.
Side D on the YouTube chat agrees. I'd like to see Casey Aldridge bowl, as he has a knack of taking wickets with an older ball. He keeps batters thinking rather than them getting set in their ways.
In other words, you don't quite know what to expect from old Casey. Well, a young Casey. Yeah, I mean, actually, this is the first time Vaughan's actually gone for any runs. He's gone for 7 in the last 2 balls. Not that that is significant, but he has bowled since the start from the river end. I think what you might do is bowl your seamer this end and let Jack go back to his favourite end, even though the wind's not quite right for the left armour at that end. But he's always been comfortable up there. Must have tried that. But let's have a look. See what? No, he's ripping off his jumper as Jack with each. We'll just see whether.
Well, you know they'd like to do a customary over spin before lunch on a general seam bowling day. Why not have a customary seam bowling over on a spin bowling day?
You will have some gnarled old seamers who, and I even took umbrage slightly when you had to bowl 1 over before lunch, especially on a cold day. You had to spend a long time getting loose for those 6 balls, and the old seamer would feel a bit the same. But nonetheless, that's a perfectly good idea.
But Jack Leach has got to get through this over inside 5 minutes, and generally that'd be easy, but there's so much faffing going on with the field setting.
No.
Oh, Josh Thomas is coming into short, well, like a leg slip.
Well, I'm
with no pads
I'm not sure if Tom Abel ever fields there.
My more concern is that he's got no protection on at all.
A leg slip, you're safe at leg slip, unless he goes to the reverse. Well, no,
a paddle sweep. Or
a hard paddle sweep. So that's.
We won't have enough helmets spare in the changing room.
7 men round the bat.
Lewis Goldsworthy's still not invited to the party. Him and Curtis Campbell are the only 2.
You often see this at the end of the game, but rarely when the game is still, there's still a long way to go. Ooh, but Ben Brown just playing it on his merit. It would be an precious 8 points for Hampshire. How many bowling points do they get? 1 or 2?
2. Because Somerset, well, 99 for 5, then 320 for 6.
Okay. So that's all they've got, unless they can get to the draw, when they'll get 8 more.
Oh, Josh Thomas has to chase. Going to keep it 2. He's done well out there.
Well, he's enjoying his debut appearance. He's getting a lot of applause from everyone, off and on the field. Quite a good sprinkling of spectators here. Last chance to watch Somerset.
Yeah, need £10 for the day as well.
Was it? Well, there's still scope to come in. It could be a nail biter around about 5 o'clock.
I agree. So to be fair to both these batsmen, they are relatively confident that they can defend here, and that's when it's a challenge for the bowler. Often you find batsmen early in their innings will play with sort of slightly frenetic freedom. I remember Moeen Ali doing it for England against Nathan Lyon, and he was playing like that because he wasn't confident that he would defend successfully. Then if you bat for about 20 minutes, however you bat, then you kind of feel that you're capable of defending without much risk. You could still get the most brilliant ball. Ah, here we go. Those Goldsworthy is going to bowl over before lunch.
But when you've got confidence that even though there are 5 men, 6 men round the bat, that you can defend with some certainty, then the challenge for the spinner becomes tricky in this situation. So Goldsworthy's going to have a go with his low slung left arm spin. Somerset would love one more just before the break. They've had to toil hard for the 2 they've got.
They think there might be a chance of a panic slog sweep, do they? Josh Thomas is out a deep square leg. Everyone else is in.
Yeah.
I don't think Gubbers is going to suddenly
I
have a
don't
brain
think he
fade and
is.
slog
I
sweep.
mean, he hasn't reverse lapped either in this innings.
No, he's learned for his mistake. This will be the last over before the luncheon interval. 61 overs will then be possible in the last 2 sessions, weather allowing. Oh, that's why he's out there for the flick.
Much excitement there, but I couldn't understand why.
Well, in
Was it
between
the
2 close catches, I suppose, in between the 2 short legs and the leg slip.
Okay, well, I don't expect Goldsworthy's bowled to this field very often.
Not seen Josh Thomas field with glasses on very often either.
Well, Tom Abel doesn't wear glasses.
You're going to let this go at any point. Well, we could make one more point, and that Finn Hill is injured. Finn Hill would be more of a like-for-like replacement, and Finn Hill is here carrying the drinks.
They look the same as well.
No. He's more like-for-like, being a right-handed batter than Josh Thomas is sort of genuine all-rounder.
Well,
Say Finn Hill's probably a batter who bowls a bit, whereas Josh Thomas will probably say he's a genuine all-rounder.
do you think so? I think he's...
Yeah, Finn Hill didn't.
I think he's a
bowl.
batsman who bowls Josh Thomas.
Bowls a lot for the 2s.
Well.
I think he would have bowled if we didn't have Jack Leach and Lewis Goldsworthy. When he went to Leicestershire, he was a bowler. If you look at Leicestershire in the T20 Blast, he batted right at the bottom.
Did he?
And
Did
bowled. Yeah.
How many games did he play for them?
Only a couple. I think the difference is, well, that's going to be 4, I reckon. Josh Thomas is quick. We've just been talking about him. Can he get around? No, he can't. Sort of squirty outside edge, back foot punch. Yeah, Josh Thomas being the left-arm spinner at Leicestershire, the only left-arm spinner.
Oh, right. He bowled a few
Yeah.
overs in the...
Because Goldsworthy was down here in the Blast this season.
Well, I think they should put him on. Give him a bowl. When he gets a couple of wickets, when he gets a hat-trick, he'll be all pale to play. He'll probably get banned from 8 points.
8 points, yeah. I think Casey Origin and Ben Green might fancy a go first. Tom Lamberby was warming up a lot yesterday.
Well,
I don't think we'll see him yet.
you wonder whether, although the outfield's green, whether the ball's it's dry pitch, whether there would be any reverse of any sort. But I don't suppose that could be just a single this time.
I wonder if the new ball will make much of a difference on 80 overs.
Well, they'll take it because even if
different.
it's just for the spinners. And you're right about lunchtime. It is 12:30. It is lunchtime. It is 82 for 3.
God, nice to know about something, Vic.
So, a lot of cricket still to be played here, lot at the Oval. It's been slow fare. It's been pretty good stuff from Gubbins in particular, and now Brown, Hampshire, just digging in, trying to get to the close of play and get that valuable 8 points for them. Somerset striving for victory. We've only seen 3 overs at pace. 40 minutes will fly by, and they'll be back out again. See you then.
Very good afternoon to you. Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, second session of this final day of the last home championship match for Somerset against Hampshire in the Rothesay County Championship. 82 for 3 after following on Hampshire, which means, very tidy figure, they need exactly 200 more runs to make Somerset bat again, and that is a highly unlikely prospect. Only 2 results really possible realistically in this game. Either a draw, which is probably the favourite, or if Somerset can take the remaining 7 Hampshire wickets in the 61 overs that we have left in this game, which is not an unrealistic prospect, then Somerset will complete victory, which would be their 5th of the season in the County Championship. Nick Gubbins is on 19, Ben Brown, the Hampshire captain, with him on 13. We're going to have spin, unsurprisingly, in the form of Archie Vaughan, who bowled from the river end this morning, now coming on from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion end. Vic Marks and Stephen Lamb with you for the time being. Harry Everett with us as well today. And Vic, the old saying that if you had a couple of wickets to the total,
Yeah.
then it looks a very different game.
Well, this pair have defended with great skill, but also sort of almost confidence, or certainly composure. Now they've got to get back in. They're switching ends. Vaughan bowled most of the first session from the river end. Now he's come down to the Trescothick end. And I suspect the reason for that is that Jack Leach likes operating from the river end. He's bowled nicely from this end, but he hasn't got a wicket. So give us a go back at the river end, my favourite, even if the wind's not quite right.
There's still some turn there. I don't think...
Slower turn, perhaps, but there is some.
Yeah. I don't think as many deliveries are turning sharply as did yesterday. But it still happens from time to time. And that's what Archie Vaughan is looking for. We've had men around the bat all day in varying numbers. 4 of them at the moment, plus the keeper. That's comfortably defended by Ben Brown.
He's going to be a tired man. He's a young man and he's fit, but he's going to be a tired man after this game, Archie Vaughan.
He's faced 40 deliveries, Brown, for his 13. And Nick Gubbins 107 for his 19. Strangled appeal.
Yeah, well, that one spun, but if you're driving that, you're in danger. But if you're blocking it with bat and pad close together, you can get away with it.
Thorough defence from the Hampshire skipper to conclude the over. It's Vaughan's 28th. 3 for 40. His figures in all.
He's on for all 10. We were in the press box years ago when this happened to him. It's 7. They would shout ridiculously, i.e. it's 7 till he gets all 10. And the headlines are written.
Well, ideally, he would take 7 and Jack Leach would take 3.
Ah, yeah,
so
that would probably be unprecedented, wouldn't it? Anyway, Leach it is, going back to the river. And the reason he bowled not from the river end yesterday for some of the time, I think, is to do with the breeze, in that most people reckon that if you're bowling left-arm spin to right-handers, it helps to have the ball drifting in and then turning away. And for off-spinners to have it drifting away and then turning back in. Anyway, but never mind about the wind. I'm just going to stick Jack back on.
It
at
is
the river end.
It is coming from a slightly different direction
Is it too?
today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
It was westerly on each of the first 3 days.
Where is it now? Then?
It's more southerly now,
Okay.
maybe southwesterly,
Thank you.
but it is different.
Yeah, he's got a slightly odd feel. He's got almost got a long on. I think that is simply because he still preferred to bowl to a right-hander. So if he does bump the ball straight, then he might want to bowl a bit more slowly, perhaps. He's not going to get it though. But he's hit him on the pad. He's bowling round the wicket, so LBW is an option. He does get a long way down, Gubbins. We'll have a look at that one, see whether it's got any merit. Jack usually appeals when he hits him on the pad. Which is fair enough, I suppose.
Solid defence again from Gubbins. Things getting underway at the Oval as well. Sorry, 172 for 4. So it's quite interesting there.
So they need, how many? 302, is it, or something like that to win?
Yeah, they need another 143 from here.
Well, it's a good game.
Yeah. Any result is possible there.
Yeah.
I actually looked up the points you get for a tie, and it's exactly the same as a draw. 8 points.
That's all you get for
It seems a bit mean,
sure?
really. Yeah. Yes, I did check on the ECB website, and I assume they've got it right.
Yeah.
I would have thought 10 or 12 might be more reasonable because there's that much more excitement in a tie.
Okay, well, that's the one that all Somerset fans will be hoping for then.
Yeah.
The tie.
Yeah, absolutely.
What happens if you are, as the batting side, you get equality with wickets, but with wickets in hand, but you don't get to the end? Is that still a draw, or is it a tie?
I don't know the answer to that.
Anyway,
off the top of my head.
Yeah, anyway, okay. Well, there's a long way.
I can look it up.
A lot's got to happen before we get the tie. But I think essentially the tie wouldn't be a bad result for Somerset.
It's more likely at the Oval than it is here. But they don't happen very often.
Well, didn't Somerset tie with Lancashire?
Yes, they
when
did.
Bess and Leach were at the crease and they got out needing to hit the winning run, the score's level. I don't know.
Leach it is, with ball in hand, looking for his first wicket of the innings. That's the end of his 24th. 24 overs for 25 runs. That's pretty tidy.
It's tidy, but it's the final column he'll be worried about.
Yeah.
But he's bowled perfectly well. As I said to Harry, I think, before lunch, essentially he won't have bowled any differently today, I suspect, than he did yesterday. And yesterday he got 7 wickets, and so far today he hasn't got any. But that can change. He is very patient by and large. I mean, very easy to start pulling your hair out. He ain't got much hair anyway, I suppose. But when you've bowled perfectly well on a pitch that's turning and you haven't got any wickets. A bit like Tony Locke at Manchester, 1956.
Indeed. Archie Vaughan's got a decent head of hair.
Yep.
He's been bowling better as the game has progressed, I feel.
Yeah, well, you have to be impressed. His control has been good. Very few easy runs. He's got the ball to spin.
Nice drift there. Comfortable single for Ben Brown.
So much to be impressed by. Really quite mature in the way he goes about his business with the ball. Particularly since he goes through phases where he hardly bowls at all in the first team in Championship cricket. And then get on a pitch that helps him a bit. And he's bowling... Well, in this match, he'll end up bowling, goodness knows how many, 60, 70 overs. So far he's got 3 in this innings, 3 in the first innings. Oh, and that's good probing deliveries, good length. I don't know if he left that or not. I'm not sure he did.
This is his 52nd over in the match.
Oh, right, he might bowl more than 70. The way things are going.
Push that one through a little bit quicker. Plenty of men hoping to snap up an edge or a nudge. An easily affordable luxury for Somerset with so many runs on the board.
Yeah. I suppose it might be the case if Hampshire were not threatened by the possibility of relegation. They might have gone about their business slightly differently because you're not so concerned about a defeat if you are solidly mid-table and not threatened by that possibility. As it is, it's a gritty performance, isn't it?
They desperately need those 8 points, don't they?
Yeah.
That would be... well, they can't take more than 10 from this game because they only picked up the 2 bowling points, nothing for batting.
Well, it's a big difference, 10 and 2, isn't it? I think that's Craig Overton, I think, has just left the field briefly, one assumes. Josh Davey, I think, has appeared. Jack's putting his men where he wants them. He's got not so many people around the bat. I don't, as before lunch, maybe. Maybe that's because he's going to try and lure them a bit more, not bowl. Encourage them to toss it up a bit more, maybe. There's only 2 men on the leg side, but that sort of makes sense.
He's pushing 2 men out on the off.
Yeah, I think he's going to... Well, all the suggestions are he's going to bowl wider of off stump, but I don't know what... Or he's going to bowl... There's no real virtue in bowling wide of off stump because he'll just leave it, but this is quite a defensive field by the standards of this morning. Just the slip and the gully and the short extra cover. I'm not sure that Brown will even consider, playing expansively. And it's more surprising as a man on the offside boundary. It looks like he wants to try and bowl a little bit wider, but I'm not sure he'll play at him there. But we will see.
Yes, here's the first ball under the new dispensation.
Yeah, well, it's straight enough, but no vicious turn there, but solid defence from Brown. Oh, that's turned too much.
That's what it's doing just every now and again, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's too much. I think that beat the bat by quite a distance.
Yeah, you only need half of that, and then you've got a better chance of finding the edge.
Oh, that's gone quickly too. That's turned and bounced.
Yes, I was saying it's happening decreasingly often.
Well, the thing is, some people will say, well, why does he spin it so much? But I can promise you, from my experience anyway, you cannot control how much it spins on landing. Sometimes it just grips and sometimes it doesn't. You can't control that. Turning too much, that could have gloved him. But that's a good, actually, oddly, that's a very good defence. He's just been beaten twice, Brown. And then he's still confident enough that I can defend this. He just played a calm forward defensive to this next delivery rather than panic a bit. Now, what's Jack doing? I don't know. He's just fiddling around with his field, which is, as I say, oddly conservative now, with just the 2 men round the bat, short extra cover.
Yeah, I think
it's partly because he wants to bowl slower, but I mean, I can't understand what he's doing with a long off. I'm puzzled by that, very puzzled.
Yes, Ben Brown hasn't looked in the frame of mind to send the ball out there. Does get it out to deep extra, so the man on the boundary comes in to intercept. Brown takes a single. He's had a pretty good match, Ben Brown. He looks a fine cricketer.
Yeah. I mean, he is, and he's also captain. He doesn't want to be leading a side that goes down. He's been around a while now. Came from Sussex, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he's batted very good judgment so far. No frills. Very occasional boundary. He's got 15 from 52, which is racing along compared to Gubbins, who's got 19 from 117. But those number of balls faced, well, actually, is a badge of honour. It's not a problem.
So he will remain on strike to Archie Vaughan. Looking at the other side of the bonus point or match points coin, if Somerset can force a win here, they would take maximum points. They get 24. Still unsure whether any points are going to be deducted for the pitch here against Durham. And if any are, how many? I think it could be anything between 8 and 20.
Well, I suppose, yeah. Or it could be anything between, I mean, I think that's probably the realistic equation, but it could be anything between 0 and 20, perhaps.
Oh, it could be.
But I
was thinking of Hampshire's deduction of 8. But who knows? There's much deliberation going on at Lord's, no doubt.
Well, I don't know. It's a bizarre setup that here we are in the penultimate match of what we hope to be an exciting championship finale. And that's hanging over. We don't know where we stand. And B, we don't know what the format for championship cricket next year is anyway.
It's extraordinary, isn't it, to get to this stage of the season without knowing that for sure. Given some air by Vaughan and comfortably.
I mean, if Hampshire knew that there was no relegation next year, they'd probably be blazing away. I don't know. But they don't. They don't know that.
Yeah, I mean, we could be in a situation where, I mean, say Surrey and Notts were to draw or tie today, we could have a situation at the start of the final round where Somerset are still in with a shout for the championship without knowing about the points deduction.
Yeah, it could be.
Which feels a bit crazy.
Well, one of our sages, I think it was Ben, had a theory that actually it's better for Surrey to win, because then there's only one team that Somerset would have to overhaul, because they would be about equal with Notts if they won this game. And Surrey play Hampshire at Southampton in their last game. And Hampshire, although they'd be busy because they've got a final with the 50 over coming up on Saturday, Hampshire would nonetheless be motivated to try and have to win that game against Surrey.
Turn away from the bat there, but no stroke play.
So there was a slightly better chance of them succeeding in that, because they will be motivated to get themselves out of a hole. I don't know. There's a lot of ifs and buts, but at the moment we might as well just focus on this particular game, which is an extraordinary game of cricket. When you think that, everyone's stopped now for a bit of treatment for Gubbins, I think.
Maybe, I wonder if that's to do with the bowling injury.
He might be, but he's having possibly a pill or two.
Yeah, it looks
he,
like
of course, is captaining the 50 over team for Hampshire, or has done. But it's an extraordinary game because in the first innings, Somerset got their 450 in about just over 100 overs at a rate of 4.5 an over. And for different reasons, but perfectly understandably, Hampshire in this innings are 85 for 3, and we're just about to start the 63rd. New ball, they'll be thinking, what are we going to do with the new ball? I mean, I think Somerset will take it, but whether any seamer gets to see it, I'm not sure.
Well, unlikely. They didn't waste time putting Leach and Vaughan off.
Yeah, I would have thought they might. I mean, Leach is very accustomed to using a new ball. Did it quite often for England. Anyway, he's got the old one in his hand now. And there's Ben Brown. Pushing forward. I'm puzzled by the field, though. I don't understand why there's a long off. And why there are only 2 men round the bat when just occasionally it leaps.
Yeah, because he's in such a defensive bubble, Ben Brown.
Yeah, but there is a theory there, but I don't know what it is.
Well, maybe they're just trying to lure him into a big off drive.
Well, maybe, but I'm not sure he's in the market for being lured.
He doesn't look in the mood, does he?
No. I mean, I do remember Phil Edmonds used to have an odd field like this sometimes, and he would argue that what he wants to do is get the batsman pushing for that single that is available to long off. And if it grips, it might go in the air, but I'm not so sure about that. Now that did spin, and I don't know if I think it might have taken the bat, but it just didn't carry, did it? Let's have
It's a good stop by Craig Overton.
I'd like to have another look, we will, but he gets through his overs so quickly, it's quite difficult to catch up.
Possibly at the end of the over. Quicker from Leach, and once again, it's a solid defence on display. And again.
Interesting to see the pace come up. I've been fascinated. Years ago, we had that sort of radar telling you how fast bowlers are bowling. Because I'd love to have known how, for spinners, how that varied. And Leach, generally, in recent times, has been bowling around about 55 miles an hour in Test cricket and in most of his cricket. But you look at that over, and he's been bowling much more slowly. He's been in the late 40s with the odd one just over 50. And that's one thing he's done well this summer. He's sort of adjusted his pace a bit more. He's been prepared to bowl a little more slowly. You find at Test level nowadays, we saw it from Washington Sunder perhaps, finger spinners, they bowl at a pretty rapid pace. Nathan Lyon is very close to 60 miles an hour practically every ball. Leach has got quicker. But on these sort of surfaces, he's experimented a bit more, and sometimes he's got the ball to turn a little bit more the slower he bowls. It's not a natural for him now, but he's been prepared to do it this year. He's had a really good year. But he's just temporarily stymied by the obstinacy and skill of this pair of batsmen.
Vaughan then. Gubbins well forward, and it's another strangled appeal. The appealing has been a bit quieter. We think the umpires had a word with Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton, who's involved in the conversation as vice-captain, about repetitive appealing. That's how it looked. Particularly given that the conversation was called straight after a particularly raucous appeal. Vaughan then into his 31st over. Somerset searching for this 4th wicket. Again padded away.
Trying over the wicket, but he's going to get kicked away, so he's going back round the wicket now. That makes sense. Yeah, well, you've got to try and work the umpires a bit. You don't want to get on their wrong
It was.
And you know, I think I used to do that a little bit as best I could. So if it was a slightly optimistic appeal, you'd kind of say, yeah, guys, sorry, it's going down, and you were quite right. And you'd have sort of, I think you'd generally have two sorts of appeal. I mean, every appeal has got to be one of conviction, otherwise what's the point? Oh, it didn't quite carry, but it took the outside edge. But even so, you'd have one appeal which is maybe a bit optimistic. It has to be wholehearted, but it is more of a question. And then you'd have another appeal where you thought, this is out. And it would be different in tone and somehow, and you were just looking for confirmation that this was obviously out. But you shouldn't be appealing with absolute certainty every time. You've got to acknowledge that the umpire knows best. Well, you've got to pretend that they know best.
Yeah. Have a little
and
bit
kind of get them in a sympathetic mood if you can. It does help a little bit. They are human. So you don't want to annoy them by too many appeals that are clearly not going to come to anything. But of course, if you're bowling spin and it keeps hitting the front pad, you're perfectly entitled to ask.
And always good to chat cheerfully to them.
Yeah. And I'm sure they, by and large, they do. But I mean, you always used to look to see who was umpiring, and you'd have various emotions. I mean, it was great fun to play with Dickie Bird, but if you were in the running for the championship, in some ways he was the last person you wanted to see because you wanted a result. And he was a renowned, not-outer. So even though he was fantastic company and great sense of humour, and he was a funny man, sometimes wittingly, sometimes not. You weren't necessarily thrilled to see him on the first morning if you were desperate for victory, because you thought you might have to get a few more wickets to get there. And then, of course, most of them, as they are now, were ex-players. So, you'd have your favourites almost.
Yeah.
That's on the basis that he thinks it's pad bat. But they're having no truck with that. So, for example, there'd be Jack Birkinshaw. He ended up coaching here. Off-spinner. Well, I loved bowling at Jack's end. Let's have a look.
Look, pretty close.
Yeah, well, then they've got to work out whether he's playing a shot at that or... If he's not playing a shot, it's very close. It's hard for Leach to get the left-hander LBW over the wicket on a pitch that's turning. It's got to go straight on.
Studied defence from both batters. Just continuing much in the same vein as they were going before the lunch interval.
Well, why not? It's worked for them. They're I'm still puzzled by that long on, I must say.
He's not shifting, is he?
No.
I think it's Lewis Goldsworthy.
Well, he feels a bit futile. If he gets caught long on, I'm a Dutchman.
I remember Dickie Bird was a fixture, really, wasn't he, on the Test circuit for a long time. Started pretty young, like David Constant did.
Yeah. Well, Dickie was a wonderful umpire. He tended to be cautious in terms of LBW dismissals. But he was a wonderful diffuser of tense situations. I can't remember all the details, but he was umpiring with Dennis Lilly once, and Dennis Lilly was just sort of losing it. And then Dickie went into a sort of a Barnsley-style rant that was, well, A, incomprehensible, B, hilarious, and in the end, Dennis Lilly ended up guffawing with everyone else. What could you do? And he was obviously so dedicated to the job as well. So he was obviously a one-off. Used to.
Yes, he was on a test list which included Bill Alley as well.
Yeah, well, Bill was great fun to... I mean, Bill was, when he batted or played cricket, was chattering non-stop. Until occasionally they sent him to Coventry when he was batting because he so much like to chat.
Oh, is that a miss-stumping?
It is a technical miss-stumping. It's gone. It's turned and bounced, and I think it hit Rue on the shoulder blade almost. Let's have another look. So it's a technical stumping chance.
Through the gate.
Yeah, but it turned and bounced, so it is a chance. But it would have been a brilliant stumping. We'll get a better idea from this angle. Look how far up it goes. Actually, yeah, there he goes. It almost gets him on the shoulder. I mean, how you get that into your gloves, I'm not sure. But a chance it was. I'm not sure how you take that chance, but it was a chance. It would have been brilliant. Rare time he comes down the pitch. He won't do that again for a while.
Yeah, I found out a little bit more about Bill Alley over the winter, contributing to the 150th anniversary Somerset book.
Yeah, amazing cricketer, wasn't he?
Yeah, Colin Atkinson was his captain for a while. He said all Bill wanted to do was bat, bowl or field in the gully. If he was doing one of these, he was happy. He liked to grumble and to swear, and we used to wind him up. He might let go a few oaths in response, and then everything was okay.
He's ahead of his time. He didn't sign for Somerset until he was about 38, 39. He probably lied about his age. Yeah. He just missed out on the 1948 Aussie tour party. Partly because he was a slight oddball even then, but he was a fantastic cricketer. And ahead of his time, he used to wallop everything over mid-wicket like they do now.
He didn't have a particularly large range of shots.
Well, he didn't follow the MCC coaching guidelines, I'll tell you that. And he would fetch balls over mid-wicket in a way that he didn't do very often in those days, and then bowl beautiful, silky medium pace. As the umpire said, you could never hear him coming. He was so light-footed. He scored over 3,000 runs in 1961. It might have been his benefit year. No, it wasn't his benefit year, I don't think, but 3,000 runs he scored. He probably got about 90 wickets.
It was Ken Biddulph who said of him, he had the dab wide of gully,
right?
The hook, he loved to hook, and the hoik over mid-wicket.
That's the hoik, that's the one I remember.
The dab, the hook and the hoik.
Yeah, well, it was a damn good hoik, because he got a lot of runs. A larger-than-life character. And when he was umpiring, he was chatting. He chatted all the while. He couldn't understand it. When someone went out the bat and they sent him to Coventry, he said, "What's up with you lot today, then? What's up with you lot?" Probably didn't get any. He felt uncomfortable.
I never saw him play. I saw him umpire a lot.
Yeah. He liked giving, as an umpire, well, you shouldn't say this, but he quite liked giving the big players out.
And he had plenty of opportunity.
Yeah.
Here's Jack Leach. He summed up his Somerset career thus: while other teams fretted about the championship, we were content to earn a reputation as the best social team in the country. My word, how we enjoyed ourselves.
Right, Bill. Time for Harry. He's coming. See if he can get a wicket.
Somerset need one. That's not far away. Jack Leach persevering from the river end in pursuit of that fourth elusive wicket. Well forward goes Ben Brown.
Vic so desperate for a wicket, he thought he'd trip over the headphones with a hot drink in his hand.
Oh dear.
Oh, we might have a little delivery here, Stephen. I hear a bit of rustling in the back of the box.
That's sort of exciting. A brown paper bag.
Got a few cakes, Stephen.
Yeah.
You know, it's that time of the year where commentary box cakes coming in.
Mm.
Right, I'll go. I'll disappear.
Thank you very much. Gordon Avery with a few brownies for us from the bundles box. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot.
Top man. We'll be more than happy to look after.
It's quite a substantial
Oh, look at these, Stephen.
double chocolate
Thank
brownie
you very
bites.
much.
Fantastic. We'll explode before we get home.
Oh, and a bit of lemon cake. That might have Stephen Lamb's name on it. Thank you very much.
Fantastic.
Top man you are. Much appreciated. Early tea in the commentary box. Well, we might allow Vic some of these brownies.
There are plenty on offer.
Thank you very much.
End of Jack Leach is over. 87 for 3. Gubbins is 20. Brown is 16.
I think Soldier's going to have a bowl, Stephen. I've been calling for this for about 2.5 days. Just to change it up. Different bit of angle, different pace, different delivery. Yes, I'm not sure what the umpires are chatting about. There's no issue of bad light. It's going to be a round of applause. Shoulder's the man with 180, a first-class best with a bat, is now going to come on and have a bowl.
And you and I both had very pleasant conversations with his dad
yesterday. I ended up playing 3 hours of pool and snooker with him last night.
Marvellous.
Ended up going out to the sports bar. My mate cancelled on me last night for the cricket coaching, so ended up, yeah. Stephen, you'll love this. It was 58 all in our first ever frame of snooker.
Wow.
58 all. We're both not particularly good, and I somehow sunk the black. It was a black ball final, it was.
Mm.
I wrote it down. I said, I'll write this down for Stephen Lamb. We were 51 all. Then we both missed the black to make it 58 all. Then I potted the black. But what happens if you draw in snooker? Do you draw a frame?
I think you can do.
Yeah. Well, I guess we...
I think you halve it, don't you?
Right, okay.
I think that
makes
may
sense.
be the expression.
2 slips then for Casey Aldridge, outside the off stump. So I won 65-58, which sounds ridiculous. I'm not a snooker player. They were long old frames, I'll admit that. But he reckoned he'd never played pool before, but played a bit of snooker. So I said, oh, fair enough. We'll warm up with pool and then play a bit of snooker.
Well, it was lovely chatting to him. I asked him, actually, whether he was the same height or whether he was any taller. And his answer was he used to be half an inch taller, and he reckons now he's half an inch shorter.
He spent too many times sat in a cockpit of planes, shrinking. Leg gully in place as well for Aldridge. On the money. That's a cheeky single. Oh, a good single, actually. Well batted, well judged. Yeah, top bloke. Yeah, Graham Aldridge, Casey's dad. Keen to still come and watch Somerset, even with his boy playing up at Durham next year. Casey buying a house in Chester Street, but Graham can't be going up there all the time. It's a fair drive.
If you're listening, Graham, then hope you're enjoying this particular phase of the game.
Oh, Stephen. First mistake on the black ends the game.
Wow.
I've never heard that before.
I didn't know that.
Wow. That's what one person says. Someone else says a draw in snooker is a re-spotted black. Wow, there's some snooker experts in the chat here. Re-spot the black if points level. Wow.
Full start for Casey.
Bit too breezy out there. Watch out. Don't let the health and safety hear. It's windy, Casey.
He's bowling into it. What wind there is. It's not as strong today as it has been for some phases of the game, particularly day one when we didn't have any play at all.
Good start here from Casey Aldridge. I love the way, I think we talked to Steve Kirby and Andrew Griffiths a couple of years ago about the follow through in his delivery stride, and Casey getting through the crease was helping in his early years as a Somerset. Probably a bowling all-rounder when he first came through. Now you'd say he's probably a genuine all-rounder, or I mean, in this game you call him a batting all-rounder, but when he gets through the crease better... Oh, is he letting his run up here a little bit? Have a look at this technique. Brilliant work from Alex Anderson on Doug. Look at this camera angle on Casey Aldridge's technique. Good bouncer at the shoulder height. We've got Neil Schillebeer on the camera down below us. Alex Anderson on dugout camera. And Will Martin, the director's chair. Big shout out to those three who've been brilliant giving us the angles. Here we go. Here's the angle of the Casey Aldridge run up. Look at the follow through here. Straight through the crease. Big, tall, strong lad.
It's quite a lithe follow through.
Yes. Bit Adam lithe about it, is it? A live follow through to
Very
live
good.
last week. Tell you what, we've opened a can of worms about the snooker, Steve, and the live chat's popping off. Whether they respot the black before or after a foul. Whoever fouls first might have lost, and maybe I didn't win then. Maybe if I foul first. There he is, Alex Anderson, shout out. Wave, there he is. Was not a cricket fan before he got this cricket internship this year. And now he loves it. He was...
And does some great work for us.
Yeah. Archie Starkey's joined the World Snooker Championships, his intern colleague. He would know. Oh, that's
Well
a sharp
bowled.
bouncer, yeah. That's probably the best short ball we've seen from Aldridge in that first over. A couple he tried. I don't mind that. Now you have spin at the other end, and it's the contrast.
Absolutely.
And there's Neil Shillabit. Is that Jeff next to him, Jeff Bean? Yeah, I think that might be Jeff.
It is indeed.
The stream consultant. Jeff, basically, a few years ago, Jeff was the cameraman. For those of you who've not been a fan of the live stream for the last 5 or 6 years, you might not realise Jeff was our cameraman when we first started after COVID. And Jeff has basically passed on his skills to Neil Shillabit, who's been with us for 2 or 3 years now, and different interns every year, such that they have all the camera skills now, and Jeff can just enjoy his retirement, whining and dining in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion with, you know, he welcomes members from other clubs and the hierarchy. So, yeah, Jeff's there if needed. But
Yeah, he was with Sky for a long time.
years, yeah, Test
Jeff
cricket all
Ian.
over the world. He's got some stories.
He has indeed. I much enjoyed an interview with him a few years ago.
Ah, yes.
We sort of traced the way televised cricket has developed over the years. You might not remember this, Harry, but there was a time when the BBC were doing it when you only had the camera at one end.
Gosh, that was a while back, Stephen. Jack Leach is into Gubbins. That's James Ruse tried to kick it onto the stumps. We'll get a replay of here. Look at James Rue's left boot here. James Rue has tried to sidestep stumping. I mean, he never left his crease. He's just kicked the ball. I don't know if it's a slight bit of comedy, not necessarily boredom, but look at his left foot kick it. How's he missing there, James? You're not getting in that Somerset five-a-side team. Where's that
The
skill?
foot was nearer than the hand.
Oh, an easy one. Long on. There's so many fielders out in the bound of the leg side. Basically, Somerset want to bowl at the right-handed Ben Brown.
One of the cameras that Jeff used, which broke at the time, is now available for viewing in the Somerset Museum.
Yeah. Yeah, Mike, go and see Mike coming in there. Yeah, one of the cameras we called Jeff. And there's a Jeff Jr. as well. We got Kayla Cowboy. Is he just getting bored? He's double hatted, but one forward, one back. I think it's a Jack Leach hat. I think it's a Jack Leach hat.
A bowler hat.
Bowler hat.
I love it.
Credit to Director Will for that before Stephen Lamb steals the line, the one-liner. A bowler hat, although he's not going to bowl. If Tom Kohler-Cadmore's bowling, then the game's done. The game's very much alive as we speak. Oh, I love the exasperated faces on the slips.
Yeah, I mentioned the camera just at one end. It was in black and white cricket when I first
Oh,
saw
you're
it.
not that old, Stephen.
It's round about, I think, 68 or 69.
Oh, I didn't think you were
moved
born then.
From black and white to colour.
Don't look a day over 50.
I remember the Packer affair.
Kerry Packer, yeah.
Yeah, which
Read a bit about that.
was somewhat infamous at the time when he signed up a whole load of the world's best players, basically, for a rival competition to Test cricket. It was all because he couldn't get the television rights in Australia. So he decided to go it alone, and although it was vilified widely at the time, it did do a lot for television coverage of cricket. A lot of innovations that came in. Coloured clothing, cameras at both ends, different angles. So it was, in many ways, for the good of the game
Yes.
in the longer term. But that was a while back, 50 years back. 1977, that all kicked off. 89 for 3 in 2025 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset still can't find that fourth wicket. Wicketless since the lunch interval. Been going for an hour and 20 minutes. No, nothing like that. Start again. Been going for 45 minutes.
Oh, I'm not going to trust your maths anymore, Stephen. I'll let you correct yourself. There's Aldridge who's going to come in with a short leg, a leg gully, and 2 slips. Gubbins again, he did that in the last over. Just a push, sort of punch defensive shot. Where have the 8 around the bat gone? Well, I guess the seamer's not going to have 8 around the bat, and Jack Leach wanted to bowl at Ben Brown, the right-hander. So they're trying to give Gubbins a 1. He wasn't going to play an expansive shot, but give him the 1 and then allow Brown to come and strike. But Brown and Gubbins are pretty confident. Do you remember that Surrey game where this time was it the Hampshire game this time last year, I think it was? Gubbins and Dawson took an end each, basically. It's not been like that today. These two are content to face whatever bowler's coming in at them. It's not that one's going to take one type of ball and the other the other.
That's another good short ball from Casey Aldridge. Just giving the batter a bit of hurry up.
It's that stage of the season where people are sending in messages saying thank you so much for live stream, or people might have stuff on the next couple of hours, they might have work meetings, and it's their emotional farewells. Or bold, Casey Aldridge, good bouncer.
Just isn't that much in this wicket for seam. That's the problem. And that's why we've seen so much spin. Firm defence again from Ben Brown.
Before we get to going, I've got a little thought here, Stephen. Dan Kingdom had a lovely little tweet, actually, of all the subs. We could have a little bit of fun with a poll or a quiz on the live chat.
What about player of the championship over the season?
You want a poll on the... Yeah, we could do that. My other thought was going to be...
Just a thought.
Was always going to be, can anyone remember the last official concussion substitute for Somerset? This is more of a trivia question for me, I guess, rather than a poll. But can anyone remember before this game, where Josh Thomas is coming to make his debut for Tom Abel, the last concussion sub? Will Martin can remember the last concussion subs for Somerset? There's a clue. He came in and did pretty well.
Is he playing out there at the moment?
No. But both he and the man he replaced have played for Somerset in the last week. There's your clue.
End of Casey Aldridge's over. Just the 3 runs off him in 2 so far, but hasn't been able to drum up that 4th wicket. As yet, he may have another opportunity. Hampshire batsmen intent on survival. They're not fussed in the least about runs. Gubbins' 23 have come from 142 deliveries. And Brown's 17 from 80.
Lewis Goldsworthy is going to bowl from the River End. There's chat in the YouTube chat. I think Tom Curran quit first-class cricket other than September. Tom Curran only seems to play first-class cricket in September. Played down here last year, actually took Lewis Goldsworthy down a bit, took him into the Scottish Pavilion stand. Yes, exactly. I mean, if he doesn't play, he can't get his winner's medal. So be ready for a good morning Somerset fans if Tom Curran wins the title. We're going to have a poll for Championship Player of the Season. Then we've got to vote for the poll before the poll as to what the 4 options should be. Now, Tom Abel and Jack Leach have been particularly good in the latter half, but weren't quite as good at the start.
Tom Lammonby might be a candidate.
I think Lammonby and Abel have got to be in as 2 batters, but does Cola Cadmore have a shout? He was very good against the Duke, the Kookaburra ball, then took that into the Dukes.
He hasn't played all that many games.
James Rouge's been pretty good. Tom Abel didn't do a lot, but now he's our leading run scorer after a brilliant last few rounds. Tom Lammerby's been pretty solid throughout. So
Jack Leach.
We've got 2 conversations going on in the chat here, Stephen. Getting too excited. Commentating on the cricket, and we got 2 chats. Gordon Avery just gave us those cakes. We should mention his comment. He reckons the concussion was to replace Craigo versus Surrey around 3 years ago, his brother causing havoc. That is the penultimate last concussion sub. So he's correct, but there's one in, there are 2 in between that. I remember that. So Casey Aldridge and Martin DeLanger came in for Josh Davey and Craig Overton after Jamie Overton hit both of them in the head. I've actually got that helmet at home where Jamie bounced out his brother. Wow, concussed him out.
Fielded and nurtured by TKC on its way back to Lewis Goldsworthy. Yeah, Matt Henry, that's a good thought.
For Championship Player of the Season, this is. It's hard to narrow it down to 4, Stephen. Allow and be able lock-ins. Is Rue a lock-in? Leach didn't do a lot before the last few games, but he's our leading wicket taker.
Well,
so
he's got to be in there then, hasn't he? If he's.
So we're saying Leach, Abel, and Lammonby are definites. I'm not sure Gregory's done enough for the Championship this year. I mean, but do you give it for the captaincy points? Do you give it for individual stats?
He's got plenty of runs and some wickets.
I think I'd have Rue ahead of Gregory for a Player of the Season shout.
We're thinking on our feet about all this.
So many conversations we've got.
But we're going to come up with a poll very shortly. And it's going to relate to Player of the Season.
Going back to one previous conversation as well. Archie Atkinson from Backyard Cricket. Yes, I'd love to come and play a backyard game in the Yorkshire Backyard Cricket Garden. Great to see Archie and his 3 mates come down. The Backyard Cricket lads had a game on the outfield this time last year, actually, in the rain in September. Great bit of content. Yeah, I'll be more than happy to come up and have a go at Backyard Cricket.
Still 2 slips in for Casey Aldridge, who's going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Oh, good bouncer. Stephen, there's another shout for the concussion sub. Ben Green was a concussion sub, AB, but he did not replace DeLanger. Ben Green replaced George Bartlett against Glamorgan in 2020.
I thought Ben Green was in the frame for that.
We're also missing. There was one last year which no one's mentioned yet. I think Will Martin knows it. He took a few wickets when he came in as concussion sub. Oh, that's unpleasant. That's really well Barbie Aldridge. That has hurt Gubbins.
Which, on the elbow.
As brutal as it sounds, is kind of what Somerset want. It's not nice, but Somerset, if they rough one of these 2 up who look pretty content, hurt them.
That looked painful.
And then they might have a chance. No forearm.
Well, he's had 1 injury already while he was bowling.
Look at this angle. Not pleasant. Oh, he's just ducked into it. Poorly played, really. Misjudged it. Casey Aldridge is bowling with a... Oh, that's a brood of it.
He's in a lot of pain.
But there's not really any point in the physio coming out. I'm not quite sure why the umpire wants the ball. Just checking it. Yeah, the ball's fine. How's his underarm? Yeah, not bad. TKH has got it on the live chat. Miggy Pretorius replaced by Ball. Durham away at Chester Street 2024 last year. I think Ball did very well in that game. And then...
Will Martin mentions that Miggy Pretorius is the 2nd highest wicket taker in the Championship.
Somerset, and he hasn't played that many games. I would actually argue, no offence to Gregory, who's led well, of course, I'd argue Pretorius would be ahead of Gregory in the Players of the Season contender list. Got a few runs as well. He whacked a few with Craig Overton at Trent Bridge. A few little cameos. Did Miggy Pretorius come on as a concussion sub? No, that's a Jake Ball on for Miggy Pete.
Down the leg side, and Gubbins not interested in that. That elbow will still be tingling. That's one of the most horrible places to be hit. Lammonby, Leach and Abel we've settled on.
It's a poll that will come in the YouTube chat for a Somerset Player of the Season in the Red Bull format.
Giving it everything. Casey Aldridge in search of wicket number 4.
There it is. 9 votes already. 12 votes. It's only just gone in the poll. I don't know who I'm going for there. You know what? I might go for Tom Lamby because he's bowled a little bit as well. And well, he's nailed that pull shot. There is a fielder out there. It's Lewis Goldsworthy. Of course it is. Timed beautifully.
So well that they can only take a single.
Yeah. So this is, if you look at the poll, it does tell you that it's a championship player of the season, not just all formats. Tom Lammonby's just been solid at 3 with the openers changing. So many different opening partnerships as Somerset love to do. And we're bantered in and out with England commitments. Tom Lamby's been a rock at 3.
There is going to be some, well, attention paid to that elbow.
Bit late though, Stephen. Why not get it as soon as it was hit? Why make him face a few more balls and then give him treatment? Isn't that a bit harsh?
It's actually just a conversation. I don't think there was any treatment. I think it was just a question. Are you okay, mate? Answer yes.
Yeah.
Game continues. Goldsworthy is going to continue from the river end.
Over 100 votes on the poll. Tom Lammonby is leading it. Then Tom Abel, then Jack Leach.
Can hear the tones of tractor over to our left.
I wonder if this poll is going to impact the actual player of the season at the Friday 3rd of October awards night here. Right, Casey Aldridge was going to field at 45 with a helmet on, but he's going to be welcomed back to leg slip. Craig Overton calling the shots quite a lot as vice-captain. Lewis Gregory's so laid back, he's quite happy. The round arm spin of Goldsworthy then, 44 on his back.
It's worked very well, hasn't it? The captain, vice-captain.
It has.
Coordination.
Great partnership. Who was Tom Abel's vice? Was it Gregory?
It may have varied because he was captain for so long. I'm not sure whether it would have been the same every time. As captain, he did 7 years, didn't he, Tom, as skipper? For part of that time, Lewis Gregory was the 20-over captain.
Yeah. Chris Payne agrees with my earlier point that Rouge should be in the shout for player of the season. I think we forget that he's so young. We take for granted that he's, what, 21? We almost feel like he's been around for so long since replacing Steve Davies. That James Rouge scoring nearly 1,000 runs and taking catches and stumpings. Yeah, James Rouge sort of taken for granted. My point was, though, I mean, Rouge has batted 4, to be fair to him. Quite a lot of games this year. But I feel like Lamby's often had to come in early with the ball doing all sorts, nipping around. And he's bowled a little bit. Moorhar's point, a lot of Somerset batters do bowl. Yeah, the One Day Cup, you look at the top 6, 3 bowlers in the top 6. In Archie Vaughan, Tom Lammonby. Josh Thomas wasn't actually used.
Squeezed away by Brown for a comfortable single. To conclude the over, Goldsworthy 0 for 10 from 6. They've been playing for exactly an hour since lunch, which means, I was going to say it's time I hand it over.
No, don't panic, Stephen. Don't panic, Stephen. You stay.
Not quite yet.
We haven't had your David Attenborough dulcet tones yet. I'm sure we'll find a Pied Wagtail for a bit of David Attenborough. That's what the fans want to hear on the last home game, the last Somerset live stream of the year, really.
Yes, was it somebody wrote in last year, didn't they, with a sort of description of, I think it was Dom Sibley,
As an animal?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very good, and you had to read it. I love that.
It was a very funny
It was
contribution.
one of my highlights of the year. We nag if there was more time given for the very busy Somerset media team. I'd try and nag Will Martin every year to put together a commentary highlights package. That would be the opening line to that, because
The
that was
Sibley,
magnificent.
the Sibley has gone at the Oval, one of 5
Yes.
to have been dismissed. Surrey have lost another one.
Pope,
There.
Folk, Sibley, Burns all gone.
Last man out is Ryan Patel for 6.
Good player, Ryan Patel, an underrated player for Surrey. So you got all the big names that get all the plaudits. Ryan Patel has been anywhere, a bit of a Lewis Goldsworthy, I'd say.
But
About
there-
anywhere from 1 to 8.
There is an aggressive partnership in progress between Dan Lawrence and Tom Curran.
Yeah,
49 and 30 not out respectively.
Somerset fans would not enjoy Tom Curran waltzing in for this game late in September, and
They're going
he were to
they're
get him
going
over the line.
they're going to run a ball, those two, at the moment, and Surrey need another 72 for victory.
Yeah, you'd
so
back
they'd
Surrey
be
to win
favourites.
that. Dan Lawrence is a mighty fine player. They've probably still got a Jordan Clark to come, have they not?
Yeah.
Jordan Clark to come. Gus Atkinson to come. They bat deep to Surrey. This game's not over yet, Stephen. I mean, if you've got Atkinson and Clark at 8 and 9, that's ludicrous riches. Matt Fisher at 11 can bat. Tom Laws was the night watcher, don't forget. So, yeah, and Dan Worrell was the other one. Tom Laws was the night watcher in the first innings, but still to bat in this game. So no Jordan Clark, it's Laws, Worrell. Not a bad tale.
Is that going to be a buy? No. They thought about it, but decided it wasn't worth the candle.
Do we know what's up with Jordan Clark? He's arguably been Surrey's player of the season of what I've watched for Surrey. He's brilliant in the Blast as well as the County Championship. Surprised to see him not playing in the crucial top 2 battle.
Aldridge halfway through his 4th over. Hasn't been able to summon up a wicket yet. Could this be the one?
Tom Curran's been stumped. I heard a cheer in the stands at Taunton. Killer Cadmore then as the sole slip as Overton comes out to mid-wicket. That's a very good bouncer again from Aldridge. The line's good.
He has been largely on target with the short stuff.
He's a confidence player. When you get 180, it might have been quite a few hours and over a day ago now, but the confidence is flowing through his veins. I'd love to have seen him bowling back more. Still got that leg gully in place.
He was expecting that, wasn't he?
And that angle coming round the wicket makes it harder to play that bouncer if it's on target. If it's right at the badge, it feels like it gets on you quicker.
He was almost ducking at the point of delivery there.
Because if he tries to play that and hook it, there's a fine leg and there's a leg gully. He doesn't want to get out that way, having worked so hard for his 26. Remember Gubbins 50 off 260 odd balls here last year. He might not get to 50 today. That's not an important figure. He's just batting time. That's a good set of short balls from Case Aldridge. So often in the past, we've gone to the short ball ploy here at Taunton, and it's not worked.
I wonder whether that'll be the spell. 4 overs done for 5 runs, and it definitely is time now for me to hand over to Vic.
Thank you, Stephen David Attenborough Lamb. And yes, we are going to see Lewis Goldsworthy continue from the river end. Yeah, Case Aldridge just has roughed them up a bit there, so you wonder if that might affect Gubbins, but it's quite... it needs quite a lot to upset Nick Gubbins. He looks pretty unruffled, pretty calm, composed, in a good headspace.
Hello. Yeah, well, they were good bouncers, but they were very well played, to be fair
Yeah.
to him. I mean, he wasn't going to hook them because there's men out there for the miss hook, and he managed to get out of the way pretty well. Bit of a disappointment for the bowler.
The batters are scoring a bit more freely this afternoon. I think more because Somerset are trying different things.
Well, they're not. Leach
Leach
come
was-
off. Yeah.
They're not tying up ends with Leach and Vaughan now. Somerset, even if they buy a wicket, they could cost 50 runs and take a wicket. The runs still shouldn't be an issue at the moment.
Yeah.
The new ball only 5.5 overs away now.
I imagine Leach, they're almost saving Leach for the new ball.
I wonder if Gregory might bowl a couple with the new ball.
You've got to get loose to do that, but yeah.
Also,
Well, I was listening to your debate about championship play, and I was a little confused, but I suppose stats don't mean anything. James Roux scored 200 runs more.
That's
than
what I
Lammonby.
argued. Yeah, that's what I said. That's what I said. That was my argument.
Oh, right, and he's not,
And
in,
Will
he's not in
Martin's-
your frame.
Will Martin and Stephen Lamb wouldn't let me have James Roux in the 4. We were asked for 4 players.
I think, hang on, that's not...
My point was Tom Abel hasn't done a lot until Trent Bridge away. He's been brilliant the last few games. I thought, and James Roux batting at 4 this year, not 5 or 6, so arguably harder runs.
Yeah, and he's kept wicket.
Yeah, and he's 21. We forget he's 21.
Yeah.
I wanted 4 players in the list, but we settled on 3 in the end.
Did you? Oh, right.
And to be fair, the votes are pretty similar. They're all in around the 30s. I don't think a bowler's stood out. I know Jack Leach is now a top wicket taker.
Well, I don't think Leach is a very good candidate. Oh, yes.
But that shows how good a team Somerset have, that we can't think of a standout Championship Player of the Year between Roux, Lammonby, Abel, Leach.
Well,
They've all had good seasons.
Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago, wasn't it, where it was James Roux's first full season, when I turned up at that end of season dinner where the official choice is made of Player of the Year and all these categories. And dear Pete Trigo was sort of one of the hosts, doing his tricks with a microphone. And he had to interview James Roux about 5 times.
Yeah,
He ended
got a
up-
bit boring, didn't it?
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to say that.
Well, James
Because-
would. James did. He said, I was bored.
Well, he
I didn't know
ended
what
up
else to
talking
say.
about golf handicaps.
Yeah. Which both of those two were much more comfortable talking about.
Yeah. And that was the only way that Trigo was beyond him.
Thanks.
Because Trigo was playing off scratch. Whereas James Roux got 2 shots, I think. Anyway, it's... who we got now?
We've got Tom Lammonby bowling. I told you that was the other thought, that the
If he gets
Tom
that-
Lammonby
I tell you what,
has bowled
if
nicely.
he gets that trick now, we'll make him player of the season.
We probably shouldn't do County Championship Player of the Season with potentially 4.5 more days to go, I suppose, is another way of looking at it. You never know. One of them could double up next
Well,
week.
it's fairly
all
subjective.
academic,
But
yeah.
but I've just, as a point of information, Roux is averaging 45 or 6, Lammonby's averaging 36 or 35, and Roux scored 200 odd more runs. So
And he's kept wicket quite tidily.
Yeah, but here comes Lammonby.
But
The
Lammonby's
secret
got a few
weapon.
wickets. It's a little bit of a gentle, short, back of a length loosener. But he bowled very well in the One Day Cup. I think that was why Josh Thomas didn't bowl so much.
Yeah, but we were talking about the championship specifically. Not
But-
that I've got anything against Tom Lammonby. It's-
But I think he didn't bowl in the Championship so much in the early stage of the season. But now, because he bowled so well in the One Day Cup, it's sort of got that.
Yeah, he
that
should
thought
bowl.
in the
I
back
think
of
he
the
should
mind,
bowl.
yeah.
Well, if that ball swings, I mean, this one's hardly like this swing because it's 76 overs old. If the ball swings, he's a damn good
That
option
moves away a bit.
because he has the capacity to swing the ball.
And with Tom Abel not bowling because of his hamstring,
Yeah,
he is the seamer in your top 6,
yeah.
which is always useful to have a Jonathan
No,
Trott,
I would,
James
and I
Vince.
like the way Roux used him in the 50 over. He seemed to be the one who was promoting him, saying, "Hang on, let's get him on." And he got a few caught deep mid wickets, or deep square leg, but he got a few that were actually bowled out. You know, LBW's nicks, because he can get the ball to move in the air sometimes, but I wouldn't guarantee it's going to happen now. But I think it's something that Somerset need to use, or any all-rounders, invaluable. Not to even have him bowling stacks of overs, but there are moments where he could be quite handy, and one of them is especially if it's a swingy day, the old left arm over, swinging it back into the right-hander's front pad now and again.
See, these balls in any other situation Gabbins might be tempted to back foot punch, but he's happy to just leave. Runs aren't an issue for Hampshire. They're just trying to bat time. They know if they bat another 40 overs, hands will be shaken.
Yep. And what Gubbins now is faced 170 balls for his 27, and it's a great. It's a real old-fashioned innings, but it's a damn good one.
Can't remember
playing the situation. Nope, I don't think so.
Yesterday there were a couple, but not today. Craig Overton got hit on the left boot early yesterday. He had another drop catch off his right palm, but today these two have been pretty decent, solid, patient, calm, soft hands.
Well, the next step will be that it'll be interesting how Gregory goes with the new ball. I would have thought with the new ball he might go Leach and a seamer.
Yeah,
possibly himself.
I would like to see him do so. 2 overs of Gregory with Jack Leach at the other end. Then you might go to Craig Overton alongside Leach, and if Leach isn't bowling well, you might then go to Vaughan.
Yeah, well, we'll see. It's 76 overs gone. There's still a fair bit of cricket left, but it's a long time since a wicket's fallen.
I don't think they'll shake hands until there's 3 or 4 overs to go.
Oh, no, of course not. Anything can happen. Well,
I don't
think of that Surrey game.
Well, you hope the bad light won't come into it. There's no chance
it's been
of rain.
fine. I mean, there's no...
Then yesterday was
no
cool.
imminent danger. I mean, it's been blanket sort of high grey cloud, but no one's asked the lights to be turned on.
You wonder how much the wind, health and safety calling off Monday because the covers were on the pitch. They weren't able to get the covers off on day one. You wonder how much difference that's going to make. Could those extra overs make a difference? All of them going off at 4:15 for bad light last night. Could those lost 15 overs make all the difference? Flighted from Goldsworthy.
They like that out there. There was much oohing and eyeing, but I think
middle of the bat.
And that's the 100. It's taken him 76.2 overs, 76.1 overs. But nonetheless, this pair have done a terrific job.
Goldsworthy into his 8th over. He had lovely figures earlier of 3-2-1 overs made and runs, which I was really enjoying. Or 3-2-1-0 technically, with overs, maidens, runs, wickets. Albert was the last wicket to fall, quite a long time ago now, this morning.
There's still plenty of energy out there in the field. Overton's charging after that delivery.
Casey Aldridge, that is.
Oh, Casey Aldridge, beg his pardon. He's loose.
Overton, that slip.
Be just keeping loose. Wonder if they'll let him bowl with a new ball. Probably not.
Probably not, no.
But, I mean, it wouldn't be the worst idea for 1 over, just to see if he swung it. But I suppose you go to. I mean, Gregory hasn't bowled in the match, has he?
Bowled.
No, did that
bowled 4
didn't
overs.
quite carry, did it? I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at that.
That's a tough chance, but technically a drop for Casey Aldridge. Sprawled out on the ground. Would have been a very good catch.
He's right down, too. He's
one-handed outstretched right mitt. We'll keep replaying that because it's hard to see from certain. Oh, did it hit the ground just before?
Here's the replay. Let's have a look. He's right down there. Dink. No, didn't carry.
Yeah.
Didn't carry.
He's in that position at sort of, it's almost on his knees gully.
I mean, there is the... I mean, Goldsworthy obviously doesn't provide quite the same threat as Leach. But there is this notion that the batsman think, relax a little bit and think, we can just pick up a few runs here. Play a little bit more freely and a chance might be created because of that, I guess. Umpires having a chat. I think they're probably contemplating asking whether, should we turn the lights on? I'm guessing.
Really? 20 past 2?
It wasn't. I mean,
White
what the
cloud
time
over
is.
above?
Well, it's sort of white. Oh, it's quite grey in places. Well, I'm guessing they're having a chat.
The umpires aren't paying the light bills, I suppose, are they?
No. Or they might have been saying, "Have you got the new ball in your pocket?"
I
Because I haven't got it in
I
mine.
think that might be what it was.
Well,
3 overs
it's
to
not
go.
difficult to summon up a new ball.
Match referee will be engaged. Be very surprised if they don't take it.
Oh yeah, they'll take it, I'm sure. But absolutely, there's Lammonby. He's got a second slip in he didn't have earlier on, because that suggests he thinks it's just a flicker of away movement. Quite full enough to let it swing.
Josh Davey been back
Ben
on the
Green
field,
hasn't
middle.
bowled either, has he?
Nope, I've been begging for a Ben Green bowl for a while,
Well, you were
actually.
begging for Aldridge for a long time.
I think he's bowled well. Credit to Case Aldridge, didn't bowl many bad balls. Yes, he didn't get the breakthrough, but there could be a push for 2 here. Yeah,
And,
easy 2.
I mean,
Goes well
the argument in favour of Green would be that you'd think this might be a pitch where cutters with the wicketkeeper standing up, which he
Yeah.
bowls quite often in the short form game.
I was also going to say, when he bowls for Leicestershire in the Championship, he bowls quite full and straight to
Yeah.
attack the stumps.
Yeah, but it's a sort of cutter's pitch too.
Yeah, but he wouldn't bowl cutters with a new ball, would he? He should have
Oh,
probably
no,
bowled
no,
before
no.
80.
Oh, no.
So if he hasn't bowled now, it's probably going to be, he's not going to bowl for another 30, 40 overs now, maybe.
No.
Well, by 40 overs, the game will be done, but... Yeah, maybe they missed a chance there. Maybe Green could have bowled in the last 10 overs with an old ball, make something happen.
Well, you're looking for anything, any change that conjures a wicket from somewhere, or the batsman relax, or they make a mistake, or he gets one to... Anyway.
It's odd, though, because Leicestershire are going to play Division 1 next year. They've been confirmed as champions today. And he's opened the bowling for them. So he can open the bowl for one side that's going to be in Division 1, but he's not got a bowl in 54.3 overs in the first innings, or 77.3 overs.
Well,
Partly because of the pitch.
It's an odd pitch in that Gregory hasn't bowled, has he? Or barely bowled.
Well, I think that's
Overton's
more the wrist
barely
injury.
bowled. No
yeah.
one's bowled. I mean, if you're really being... that's the length.
Yeah.
Critical with a lot of hindsight, you'd have picked Show.
It was odd that he was in the squad and he's not done 12th duty. I guess England are paying his wages, but he was here on the first morning, said goodbye to Polly, and he's not been here ever since.
And he was in the squad.
Yeah, it is a bit odd.
But
surely he needs practice for the Ashes. Surely he needs practice bowling with the red ball.
Well, that's nothing to do with the criteria. Is what would be the best side to win this game.
From a Somerset point of view, yeah, totally agree.
That's, again, good. It's a no ball.
We've not seen many no balls in this innings.
That's all right.
Somerset do love a no ball, but they've been pretty disciplined in this game.
Yeah, perhaps any ideas might have been impacted by the fact the first day was washed out. But actually, when that happens, well, who knows? When it becomes a 3-day game, effectively, you might think we don't need so much bowling. But anyway, what ifs.
The over-rate's been
overpowering.
19 without Bashir.
Yeah.
The over-rate's 19 without Bashir, so...
Well, it's not a question of getting the over rate up. It's a
Well,
question
it
of
gives you
bowling
more
them
overs
out.
to bowl them out, doesn't it? The better your over rate is, the more overs you're going to get today to bowl them out.
Anyway, what's happening in the Oval?
256 for 7. Laws and Atkinson.
That's a great... That's a narrow contest, that, no.
Easy single there. To Archie Vaughan's left. Yeah, Somerset and Surrey had that cracking game last September. Now Surrey and Notts this September.
59. I think the tie is what we want desperately from a Somerset perspective. But
8 points for a tie seems ridiculous to me. How could it only be 8 points, not 10 or 12?
If that's the answer, if that's right, that is very strange.
Yeah, we checked it at tea.
You checked
lunch.
it?
At lunch, sorry.
No, did you? Well,
couldn't believe it. Yeah, Kevin
anyway,
Jones.
the tie is still a possibility at the Oval. Now there's a long chat.
The ground staff who don't want to play cricket on the wicket afterwards, they want to play football, are loving their cricket over by the shed today. I've not seen them play much this season, but they're loving it. Josh Nelson's over from the Vale.
I don't know what
He's got his
all
bat in his hand.
that discussion was about. Everything stopped for a while. 78 overs gone. Goldsworthy is going to continue.
I think this will be Goldsworthy's last over.
Well, you'd think so, because this is the 79th, then we get to the 80th, and then we'll see what he does.
Got to keep alert in the cordon. This might be a time where it's easy to switch off. Phil's got to be ready, because they could still have something happen just because they're coasting through with a new ball. You never know. There might be a half chance. Archie Vaughan's warming up as well. Do Somerset go double spin?
I don't know. I think as I say, I might just see what happens with one seamer with the new ball.
But do you go Craig or Lewis? That's your decision. If Jack Leach is a definite, I think I might give Lewis a couple.
Doesn't look like a man about to bowl.
He never does, though, does he? Let's be honest. Good fielding by Archie Vaughan. That was an easy enough single, but a little bit of scampering required. T won't be for a little while. T will be at 3:10 today. Jeremy Flight worries about Golders in this strong breeze, liable to fly away if not pegged down.
Well, that's very considerate. It's actually bowled perfectly respectably.
Yeah.
But that was a bit short.
As soon as you say that.
Short on jab, that. I don't know if he'll catch that.
That'll be 3. Lewis Gregory's not particularly quick chasing that. He will haul it in.
Don't put a hamstring. He will just, but he could run 4 here, I reckon. If they got any. No, they just settle for the 3.
You're right, they could have run 4. He's not going to launch it in either.
Well, that's loosened him up if he wants to take a new ball.
He's losing his hamstrings out, yeah.
He's trodden on the old ball.
Doesn't matter, does it? He's out of breath now, Lewis Gregory. Credit to Gubbins and Brown. They've batted particularly well.
Let's see what's happening at the Oval. Well, 265 for 7. Target 315. That's 50 to win. With 3 wickets left. Atkinson and Laws.
Not bad, is it? Getting Gus Atkinson and Tom Curran, 2 England all-rounders in who've not played much championship all year. Just get them in for the crucial games in September. No Shakib Al Hassan in this match. Pope and Folks pretty handy, though. Yeah.
Experiment was shelved. It'd be interesting to see how Washington Sunder goes.
If required.
Well, no, not so much today, but in the next match.
Against Surrey at
Surrey.
the bowl, yeah. Yeah, good point. Right, Tom Lumby's last over, you'd have thought. Ooh. That's a good ball. The last over with this ball, we are pretty confident.
Let's have a look at that. There's a bit of zip there. Jesus.
Oh, he's just hung his bat out to dry there. Just hung out the washing.
Umpires have got the lights on.
Yeah, they've been busy, the lights, this week. Expensive bill. Ben Green's had the pads on for a lot of today. Those hip flexors will be sore from fielding in pretty hefty shin pads all day. And a lot of yesterday. Probably not ideal prep to bowl at any point, is it? Maybe that's why Ben Green's not bowling, because he'd have to take his pads off. Oh, that could have gone anywhere. The short ball from Tom Lammonby is middled in between Casey Aldridge and Ben Green. Good shot from Ben Brown. A rare loose ball. But you don't mind it. You don't mind trying that. Gregory saying it's a bit of a short arm jab. Could be a top edge. We saw Organ get out to a short ball yesterday from the spin of Archie Vaughan and trying to hit it so hard, skied it off the leading edge up to Jack Leach. There were 2 wickets where the spinners combined yesterday. 1 caught Leach, 1 caught Vaughan. He's gone again.
Hook that one then.
That's probably overhead high, isn't it?
Well, he's not going to wide it, but you're probably right. It qualifies as 1 for the over, nothing else.
Well, yeah. Hampshire aren't too worried about missing out on a wide there in this situation.
Yeah, no. You don't want the extra ball, actually.
Indeed. Lamby with 2 more balls to make his mark. Possibly his last ever ball at home in the 2025 season. All dramatic, okay? So there'll be 38 overs available with the new ball. But if there aren't a crash of wickets, they might shake hands after 36 or so. Hopefully bad light won't curtail things before that. The last hour will be crucial. That textbook defensive shot from Brown though. Right, this ball should be launched to the side. Have they got the new ball ready? Lewis Gregory's got the old ball. Why is he shining the old ball? Surely not. Surely not.
Jack Leach is heading that direction.
I thought Lewis Gregory would just wang the old ball off to the field. Send it to Duke 7.
There's still scope for the new one. I would have thought.
He's just
got
kicked it
this
at the
on.
turf. Here we go. Umpire's been given the old one. Tom Curler-Campbell does it on this.
Is Curler-Campbell going to take the new ball?
Curler-Campbell's waved up to the crowd like he's Stuart Ward taking a test fifer.
Yeah, well, it's almost like the you watch the tennis, you know, the server holds up the new balls to, well, his opponent.
New balls, please.
So Leach, it's always a bit dispiriting if you bowl a lot of overs and then you have a break, and he's had a substantial break, Leach, to come back on with the same batsman at the crease. But that's where we're at. That should, if anything happens though, it should happen a little bit more quickly with the harder, newer ball. Can be quite hard to grip, but Leach has had quite a lot of experience of bowling with a new ball, so I don't suppose that will worry him greatly.
Hampshire nowhere near making Somerset bat again, so you do wonder if there was a 4th day in this, what became a 3-day match. Would Hampshire have shut up shop so early? Would they have tried to get a lead? I don't know, but these 2 are batting with serious determination. Overton straight in on his knees, which you don't always see with the new ball, which will come on a little bit harder, bounce a bit more. Well, that didn't bounce particularly high, but...
So the intriguing bit for us is to see who accompanies Leach with this new ball. I'm just looking around. Well, Lammonby's still going through some bowling actions.
Optimistically.
It's unlikely to be him.
It's nice to be able to see the lacquer on the ball going through the air. You see the shine, you can see the Dukes in gold on one side of the red cherry. It's a bit quicker from Jack Leach.
Just skidded on a little bit, didn't it? Didn't spin. That's why partly they got the gully there. On his knees. Craig Overton. He doesn't look like a man who's about to bowl the next over either. He's smothering it, Gubbins. Big stride.
Good signs for Hampshire. Looking pretty comfortable, both of these two, Gubbins and Brown. Even 5 overs into this new ball.
Leach coming over the wicket now. Look where Gubbins is standing. He's almost got a guard outside off stump.
Good stop between Rue and Gregory there to save there being 4 balls. That was a quicker one outside the off stump. Stayed pretty low. Hit that soft patch in the.
Well, it's going to be Overton, I think.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yep, senior bowler. Been out there a long time. Hasn't bowled many overs, but he's been rocking from slip to gully or somewhere around the bat.
Josh Davey coming on for Lewis Goldsworthy.
Well, he's bowled all those overs. A bit tired, I expect. Goldsworthy hasn't bowled that many for a while. 30 overs, 19 maidens, 0 for 27 Leach. Unusual figures in modern county cricket, or any cricket. So, let's see. There's a couple slips, another one going in that region. Forward short leg.
Yeah, that 3 over burst, he had 0 for 6 Craig earlier on. He wanted to bowl predominantly that right-handed Ben Brown at the time. But Brown looked pretty good against him.
Just the 2 slips, though, nothing too aggressive. Give him the freedom to get that ball up there, perhaps.
One of the slowest, but potentially one of the most important 50-run partnerships in Hampshire's recent history, if this keeps Hampshire in Division 1.
Would a draw more or less guarantee their safety, do you
Not
think?
quite as simple as that, because it still slightly depends on Durham and Essex, and obviously that they're still playing today
I
and
think
next week.
I think they've abandoned ship. I think game's over there. I don't think they've played at all.
The Durham game?
Well, have a look.
Emilio Gay got a century, because Worcestershire already relegated.
I may be talking nonsense then.
No, they're still playing.
Oh, right, Essex.
Durham are 224 for 3.
What about Essex?
Essex drawn against Warwickshire. Yes, sorry, that one.
That's what I was thinking.
That's the one that's gone. Yeah, surprising that to be gone so early, just in the first innings. Not many bonus points in that one.
Searching length, but well played by Brown.
Yeah, a bit of chat about the Worcestershire pitch here when Banton got that 300, but Somerset couldn't force the win. The pitch flattening out on today's 3 and 4.
Yeah, this one's obviously done more than that, I would say.
Not easy to bowl sides out twice.
No, I mean, this has turned. I mean, the ball's gone past the outside edge quite a few times for the spinner.
Good running. These two have run better and better as the day's gone on. A bit of positive intent.
Been a long wait for Washington Sunder, isn't it?
Do you reckon he's had his pads on all day? Maybe at lunch he might have taken them off. But since half-10.
Well, he wouldn't have had the pads on right at the start, would he? One down.
You wouldn't have them 2 apart?
No. Well, nowadays it takes about, how long is it? I mean, when I first started, you had buckles to do up. But now,
so you'd
how long's? Well, no, you would
2 apart.
You might. Well, obviously you'd have your pads on if you're next man, and you might have, but you probably wouldn't have your pads on.
You'd have whites in your kit ready to go.
Yeah. But it would take a little while to get all the buckles out of the way, and whereas now, how long does it take to put your pads on? About 20 seconds, 30 seconds.
But would you have faffed around with thigh pads?
Oh yeah, I think
you always had a thigh pad.
I think I think if you were in after the fall of 2 wickets, I think you might have your thigh pad stuck on and not your pads.
But you wouldn't have had the thigh pads on both legs back then, did you?
No,
just the front one inside your trousers.
Yeah. So Surrey They're inching towards it. There's 40 to win. 3 wickets left. A good partnership building up. 29 runs. Fairly
England's
quickly.
Gus Atkinson's looking pretty good with the bat.
Well, Atkinson's, he's got a great eye. No question about that.
Played twos against Somerset. Did you see that? Played
Yeah.
Surrey twos against Somerset twos. Kieran Roberts was saying he's one of the fastest bowlers he's ever faced, which is fair enough.
Well, that's
not
good
to be
news.
expected.
That's
yeah.
good news. Well, he played. Yes, he played.
But I don't think he played the whole game.
Well, did he go off and play in a test match after that?
No, I think he went off and joined the camp. Yeah, I think.
He didn't play in the last test? I can't remember.
Yeah, he played the last test with Wokes, didn't he? 'Cause he was whacking the sixes. Whilst Wokes was back with one arm. He was the one trying to whack the sixes.
So
that
twos game might have been his build-up for the test match.
Yeah, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I don't think they quite overlapped the test match. But he then went and joined the England nets or whatever rather than continuing to play. I think he just tried to whack it.
Because Surrey were playing, it was mildly surprising that he wasn't playing for Surrey, but he was playing for their second team.
And he just went out and tried to hit every ball for 6 in the twos game when he was batting.
Right. But then he got wickets in the match, didn't he?
Yeah.
Test match.
And a few hefty blows with the bat. Nearly pulled off a miracle after Jamie Overton went and Jamie Smith went. The 3
solid. We've seen that a few times. Ben Brown. Both these guys, when they've come forward, they've come quite a long way, and they've smothered it with skill and increasing confidence. The odd one just turns quickly, but it's always beaten the outside edge of Brown.
Well, one more ball from me, and then I'll get Stephen Lamb back into the attack for a bit of left arm slow from Stephen Lamb. Bit of a chat leech to his bowling.
There you go.
You missed corridor cricket the other day, Vic. You'd have enjoyed that. We had a bit of during the wind delay when it was.
What was the ball?
We used a tennis ball.
And what was the corridor?
Just out here,
right.
just behind the commentary box. Stephen Lamb was smoking the cover drives around the corridor. I'll leave him to tell you all about his brilliant corridor cricket innings.
Maybe. He's a modest man, though. So so far, it's most definitely Hampshire's session. Terrific. The sort of 2 old pros in that Hampshire side. Gubbins and Brown. Gubbins, 33 he's got from 195 balls. Brown has been skittish by comparison, 31 from 107. Admirable stuff. Frustrating Somerset. They won't have given up yet, though. They know that despite this partnership, you get 1 or 2, and it can all change rapidly. We've seen drama at a late stage at Taunton before now, but as things stand, clearly the draw is the favourite. We haven't consulted WinViz actually for a while, but we might do. That's a rare boundary. I haven't seen one of them for a while either. Hello, Stephen.
Afternoon, Vic.
I was going to skip your corridor cricket for a bit until it gets really dull.
I tell you, there's not much to skip.
But I think Harry really enjoyed it. It sounded like he did.
Yeah, it was. We did have an all-commentary dismissal. Court Taylor bowled Lamb.
Oh, well, Taylor was here too, was he? Right. Trigo wasn't playing because he would have wanted to bully a few.
No, he wasn't.
He wouldn't sink to corridor cricket.
No, he'd done his stuff in Sidmouth.
Ah, yeah.
That was lovely to see him and James Hildreth batting again.
Well, it was, wasn't it? And it was amazing how well they hit it. And even Pete was slightly taken aback because Pete Trigo has been playing cricket fairly regularly. But he conceded that Hildreth hit 6s that went further than Trigo's. With apparently less effort too, I think. He still got it.
Absolutely. So the new ball hasn't made an impact yet in the way that was hoped, but it's still pretty new. So only the 4th over with it.
Well, he's been out there for a long time, Gubbins. He's seen the ball well. He's getting into line. He's smelling it, getting right forward, both to the spinners and indeed to Overton in this spell. He had a few bounces from Aldridge, but he got underneath them, got out of the way nicely. frustrating wicket for bowlers too. It just seems to get deader and deader.
I don't think it'll be a long spell for Craigo.
No, but he's giving it everything. Just one mistake, one little bit of movement, one nick perhaps. But
There's that modern day expression, isn't there? One means two.
well, I'm not sure how modern it is because Boyks used to say it years ago.
Okay, in which case it isn't modern.
Well, you've got to bat as if you're 2 more down. You know, if it's 121 for 3, you've got to think it's 121 for 5.
It's one of the phrases you pick up every now and again on the effects mic.
Yeah, I mean, some of them are useful. You've got to bat in partnerships. That's one that always confused me. Of course you've got to bat in partnerships.
You can't not have one. You wouldn't have a game.
Yeah. Well, but you know, if you don't have any partnerships, you don't get any runs.
Floodlights have come on. Is
Yeah.
that recent? Quite recent.
I would say within just before the new ball was taken,
Okay.
probably. But it's not. Then you wouldn't think it was essential.
No, it's not dark enough for that.
And it's not. There's no threat at the moment.
I find the scoreboards quite a good guide to that. If they
Oh,
start
right.
shining brightly,
Yeah,
then you sense the gloom more strongly.
yeah.
And they're not doing that yet.
And the other signpost, and you can't quite see it, is when you get those sort of shadows of the players going in about 4 directions on the field from the floodlights, then you think, hang on, the umpires don't like that, it's getting dark.
Yeah.
Just looking at Archie Vaughan, he's starting to loosen up again, get ready for another go. As it is, it's leaked from the river end.
Yeah, he's not casting a shadow at all, Archie Vaughan.
And forward props Brown with great composure. He's confident that the stock ball he can defend, and when it turns, it seems to turn too much, and he hasn't got that little nasty nick.
It's an important few overs this before the tea interval, which is in
When
20
is it?
minutes' time.
Yeah, well, I mean, Somerset will keep going, come what may, but they couldn't have to do with 1 wicket before the break.
Yeah, I recall saying they could do with 1 more before lunch, and they didn't get that.
No.
And they haven't had 1 in the session yet.
Archie Vaughan is doing some loosening exercises. He might have been given the nod.
Off the outside edge, but all along the ground. Just need something to ruffle Hampshire's composure. These two are going along so steadily. There are plenty of Hampshire players watching from their balcony position in the Andy Caddick Pavilion, and at the moment they'll be watching in great hope of an escape.
Yep, they would have not been favourites to. I would have thought Somerset would have been favourites to to win the game this morning, but that's no longer the case now. What's Gregory going to do? He's going to come in and basically he's going to come in to slip, but what he's really doing is taking mid-on out and say, come on, why don't you just push it to mid-on? There's a huge gap there. Push it to mid-on. Easy runs. But will it turn? He's not going to be seduced.
They're just not interested in runs, are they? Particularly these two.
Well, I mean, they're right, probably. I mean, unless it's a very full ball, why try to sort of manipulate the ball through that huge gap at mid-on?
There's been a wicket at the Oval.
Looks
Gather
like
from Will
Josh Tongue, who could well be Australia bound, is getting a few high fives. Atkinson's gone. It's 9 down. We've missed a couple. In fact, Tongue's got 2 in an over. So, as things stand, well, Nottinghamshire are the favourites to win that game.
Yeah, they still need another 34, Surrey.
Yeah, they've got. Yeah. So that's just. I don't know how he was out, but Tongue got him. Tongue's got figures of 4 for 92 from nearly 20 overs, 19.5 overs. Laws is still there on 22.
Atkinson was caught by Patterson White off Tongue for 11.
Right.
And Fisher bowled Tongue for a duck.
Well, Tongue, he gives a few away, but he gets a few wickets, and that's what they'll be hoping he does.
Yeah.
Down under. Now in comes Worrell. We've seen him bat at tight situations down here.
We have indeed.
He's
We've
got-
seen him dismissed in a tight situation down here. He was the last man out this
Well-
time last year.
We'll keep an eye on that. For the moment, though, we've got Vaughan back with new ball.
That's extraordinary, really.
They put James Rue on as bowling, but I don't know why. But it's I can assure you on the scoreboard. Is someone having a laugh? No.
Oh, big appeal for LBW. Not out.
Didn't quite turn enough, I don't think. It skidded on, and he was trying to. Oh, there's a big shout there too. Sorry, there's a big shout at the Oval. There's a big shout at Taunton. It's all getting a bit much.
And they can be heard all the way along the
As
M4.
for the Taunton one, that has not. It just needed to turn a bit. I think it's just gone down, but it skidded on. It's close.
Oh,
He's
yes,
got
he's
it.
gone this time.
So there you go.
He's
vigil.
standing there, and there was a moment I was wondering whether it was going to be given or not, but the finger was raised. I think that umpire Debenham was expecting Gubbins to walk there.
Yeah, Gubbins took his time to depart. It's that harder ball. It just bounced a bit more. It didn't turn much, but it just skidded on again.
So James Rue, according to the scoreboard, has taken a wicket.
Look at that catch. He's so close there. That's why they were celebrating in a way. I mean, they love the wicket, but the catch, it's one of those. They've been on their knees. He was almost at silly point, just behind square on the offside.
Praying for a wicket.
Praying for a wicket. And the number of times we've seen them on their knees, and they never actually catch anything. But here, he just got his right hand underneath it. Gubbins was slow to move, but I think he could barely believe that this had happened. It has turned, actually. Just had enough energy on it to carry there. And Aldridge, who's...
Brilliant catch.
He is a brilliant catcher. I was chatting to dear Royce Kerslake at lunchtime. We were talking about the fielding, the catching. And there are two stunning catchers of a cricket ball in this team. They're as good as ever. One is Aldridge, who's just done that, and the other's Craig Overton. It's amazing. There's all 6'6" of them. Yeah. So after all Gubbins has gone, there's still a lot of batting to come. We've got Washington Sundar, the Indian international, playing Test cricket. But what a catch! I mean,
reflex.
It's very rare you see someone that close in that position, but it's worked. It just skidded on a bit, it back, turned a little bit, but it just had that little bit of extra bounce. He's got all four. Vaughan now. And Aldridge remains on his knees, along with, I think it's Overton next to him, on his knees. I mean, it's an extraordinary sight. Someone needs to take a photo. They probably have. But it worked there. He took the ball an inch or two off the ground, no more than that.
Dual prayerfulness.
Yes, indeed. So, 5 men huddled round the bat. Out comes Washington Sundar. Long wait, he's had. And forward he goes. But good ball. Good greeting on the mark from Archie Vaughan. 4 for 43 for him. But there, Jack Leach is still searching for that wicket. I mean, what a strange game this is. Ooh.
First sign of any aggressive intent.
Well,
first ball defended.
Yeah, when you come in, you want to sort of assert yourself a bit. And he's been waiting a long time, but left-hander, of course. And that's a little wristy flick, which has worked out well from him, but it provides possibilities from the fielding side. That little wristy flick just needs that ball to grip quickly, and it could go anywhere. So he won't worry too much about that, but he's off and running. What time do you say tea was? 10 past?
Yeah.
I need one more. Somerset. You can hear the new ball on the bat. It makes more of a clunk, doesn't it? Anyway, so Vaughan, wow, 32 overs, 33 overs now, 4 for 46. He's been rather profligate compared to Leach, who's bowled 32 overs for 27, but Leach still doesn't have anything in that final column.
Yeah, Vaughan has a monopoly still.
They enjoyed that catch, though. I mean, they enjoyed getting the wicket because they've been striving hard, Somerset. But the fact that one of their men on their knees has made that position work.
And the way they sped
everyone
off down towards the James Hildreth stand in celebration as well.
Right.
Brown remains at present immovable. Can he hang on in there for another 10 minutes? That will be his overriding aim.
Yeah, 2 men on their knees for him as well. Just the 4 men round the back, though.
If Somerset could dislodge him, then they would really feel.
They're right back in it. I can't remember. I mean, there's some good batsmen down the order, but as the pressure comes on, get the ball to turn. But Brown has been so resolute. Didn't quite know where that had gone, but it hasn't gone anywhere.
Yeah, Felix Organ, James Fuller, the next 2 batters in.
Well, they can both. Obviously, they can both bat. They're all-rounders, aren't they?
Yep.
Abbott can bat, actually, but usually in an aggressive manner.
As does Keith Barker.
And Barker, yeah, Barker. Pretty sure Barker's got a first-class hundreds, I think. So there's an awful lot of work to do, but the situation can get underneath you. It gets tight, but it's not quite tight yet. But it took a long time to get that 4th wicket. Oh, that's dribbled for Byes. Must have kept a little bit low, I presume. So another over speeds by.
We've got the right bowler up now. I wonder if that was a final day Polly Rhodes prank, to see if anybody noticed.
Well, we noticed. But at the Oval, I think it's still going.
Yeah, it is. 33 needed now. So they've got 1 more. Taking a while to get that.
We want the tie, don't we? We want the tie.
But it's still possible.
It's still possible. 290 for 9.
I mean, it's extraordinary, really, isn't it, that Dan Worrell, having come in that extraordinary situation here last year,
he's playing, I think,
has come in again with the game on a knife edge.
Well, it's such a. I mean, it's gone. Tong's gone for 2 4s in this over, clearly. Laws, I think, is taking all the strike. It's having to try and farm the bowling. And Worrell. Anyway, that's the Oval. This is Taunton and Archie Vaughan. The tireless Archie Vaughan. We can't lose any more ways. Slim as a stick, anyway. He is coming, he's just playing I don't know why, but he's opting to use his feet, Brown. Obviously less risky against the right arm off spinner than the left arm spinner. There he comes again. Well, they won't mind the single. Somerset, let's get a new batsman. He may be an Indian international, all-rounder. But he's fresh to the crease.
After a long wait.
Yep. When he played that first thing, I quite like someone at sort of a short extra cover. He just turned his wrist a little bit. Odd enough, I mean, conditions are quite Indian. You know, sort of slow turner. He's probably very comfortable in these sort of conditions.
Good looking stroke, but straight to extra cover. .15.06, so I guess 1 over after this one probably. Well, he's settling in quite well, understandably, is Washington's Sunda, but Somerset won't have given up hope yet, though. Still a full session. 30 overs, compulsory overs, if you like, remain. In fact, they should probably bowl more than that, the way they're going. So yeah,
we think this will be the last over before tea. It's 15.07 on the digital clock away to my left.
That's the one they go by.
Yeah, the clock on the pavilion's a bit more erratic, I think.
Oh, well bowled.
He's seeking I think he must be seeking a caught behind. I think even Jack, who's a very patient man, is getting frustrated by this, because every time he does beat the outside edge. It hasn't happened that often, but whenever he does, it misses the bat. Have a look at this. This is a beautifully flighted delivery, and it's turned quickly and bounced far too much. He's nowhere near it. Oh, they're still awake out there, I can tell you. Can you hear them? I expect you can. Again, he's just taken a bit of pace off again. It's inside edge onto pad. Look at all those arms going up. It's quite good theatre. That's a short ball. It's gone for 4. He's a bit annoyed with himself there. The previous 2, he'd just given a bit more air, and that was tried to bowl a little bit quicker, and he's dragged it down, and Brown's put it away rather dismissively there. Nice shot. Whoop, bang. Forward and back. Pitch that back.
Yeah, the clock on the top of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion loses a bit.
Yeah, and it might speed up coming down, I think.
The supporter told me last year that that's not its original home.
Is it not?
No, it was on another stand in a different part of the ground.
Okay.
I don't know whether you remember that, Vic.
No, I don't know where it's from. I mean, they moved to that pavilion in '81, or we did. Whether it was there then, I've no idea.
It certainly predates the pavilion.
Okay, well maybe they took it from wherever it was.
They did. That was my understanding.
Maybe it's from the old pavilion. I don't know. I have no idea. The really old pavilion.
It's not a young clock anyway.
Nope. It just creaks a bit now and again, but it's always roughly right.
It looks nice.
Oh, it does. But it's not the one they go by.
This
he's
time,
and he's out. He has been given out LBW just before tea.
That was in any case the last ball before tea, and what a way to go into the interval.
Well, they managed that last night, didn't they? For various reasons. Let's have another look. It's a classic Leach LBW. It pitches on and it just carries on. It just straightens a fraction. It's out. I mean, Jack knew that was a good shout, and the umpire knew too. And I think it's a perfectly reasonable decision. It didn't bounce much actually, but it beat. I mean, his concentration has been superb, Ben Brown. Last ball before tea. It's not the most threatening delivery. It didn't turn, or barely turned. It might have straightened a fraction.
He's getting a good hand, Ben Brown, as he walks off.
Well, he batted superbly, but that doesn't half change the whole balance of the match. 5 down, a session to go.
It's
never dull. It's quiet sometimes at Taunton for a while, but it's never dull, except with the odd kookaburra here and there. But it's never dull, is it, Stephen?
And that's going to give Somerset a huge lift.
Well-
Having already accounted for Gubbins, they've got the captain as well.
Yeah.
What a way to go in for a cuppa.
I mean, absolutely. They've got a lot of work to do. Washington Sunder obviously is a quality batsman, but they've got 2 new batsmen in. They need 5 wickets to win this match. You can't shut us off yet. The Oval game too. Well, that's getting very tight. I don't know if it's still going.
22 needed.
Oh.
That's the latest I've got.
Well, this is all wonderful, but it's time for tea.
Yeah, welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Final session of cricket, first-class cricket at Taunton in the Rothesay County Championship. And match situation is that Somerset, having taken 2 wickets, 2 vitally important wickets as well, just before the tea interval, need another 5 to win this match. It would be, if they can get there, their 5th championship win of the season. Vic Marks, Harry Everett and Stephen Lamb with you to take you through to the end of the match. And Harry, that really brought things to life, that double strike just before tea.
Yeah, I just went for a little bit of wander in between my commentary shifts, and I sat with the parents of Mr. Lammonby and Mr. Rue, and gosh, living every moment down there, down below. The excitement, the drama, Casey Aldridge on his knees. What a grab that was. Serious catch, the
Fantastic
celebration, running over to the Hilditch stand. I really enjoyed that as well.
It's going to be Archie Vaughan resuming the attack for Somerset from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Yeah, look at those catches ready to go.
Defence at the outset from Washington Sundar, and that's going to be at the forefront of the minds of these 2 batters, one feels. Felix Organ is the non-striker, coming in to replace Ben Brown, who was out to what was in any event the last ball before tea. Firm push back to the bowler. Jack Leach, finally, after 34 overs of trying, getting into the wickets column. Up till then, Archie Vaughan had the monopoly.
It went for him yesterday, didn't quite as well today.
Defensive again, and 29 overs. That's the figure that Hampshire will have eyes on. That's how long they need to survive to come away from this game with 8 points to add to the 2 bonus points they secured with the ball. Runs here. Runs really not relevant, but they will get 3 of them. Washington Sundar goes to 5, 132 now for 5.
So it says 29 overs remaining in the day, but that might depend on light, what the umpires allow, and the last hour. It's always slightly different, so it's not going to be an exact science. What are they looking for here? I think they're lacking some protective equipment. Lewis Goldsworthy's going to go and look for probably a helmet for Tom Lammonby. Yes, good guess for me, I guess, with the field set that attackingly.
We heard the news just after we left you for tea that Nottinghamshire beat Surrey by 20 runs at the Oval to go top of the table and give themselves a great chance of replacing Surrey as county champions. They're at home to Warwickshire next week. Surrey travel to the Utilita Bowl.
Utilita. I like that. I tend to
It's
go
fun.
for Utilita, but Utilita sounds a lot more exciting, Stephen. Is that like a new measurement of liquid?
one of
Not
the-
centilitres or millilitres, the Utilita.
One of the hardest pronunciations in the game.
Oh, I like that. A burst from Craigo, says Rodney Ward. Yeah, probably not yet. Give the spinners a go first. As long as there is a chance, there is a chance. We were just playing a bit of corridor cricket in the interval, and trying to play with soft hands so you can't be caught by close catches was a skill we just tried with a tennis ball on a hard pitch. Trying to equate having Casey Aldridge on his knees, Craig Oates on his knees, Tom Lammonby, Green, all the catches around.
It was a wonderful catch, wasn't it, by Casey Aldridge. You could tell how the players felt about it from the celebrations.
Shout out to Gordon Avery, thanks to him from the Bundles box, who provided us with a few cakes and brownies. He says Mike Spearpoint, the ex-Yeovil Town Vice Chairman, Tony James and Paul Holder are enjoying in the Ondarchie box, looking on from the balcony. plenty of fans in the ground. Just a tenner today. Even if you're coming down now, you could be here soon after work or school. Spread the word. Get down here and watch an absolute thriller.
Unsurprisingly, Jack Leach, having taken a wicket with his previous ball, is going to start things off from the river end.
Yeah, that breakthrough just before tea. All about the tea interval. So Cadmore will come into the mix. There's still a long on in play for Sundar. Sundar plays spin so well. It's not just, I mean, it's a lazy bit of commentary. You could say any Indian Test cricketer is going to play spin well, but I think Sundar is also a class above. You know, we're not talking Pujara or Dravid techniques, but in the modern game, Sundar plays it brilliantly.
Well, we know from the way he played in the Test series what a good batter he is.
Yeah. I think he could have played more Test cricket.
Watching from the non-striker's end now, having taken that single. Leach wants an adjustment. It's a conversation with Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He hasn't moved yet. Felix Organ has got plenty of company. Actually, one man is being pushed a bit deeper. Sort of deep gully. Then 3 slips, 2 of them on their knees, leg slip and a short leg.
So Felix Organ was stoic in defence and then had a bit of a, I think panic seems a harsh term, but he got a poor ball from Archie Vaughan that he really tried to smash for 6 and skied it up to Jack Leach in the first innings. Of the 10 wickets in the first innings, all the wickets went to Leach and Vaughan, and even 2 of the 3 catches went to Leach and Vaughan when they weren't bowling.
That's a great delivery from Jack Leach, spinning away from Organ.
Indeed. Aldridge was the only non-Leach or Vaughan Somerset player on the scorecard in the first innings. He took 1 catch off Leach off Carl Abbott. Smothered by Organ. Playing it well. I wonder if Felix plays the organ as well as he plays the bat.
I was wondering when the first organic metaphor might emerge.
I knew you'd enjoy it. I couldn't resist. So you saw that cracking diving one-handed catch from Aldridge before tea. Then that wicket of Brown, plumb LW to Leach. A couple of stifled shouts. A couple of if there was a short or a silly mid-wicket, a silly mid-on there rather than a short leg, maybe it would have been a catch. But there were a few stifled appeals, ambitious appeals before tea, maybe some over appeals from Somerset, but that looked pretty stone dead.
End of Jack Leach's over. 35 altogether this innings. He's had a busy old game as Jack Leach, and indeed the man who's going to take up the attack, watched by those 2 on the roof terrace.
Have they got an earpiece in? No, I don't think they have. Give us a wave on the terrace. No, they can't hear us. Oh, where's your virtue earpiece? Oh, 3 on the terrace, Stephen, on the top tier of the terrace. Couple further down.
They've got a fascinating session to watch.
Archie Vaughan then with all the catches in. Washington Sundar, the big stride in.
As well as the strive.
Striving to stride, that's a better way of putting it. Yeah, I like that. Striving to stride well and with soft hands. Really good bowling from Archie Vaughan.
This is his 59th over of the match.
Nearly the same number of overs as the number on the back of his shirt. I wonder if he will bowl 66 overs today.
Just mentioning that Nottinghamshire victory over Surrey. If Somerset can win this game, and it's still a big if, it's driven for 4 by Sundar.
I think that's the difference between Gubbins and Sundar. Gubbins was never looking for fours. If Sundar gets a ball that's bad, or he deems is a bad ball, he's going to try and hit it for 4. Probably not a 6. But there he hit it with aplomb. He didn't look in any trouble. Calm, composed, timed through mid-on for 4, the vacant mid-on. But you wonder, might he at some point get overexcited? Might he try and hit it too hard? Might that give a chance? Sometimes a bad ball can bring about a wicket.
But just to carry on that succession of ifs, if Somerset can win this game, they would still be in with a shout for the championship. Should Notts and Surrey both slip up. Then, of course, there's the added issue of whether they'll be deducted any points for the pitch against Durham. We don't know the answer to that at the moment.
No, it's sad to have that if hanging over. But Vaughan then completing this most recent over. The ifs and buts for Hampshire, we should mention. Both teams involved in this, of course. So Durham currently are batting for bonus points at Chester Street. They have 38 overs remaining to try and get to 450, the maximum batting bonus points. To do that, they need 4.5 runs and over, and they're currently going along at 4.8. So Durham, looking like they could quite well, on a decent deck at Chester Street, get full batting bonus points. Worcestershire bowler Brett Oliveira is injured, his ankle, so he's not bowling. 9 bowlers have been tried by Worcestershire. So let's say Durham get full batting bonus points. That makes it harder for Hampshire, because a defeat for Hampshire and a draw at Durham would see Durham out of the bottom 2. Obviously, the batting bonus points would be bonus for them. So Hampshire and Durham keenly checking both matches. The fans there. It's not just Surrey Notts. There's so many other games in this Division 1 that are crucial for other teams at this stage.
There are plenty of ifs up in the air.
You look at that Worcestershire Durham scorecard. Dan Latigan, recent signing, did well in the One Day Cup. The young opener, he's bowling for the first time. Kashif Ali's a leg spinner, but he's bowled a bit of medium pace in that game. Worcestershire, they know they're relegated and save themselves for the One Day Cup final on Saturday as well.
Tossed up by Jack Leach will be a single to Felix Organ to get him off the mark.
So Sussex and Yorkshire are pretty much going to be safe in mid-table as Johnny Bairstow's 59 not out. But with Warwickshire Essex finished this week, Worcestershire Durham is probably the most crucial game after this one for both ends, well, for the bottom end of the table really, for Hampshire's plight in Division 1 next season.
Well bowled. Felix Organ on 1 to just add to your metaphor, Harry. Could call it an organ prelude.
Very good. Very good. Oh, I didn't realise that. That's Tom Abel's dad in the pink top above the balcony. Great spot from Joy Foster. I didn't recognise him without looking through my binoculars.
Okay, excellent.
Tom Abel's dad. Slightly closer to the action than Tom, you could argue. Tom concussed. Watching on from the changing rooms. Easy single. Sundar is in so much control here.
Yes, he's a big wicket for Somerset to chase. On 11, Washington Sundar.
So three slips, I'm going to call that. A leg slip, a slim it on, silly extra cover. I love this time of the year when the field settings are ridiculous. Here he is, that's Tom Abel's dad enjoying the square on vantage point.
And his son's had a very good match. That 100 to add to the one he made against Yorkshire last week. Rich vein of form for Tom.
Yeah, retired school teacher. 3 Abel boys. Oh, there he is. Is that an earpiece on the balcony? Give us a wave, please. There he is. Whee!
Excellent.
Great stuff, sir. What do you reckon? Give us a thumbs up if Somerset going to win. Or a thumbs down if you don't. Ooh, in the middle. He's not sure. He's not sure.
Does that mean a draw?
Or a tie? What's the sign for a T for a tie? Thank you very much, sir. Great view you've got there. Can you tell the rest of the people watching the flats to get an earpiece, please? He's got a private balcony viewing. Shot again from Sundar. It's going to be another 4 down the ground. He is a quality player spin. And whatever the game situation, if he gets a half volley on leg stump, he's going to hit a 4 down the ground. And my only thought here is this isn't meant to be a slight on Washington Sundar, but he's not a Hampshire player through and through. He's got no ties with Hampshire, really. He's playing there for the one game. I wonder how much fight he's got to dig in for a draw, or does he think about his own stats? Is he, obviously he's being paid to play for Hampshire for a couple of games. Paid well to come and play as they're overseas.
I think he's thinking primarily about protecting his wicket.
Yeah, but is he going to want a one-off 200 balls like Gubbins would happily take if he keeps Hampshire in the league? Or is he rather going to take a few runs? He's pushing runs here. There could be an easy 2 there. Easy 2. You wonder what the bonus is for keeping Hampshire up in the league. That's what he's been coming to do.
Yeah, would that be part of the deal, perhaps?
Because whether he gets 80 off 150 balls or 10 off 150 balls is irrelevant in this game. If he's there at the end and Hampshire draw, he's done his job.
Exactly.
For his own benefit, he'd obviously rather 80 than 10, but it's not relevant for Hampshire. It's just the draw, not losing wickets. So far, he's looked... Sometimes being positive, trying to score runs can make you bat better. Sometimes it can give more chances, but it's great to see the middle of the bat from him so consistently. From a Hampshire point of view, of course, he's hit that beautifully as well. Another 4 off this over. Washington Sundar fancies a bit of Archie Vaughan. That's 10 already off this over.
Yes, that was an oddity, really, about the way Fletcher Middleton was dismissed, because he hadn't really been scoring any runs at all. Then he got a brace of 2s, and bang, he'd gone.
So you wonder here, you reckon a similarity here, Stephen? 10 off 4 balls. Could he then get out last ball? Is Vaughan not Leach bowling? Don't look at the scorecard at the bottom. Good finish. Much better ball from Archie Vaughan.
So 149 for 5. It's the 5 that matters. Somerset halfway through this Hampshire second innings.
There's Somerset's 12th man, tractor driver. The best vocal cords in the West. He'll shout and shout throughout the game, the week, the year. He'll drink cider to lubricate those vocal cords. He will keep Somerset going, whatever the situation. Home and away.
Yes, he'll be shouting, "Come on, Leachy," at the moment.
Come on, Leachy, come on, Archie. Yeah, that's his 2 lines. He's brought out most of this. People are complaining about the scoreboard in the live chat, but to be honest, the scoreboard doesn't really matter. Hampshire are 5 down. If it's not Organ and Sundar batting, then you know they're going to be 6 down. But that's the only thing that matters in this game, is whether Hampshire lose wickets. The scoreboard is fairly irrelevant. You can see who's bowling, you can see who's batting, but...
Yeah, runs haven't really been relevant all day, have they?
There's no bonus points in the second innings. And Hampshire aren't going to make Somerset bat again. The remaining 20 or so overs of this match. Just wonder how much that health and safety worry about the wind. Wasn't the safety of the players, it was the safety of the ground staff removing the covers on day 1. There we go, scoreboard's back live anyway. So you wonder how much difference that's going to make. Organ's looked very good here. I mentioned he's often open the batting for Hampshire. Also batted 8, 9, 10. Used for off spinner.
In tune with the situation.
Oh, very good. That's very organic from you, Stephen.
I think that's enough now on that.
Yeah, we'll leave that. See, that's a ball he might look to sweep in any other situation. But this...
End of Jack Leach's 37th over. 1 for 34. 149 for 5. Another 23 overs remaining.
Surrey and Notts fans join the live stream. Welcome. If you're just on your way back from the Oval, watching on the tube or the train on your way back, what a thriller you've witnessed at the Oval. Well, could have an equally thrilling, exciting game here. A lot of neutral fans wanted to see Notts fans win that game. They saw it happen. Notts with a cracking win at the Oval, at the home of the champions. A surprise, really. But Hampshire will play a massive part in the title race next week, hosting Surrey. Not sure the delay here. Ben Green's getting his helmet secured at short leg. Washington Sundar does not look phased at all. So calm. Very good. Washington's defence is capital. No DC on the end, though. Joseph Tyrrell, the maker of Tyrrell's Crisps, has joined the live chat. Northants fan, Yorkshire fan. Shot down the ground. Josh Thomas has done well to stop that. They're not going to run a single to the midfield there. Chris Caddy says, thanks very much for the live stream. It's generally the best service by miles and better than ... we know it. Probably a three-letter word beginning with S and ending in Kai. Yeah. Lovely shot by Sundar. Another 4. You're not going to chase that successfully, Josh Thomas. Winter well, Chris Caddy. See you in April. To those fans who think by the time they're home from work, if they're losing service on their commute back from work, they don't think we'll still be commentating in an hour's time, then do winter well. But I do agree with Simon Bennett. The minimum overs remaining is 23. Somerset could get 30 in by 5:30.
Well, they have. They've got, the over rate is plus 20.
That's another 4. Just over pitch from Sundar. Well, over pitch from Vaughan. Well played by Sundar. Washington Sundar could score over 100 here without taking a risk.
Have you ever seen, Harry, an over rate of 20?
Don't think I have, Stephen. And there's been a bit of faff with... It's not like they've been racing around. They have been checking the field. They've been tweaking the field. They've been bringing on different helmets. It's been a cracking final day's cricket here.
Yeah, so... I mean, that remaining figure of 22 is a minimum, isn't it?
That Finn Hill there, just accidentally standing on the rough side of the ball. Or was that the old ball he was just picking up and chucking off?
So it's a case of second and third slip. Let us pray. Well played by Organ.
Calls for a Vaughan googly. Not something we've seen in bowl very often. Awesome all day, Natty, says Ben Green. Very supportive, close fielders. Oh, that's not too far away. Oh, they're going to run it. Sundar did not need to, well, they were safe in the end, I guess. Gosh, he's just playing this like a normal knock. He's not playing this like he's batting out for a draw. He just thinks runs, a bit of pressure, positive. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think if you've got a run staring you in the face, you may as well take it. Sundar will be on strike in consequence.
Adam Osman reckons Mecca is the other way. Second and third slip facing the wrong way. They're not praying against Washington Sundar. Maybe because he lunges further forward Yeah, I don't know. Slightly changing field. One hand, one bounce the last hour. That'd be a good ball.
Yeah, the alteration. Tom Kohler-Cadmore's going a bit deeper at mid-on.
Yeah, wide-ish mid-on. So good from Sundar here. You just wonder if Somerset had 90 more overs. I guess Somerset would have to bat again because they'd probably get past.
Well, we wondered last week, didn't we, with the Yorkshire game, if the weather hadn't interfered to the degree it did, what might have been.
There were some poor shots in that Yorkshire first innings, some poor shots in this Hampshire first innings, but they've been much better in the second innings. Sometimes the follow-on, they bat better in the second innings, like they've learnt from their mistakes on the pitch in the first game, the first innings. Also, the pitch flattens out slightly.
Another comfortable single for Sundar this time. He'll go to 30 with that.
The judgment of singles has been impeccable from Washington Sundar.
So, no wickets since tea. Somerset looking for that important sixth. Both of these two capable batters.
Durham have passed 300, so another batting bonus point in Durham's desperate search for survival in Division 1. It's raining in Bristol, interestingly. Stop play there. Shot, Sundar. He's not going to catch that, is Jack Leach. Over the quick outfield, over the practice decks, and it's just trickled over the boundary rope for 4. Although Emilio Gay is out for 161 in that Durham-Worcestershire game, that is quite important for the Hampshire faithful. Washington Sundar overtaking the 36 of Brown with one more shot here. He's 34. Brown out for 36. LBW to Leach. Wouldn't be surprised if he gets another boundary off this over. He's quite enjoying facing the off-spin of Archie Vaughan. Playing it calmly, controlled. What a signing Washington Sundar could be for Hampshire. Not with ball in hand. 29.4 overs, 1 for 107. But if his batting keeps them up, they'll say he's been worth every penny. Or every rupee. Is it still the rupee in India? Yeah. Who wants to be a millionaire? I was thinking back to then.
I wonder if we'll have another burst of pace at some point.
I think we have to, yeah, before the light could become an issue. Oh. Another message from Lisa, Somerset fan that lives in Wemden. Commentary and knowledge this season has been fantastic from everyone. Thank you so much from John and myself, as we've not been able to be there so much towards the end of the season. We've loved watching the live stream. Thank you to John and Lisa. Bit emotional, Stephen. I well up when we get all these nice messages coming in, applauding the camera work, the commentary, the stream as a whole.
Well, it's lovely. It's hugely appreciated by all of us.
We just need them sent to the CEO to give you a pay rise, don't we, Stephen? We've got to keep hold of you. We're very grateful for the fans. We love the messages. We love the live chat feature. Makes it so special. We connect with the not just the Somerset family, but the county cricket family. We know we have regular viewers from other counties when their counties are rained off or they're not playing. It's great to have that community spirit of the county championship fans. We love it.
Yeah, and we'll miss you.
We'll miss you on
over
the winter. Absolutely. Stephen and I won't know what to do with ourselves. Alex Ray in the chat wants TKC to have a bowl. I think you might go to Green or Aldridge or Gregory before Kohler-Cadmore. Give it half an hour and it might be Kohler-Cadmore time, but
I think there are 1 or 2 ahead of him on the list.
yeah.
Solid defence.
Give Vic Marks a bowl with some of the live chat comments as he walks into the back of the box, warming up his right shoulder. I think you might need a bit WD-40 to get Vic's shoulder going again.
Oh, a bolt.
What about Lammonby for an over or two?
Maybe the captain.
Yeah,
Maybe Lewis Gregory hasn't
The
bowled
ball's
in
not-
this innings.
He's only 18 overs old as well.
Hmm.
Stephen, you're not leaving for Glamorgan, are you? We just have to check. Not that we're aware of. Contract still to be negotiated. Really well played. Felix Organ's soft-handed defensive shots have been impenetrable so far. Aldridge and Overton have been knackered from all the kneeling they've done. Back, but still controlled well by Organ. The high elbow, the left arm up. Right, I'll give it 2 more balls and then I'll bring on the person in the commentary box that's bowled spin at the highest level. And I'm afraid that's not either of the two speaking to you at the moment. Oh, there's not a 1 there. Imagine a run out at this time. Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Runs don't really matter. Could run those. I hear the chat. Keller Cadmore wants them to run. Look how knackered Aldridge and Overton are. Is it knackered or is it just the excitement and the drama? Case Aldridge deserves to man the match after 180, but it could be Leach if he gets a few more wickets. Well bowled. We'll bring Vic Marks in and maybe come back on for the later stages.
Thanks, Harry. This game's still very much alive, although there'll be a bit of frustration that Somerset haven't managed to break through in the last half hour. Still time. James Fuller is next in for Hampshire, then Kyle Abbott, Keith Barker and Eddie Jack. And we are going to have a burst of pace. Just talking about that an over or so ago. And it's going to be the big man, the vice-captain, Craig Overton, coming on.
Well, that makes a certain amount of sense. It's been a real cameo from Washington Sunder, actually. He's come in, and against Vaughan in particular, who should in some ways pose more of a problem bowling off breaks to the left-hander, but he has just judged the length beautifully and sort of batted in isolation, and if it's been over-pitched or indeed under-pitched, he's timed the ball exquisitely and rushed to 34 off 41, which is unprecedented today, without taking any risks at all. He's batted delightfully, hence the change. And that offered much more encouragement. Where's that gone? How did that get there? Let's have another look at that. Did that go up? I mean, he's looked so comfortable against spin, so this makes sense. He didn't look very comfortable against that delivery. Have another look. Banged in, and that's just ballooned a bit towards leg gully. They couldn't have a leg gully now, posthumously perhaps, but
24 of those 34 runs have come in boundaries.
Yeah. And crisp shots, all of them.
Well bowled.
It was well bowled and well played, to be fair. I mean, he is a damn good cricketer, Washington Sunder. We've seen him come into the Indian side as a relative newcomer, but he does stuff. He has a good series against England. It's a no-nonsense all-rounder. Genuine all-rounder. Who clearly is comfortable against the spinning ball. He hasn't scored many off Jack Leach, but whenever Vaughan erred in length at all, he just clipped it before. He's clipped that pretty well too, and that's a 4-2, I think.
That's going to be number 7, isn't it?
That must be Josh Thomas chasing that, but I'm guessing he's got so much energy.
Quite right.
He hasn't been out there quite so long, but that's a beautiful shot. I mean, he's looking for another short ball perhaps, but it hasn't got up, and he's flicked it away off his hip. He's almost oblivious to the situation, which is not to say he's batting carelessly, but he's just batting and enjoying himself, looking in absolutely prime nick.
And finding the gaps.
Well,
which
there have
plenty.
been quite a few gaps, especially when Vaughan was bowling. I thought, maybe someone was a bit slow just to plug those gaps, because Vaughan's confidence must have dipped a little bit when he kept getting hit for four. It doesn't matter what the situation is. You get grumpy and slightly uneasy when you get hit for easy fours. So they did give him a bit of protection at the end of that spell. But he's doing a good job at the moment. Is Washington Sunder, and in a very different way, so is Felix Organ, who's faced 26 balls for his 2. He's popped that one short. He played that one rather better. The first ball was the best opportunity. I think, I've got a feeling Craigo may have had a word with someone. He's walking backwards.
I think he's had a word with Sundar.
Okay.
Quite sure what vocabulary was used.
I've got a feeling in that last test at the Oval, they had the wrong Overton, didn't they? In that it was a seaming pitch that might have suited this one. Anyway. Oh, there we go. He's sort of hinting at a lot of hostility. And it's good over, but the one delivery that caused real problems was the first one, and there was no one around the corner there to take a slightly tentative jab at a short ball. After that, he played it very well.
Yeah, if there'd been a backward short leg rather than a forward one, then it might have been a chance.
Yeah. But you've heard the ball crash into the middle of his bat ever since he's been there. Meanwhile, Leach continues, and he's beaten the bat of Organ a couple times, hasn't he? Got the odd ball to spin. Basically, Organ has defended everything from Leach. Just occasionally, Leach has got the ball to spin past the outside edge of the forward defensive. There's 6 men huddled around him, 6 of them. But the longer you're there, the more confident you are, even if you're not scoring runs in defending. You just sort of get adjusted, and he's doing a good job for Hampshire. Not quite so entertainingly as Washington Sunder.
But he is at the end where Jack Leach wants him.
Yeah, they'd rather bowl at Organ, but that forward defensive is
looks
doing
pretty
him
solid,
proud.
doesn't it?
Yeah. And then suddenly you'll get one to go quickly, and there are possibilities, but they haven't nicked to the slip, or the keeper has it. Another over will tick away. If the wicket falls suddenly, there's excitement again, but at the moment it's been a good 35 minutes for Hampshire since tea.
Well stopped. Most instinctive from Casey Aldridge.
Now, what's he doing? He's a cunning plan. He's tried to invite the on drive, possibly. Quite like perhaps a single to let Organ on strike again as possibly the weaker batsman, but down he comes.
He's taken on the Ben Brown mantle, really, Felix Organ, hasn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's not much fun having to do this. You don't get any obvious reward in the long term. You don't know runs, but he's doing a stout job for his team. There he goes. It's right length for Leach. It's just straight and fractionally, but he's played it with the meat of the bat. So another over ticks by. Leach has propelled now 40 in this innings, 1 for 36. Overton's going to come in at Washington Sunder. The sun's come out. The lights at the moment are unnecessary, but I think they keep them on mostly now.
Thanks for our sponsors, WPA, who've been backing this live stream for some years now.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Absolutely. must be for the cricket fan who can't get there. It's not just this stream, but any county that if suddenly it's something exciting is happening around the country, you can go there. I remember the splurge that year where Warwickshire got a win just at the end to win the championship, I think, wasn't it? Against the odds. Who was the ex-Gloucestershire bowler who got them there?
Liam Norwell.
Norwell, that's right. And suddenly there was a huge audience. Suddenly zoomed to Edgbaston, and you could zoom all around the country.
Up in the air.
Yeah. Well, it was up in the air, but the fielder down on the boundary was about 25 yards away from it. It was hooked up. But I think it's Archie Vaughan down there. He was never anywhere near it. More or less off the meat, but with a touch of top edge. Enough to think, give him another go. In fact, they're going to send a man down to fine leg, as well as a man at deep backward square leg, following the ball slightly desperately. Surely he won't play that shot again, given the opportunity. And he's sort of double bluffed him. He went full. And I don't know whether that was catchable or not in terms of height. It certainly would have kept second slip interested. We'll have a look. He must have been half expecting that short ball. And I'm not even sure it would have carried to a second slip. It would have been nip and tuck, but it was a rare edge. Another boundary. He's raced to 46. Again, he's enjoying himself. He's having a lovely sort of. He's playing a stout innings for Hampshire, but he's having a nice net too, and he's looking in great nick. Clip that ball firmly to mid-on. Just edge one through the slips. It's interesting he put that extra man down, Overton, but he's bowled very full for the last two deliveries. I think we're due the next short one probably. Yeah, there he goes. And he played it pretty well. It's a slowish pitch. But he didn't try and pull that one. He almost blocked it on the front foot, curiously. He's looked a quality operator. He's actually looked more effective with the bat than the ball, which was mildly surprising.
Yes, certainly Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan have had more success with the ball than he has.
But quick, he kept bowling quite quickly. He's another modern finger spinner who zooms it down there at pace, which it... Well, that's plenty of effort there from Overton, who kicks the ball back to Rue. Played well. Near the splice, but he got it down. So there ticks away another over. You feel you want to keep Leach going, even though he's bowled 40 overs just for that one wicket.
See the partnerships on the screen there. The big one between Gubbins and Brown, which was broken with both of them dismissed just before tea. But this one is flourishing, really, from Hampshire's point of view.
Well, it's 40. Was that 44?
And it's
46.
It's the fact that
44 of which has been scored by Washington.
And it's the fact that they've been together since tea.
Yeah. And that's 40 minutes. I mean, it's also a rapid rate by the standards of the day. Just trying to think. Hampshire about 100 behind, avoiding the innings defeat. Now what's happening? Umpires are... One of the umpires, what's he up to? He's going on the offside, perhaps? I think so. Oh, Archie's having a go from the river end. Organ has not faced much of Vaughan, just a little bit. He's been sort of marooned at Leach's end and been defending stoutly. Now he's got Archie Vaughan, who switched ends. I think Somerset or Vaughan, he's bowled a lot of overs. He's done
I
a
wonder.
fine job, but I'm just wondering whether he's just getting a bit weary, stroke impatient, possibly frustrated. He's got 4 wickets, of course, 4 for 75.
Maybe giving Jack Leach the opportunity to change ends as
Yeah,
well.
well, I'm thinking so. Maybe they'll make up their mind whether to give Overton one more. You just feel something could happen with him against Sunder. And then, you're right, I think the odds are that, Leach is going to resume. Really not much help for the seamers at all. Ooh, that's just bounced a little bit and they'll snatch a single. This has got such releases from high up, and he usually gets pretty good energy on the ball, so he does occasionally surprise them with extra bounce. That one just about controlled that organ. Now then, Sunder has quite enjoyed Archie. In a way, it's helpful that he's playing aggressive against him. If Vaughan can get one to really go, he's milled everything against him so far. And is confident to play attacking shots against him. Not there, though. He's on target. Gets down very low, doesn't he? He gets a long way forward.
He's almost kneeling.
He plays almost with his bat in front of his pad. He's so confident that he's going to middle it. Doesn't use his pads at all. In the modern way, actually, in the old days, pad was often almost the first line of defence on these sort of surfaces.
Elegant stroke. Straight to backward point.
Straight to backward point. It's very rare that he's hit the field. So let's see. Oh no, it's going to be another. It's going to be another Overton. I was just looking at. There are on the board 15 overs remaining, but we'll get more than that because they will get round to 4:30. Whereupon the umpires will say there are minimum of 15 overs left. Yeah. And the way things are going, Somerset would bowl more than that, probably.
So we could have as many as 25 or so,
well,
conceivably, depending on our spin.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe between 20 and 25.
If wickets start falling, it'll slow it down.
Yeah.
So, Overton's going to have a go against Organ. A couple of men in the sort of slip cordon, spread around a bit, or leg slip. Forward short leg, another slip coming in, actually.
This will be the 4th over of the spell for Craig Overton.
Well, I think it's worth. He hasn't bowled to Organ at all, I don't think. So it's worth having a go. And how's he going to pepper him? Well, hands on his head, but I actually think it was a fair distance outside that off stump. Let's have a look. Just comes back a fraction, but I think it's. Well, it is a good leave because it hasn't hit the stumps. Just came back a little bit. It wasn't that far off, but it was. I think that was always a good leave. Just trying to create a bit of doubt in Organ's mind. Running in well, though, Overton. Hasn't had too much work in this match. Batted really well. No Somerset seamer's got a wicket yet. Oh, and there's the old foolish length, almost Yorker, but he's equal to that.
Yeah, it's good to see Organ tested by pace, having handled spin pretty well.
Yeah.
It's just a bit of variety. It's always useful.
Yeah, well, he's given him he tried the Yorker. He's got your first. He'll give him a bouncer before the over's out, just in case there's a spoon to short leg or something. Not that one, though. Fair to say that captain's had a quiet game, I think, apart from switching things around. He's barely bowled and hasn't batted.
Yeah, he was rumoured to be coming in at number 11.
Oh, really? Behind Leach?
Yeah, but not required, although he was ahead of Leach on paper.
There's the bouncer, but Organ played it well.
And then in the first innings. He did take the new ball. 4 overs, 0 for 13.
Yeah. Well, he's got a slight hand problem, hasn't he?
Yep, wrist.
Wrist, is it? Yeah.
Done in the 100.
Well, he's got one more game after this. I don't know what if Somerset can't win the championship. I wonder whether he'll play in that or not. We'll see. That's nice and full, but Organ is straight and full, but Organ's right in behind it. I think it has to be Leach again. With poor old Jack Leach. I mean, he's bowled 40 overs just for the 1 wicket, but you still feel that if Somerset are going to win this, there's just going to have to be a golden spell where everything clicks and batsmen get a bit panicky.
I think he had another
I mean, I think I might give Ben Green a go because he's played this whole entire game and bowled a ball. Oh, that's
down the leg side.
Just down there. Wasn't that far off. Leg stump. Hands in the air again. But another over goes. And Organ is still there.
That might be it for Craigo.
Yeah, let's have a look. Any more juggling?
So it'll continue to be Archie Vaughan from the river end. Hampshire have had the better of this session so far, but we're not halfway through yet.
Not quite. 10 minutes before. Somerset need a wicket, preferably. I think Sunder. Just looks so accomplished so far. Still got 4 men round him. He's bowled him. He's bowled him. He's got him between bat and pad. Well, just when you thought Archie Vaughan had been mastered, he's got him. It's gone through the gate.
Big
How
wicket.
did that happen? It did happen.
He looked so composed, didn't he?
It's the first mistake he's made. He hasn't missed a ball up until then, but Sunder has to go, and with a huge plaster on his helmet, because it's not a Hampshire helmet. That's got everyone excited again. This game it keeps threatening to peter out, and then, as ever at Taunton, something happens.
Archie Vaughan has a Michelle.
Yes, okay. Coming from you, it sounds even better coming from you for some reason. Michelle, for the 5% who haven't a clue what Stephen is talking about, it probably is only 5%. It's a Michelle Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer 76.
Even I know that. So
41st over of the innings.
He's got Pfeiffer. He's playing Jim Laker. Well, in this innings, Jack Leach has been Tony Locke. The game that refuses to die. 176 for 6. Big wicket, that.
Brings in James Fuller.
James Fuller, who, it's a long batting lineup. He can bat.
Well, he played his shots in the first innings.
I mean, that's his
the
natural
instructions
way.
Will be different this time.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite difficult for someone whose batting is geared to being aggressive, and that's how he's scored his runs, to go out there and block, and he might not do that. I don't know.
Well,
we'll wait and see.
He got 24 from 17 deliveries in the first innings.
Yeah, well, the field is... essentially, he is surrounded with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 men. There's Jack Leach, who's loitering, sort of deep square leg, but nowhere near the boundary. Here we go. And a lot of noise, if nothing else. So I don't quite know. He did middle it, I think, but not in the perfect position. I mean, his natural instinct is to just whack this bowling into the James Hildreth stand, but can he afford to try that?
Big appeal for LBW. Not out, says David Milnes.
No, he's right too. he's either outside the line or it's missing off stump or leg stump. Here we go. Have another look. He's playing a shot at this, I think it's fair to say. And he's you can see the stumps. I think he might be better off going around the wicket if he wants to get him LBW. Hang on. He goes at it hard. You see how, compared to say Organ, who's just defending with soft hands, he's pushed hard at that. It's not his natural game. Can he keep blocking? That was a bit slightly overpitched.
Played with a bit more confidence.
Yeah. It's the first 20 balls, 15 to 20 balls when you go out against spin, when it's doing a little bit that really tests you. But he's played that one well. But it's another wicket for Archie Vaughan. He's got 5. I mean, what a marathon for him. 41 overs, 5 for 76.
Lots and lots of applause.
I just thought he might go straight back to Jack, but I think Overton's going to have another go.
Maybe the fall of the wicket would have...
Well, it might have prompted Leach coming back on, but for the moment, Overton's going to continue. This might well be the last over before the umpires say, right, this is the last hour, after which, as we've explained, there's a minimum of 15 overs. Somerset will obviously try and get more in. 4 wickets needed.
So Leach and Vaughan would probably be in harness for that last
hour. Probably, unless the magic descends upon Craigo or whichever seamer. So here we go. Let's see, just looking, I think it's quite full. I wonder if there's been no reverse swing. It is a dry pitch, obviously, but it's not a very dry outfield, so we haven't seen much there. I would have thought this is go with Overton this one, and then you'd quite like Leach back on to Fuller as well, I think.
I thought that was coming at some stage, but the over.
Yeah, well, he's played it well, Organ, actually. I mean, just pretty calmly got underneath that, which is the best thing to do, and had enough time to do so. Quite a good bouncer, but well played.
Shouted catch, but that was never on the cards.
No. Okay, well, they've got the new batsman.
Which Craig
on
will
strike.
like.
Yeah.
Well defended by Fuller. That's one of the remaining 3 deliveries in the over negotiated.
It's hard to gauge, but I reckon that Fuller might be more comfortable against Overton than he will against a Leach. You have to think a bit when you're trying to defend against Leach. He don't like defending much anyway. But he's a hardened campaigner and a great competitor.
We've got a double change coming up in the commentary box, so I am going to vacate and allow Harry Everett to come in, and then we'll be...
After this over, I will also vacate, and he's got a special and a very important guest. You've done a great job this year. Is he here?
Yeah, I was just doing a bit of recruitment. I was just wandering around the ground, getting an important member of the Somerset team here who hasn't actually made his commentary debut yet. He's just wetting his whistle. He's just gone to get himself a hot drink, but
Okay. What is what?
I'm going to bring on Nick Pepper, the Somerset head groundsman, head of the grounds team, who've obviously had a pretty busy few weeks, managing Taunton Vale and the Cooper Associates County Ground here. With Somerset women coming in this year, he's had a particularly busy year. They've been having to look after 2 grounds and obviously extra fixtures with the Somerset ladies and the Somerset men. So many extra games. So welcome to the commentary box, Nick Pepper.
Cheers, Harry. Thanks for having me for the last hour or so of the game.
Yes, it's set up for a proper thrilling finish here. So you've got to be pretty happy with how the season's gone so far, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, we've been incredibly lucky with the weather to help us along the way with preparation. We've quite a packed schedule across both sites. But yeah, really happy with most of the 4-day wickets. I feel like it's offered a bit in it for both. And yeah, just a good blast period as well at home. So yeah, relatively happy and really pleased that we got through the season relatively unscathed.
Yeah, one of the driest summers I can ever remember. Probably one of your driest in the job.
Yeah, it's probably one of the driest going. I know we had, obviously 2023 was relatively dry as well, but had a really wet winter leading into that. Had quite a wet winter last year going into this season, but yeah, it's definitely one of the driest in the job. A lot of water going on the outfield. Keeping the square alive has been hard work at times. But you can probably look at it now and see there's nothing left, but don't mind seeing that in the last game of the season.
So we've talked about the dryness of pitches. I've talked about the outfield. You know, that black eye I was getting a bit of stick for on comms the other week when I got hit by a ball bouncing in the outfield. How many problems does it pose being so dry, trying to keep everything in good nick?
In terms of, I mean, out in the middle, when you've got the volume of cricket that we have, it's hard to sort of get ahead of prep and keep the moisture in the other wickets you're trying to protect whilst other games are going on. So it's tricky. You just got to manage the water well, and obviously you can't heavily water at times because it ends up running onto pitches you don't want it to run onto. So especially with the slope on our square. But in terms of the outfield, yeah, just keeping that smooth is, you know, been quite important for us. It's not obviously completely flat, but we're fortunate enough to have, you know, automatic irrigation with pop-ups that, you know, help it keep it alive, really. But, yeah.
So Archie Vaughan with another maiden over, but Somerset need wickets. The runs aren't really an impact here. Somerset need to take 4 more wickets to win this game. Been an incredible season, incredible game of cricket here. We're going to see an extra attacking field here for Jack Leach. We're going to see an extra helmet brought out. Josh Davies got some leg pads ready. There's chat for a silly point. We saw the ground staff playing a bit of one hand, one bounce cricket. Is that, you know, practicing playing with soft hands, defending with this kind of cordon?
Just a bit of fun at the end of the season.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not something we do often. Obviously, I have a kick about on the outfield later once the game's done. But it's nice to just have all the team from Vale and down here just have us together, and yeah, just a bit of end of season fun, really. Probably doesn't look great from the members walking by, but
it's good to see you having a laugh. You've worked hard all year.
Yeah, it's nice to have a bit of fun.
So 15 overs remaining here. We talked about the last hour last year, that Surrey game, incredible. The Folkes dismissal that kickstart things in that game. Gregory was about to shake hands on the draw, and then suddenly Somerset won that. The greatest Somerset game I can ever remember, an incredible 4-day finish. Could we see something similar here? What was your vantage point and thoughts on that incredible Surrey finish last year?
Yeah, I think by far, I mean, best game of county cricket I watched. And obviously I've grown up in cricket since, you know, playing as well since the age of 7, and worked at a couple of different counties, but that's by far like the best game of cricket to watch. and the amount of comments you get now about it, that Surrey game
Oh yeah, still now.
last season is incredible. It was really, really good game all round, and yeah, almost pushed us over the line. So
Brilliant. So back to this game, there's a bit of confusion on day one. Some people thought it was the outfield, but it was the wind and the coverage. Do you want to just explain to us why we couldn't play on day one? Probably out of your hands, but just explain the dangers of pulling the cover sheets off.
yeah, so with winds, especially when they're gusting, 50 mile an hour, it's incredibly difficult to manage the sheets. And with I think the standard wind speed was 25 to 30. And officially for us, we're not supposed to come on with or remove or pull on sheets at those speeds. And I think the thing with that game was with that day's play was obviously we had heavy showers throughout the day, albeit short and sharp. But there's no way we would have got the sheets on to cover the square and even the match deck to protect it from getting wet. So it's a balance, really. We would have been on and off incredibly slowly and really struggling and putting ourselves at risk, along with others across the county circuit, which were in the same situation. So we're all governed by those wind speeds. And yeah, I think people, last year someone got injured at another county, and we have guidelines from the ECB that we have to follow and rightly follow, for our safety officer as well, which he was absolutely right on day one, that it was just too unsafe to remove any sheets. On Saturday, during the women's game here, we actually, when we pulled the sheets back over, one went in the Trade Nation stand and put a hole in it, and we couldn't control it. So it's one of those things you just gotta, I know it's disappointing to lose a day's cricket, but at what cost? Sometimes you go, I know everyone tends to go on about health and safety sort of taking over these days, but that was absolutely right, with health and safety, and we've got, especially for myself and the team. So yeah, that's why we sort of lost a day's play.
No, I'm sure the fans would appreciate that explanation, sort of understanding why. And then the other argument was, could you leave the pitch uncovered? But you couldn't, because there was still rain around on the morning. You couldn't leave it uncovered overnight because there was still rain around.
Yeah, so there's rain overnight, and by all means we could have probably, if you have one, just put the sheet over the match wicket and just cover that. But still, even that one sheet was a risk, taking it on and off, and the square would have been wet in areas then overnight from, with it being a lot of exposed wicket ends coming at the end of the season, there would have been a lot of wet areas that would have delayed the start time anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Credit has to come for the drainage. Since you did all that work across the winter, the drainage has been so much better here this year. I remember a couple of Aprils ago, there was the sand and the issues by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and down here, and you used a lot of heat lamps, but the drainage has been brilliant this year. You must be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, it's doing a great job for us. I think at the end of 2023, the secondary drainage was put in under Scott when he was here, and it was a great decision to, for the club to go ahead and have that put in. It's made a massive difference. I think, infiltration rates have gone, substantially higher from what they used to be. And we can now, I think the biggest thing in getting games back on is that we can tip sheets onto the outfield knowing that it's going to take it and not just sit there. So yeah, it's been a good investment from the club.
And a lot of fans have been asking why we don't use roll-on covers anymore. Do you want to explain that?
Yeah, I talk about the struggles with putting sheets on in the winds, but sheets actually, when it's a relatively calmish day, it's a far quicker way of covering a larger surface area, the square around the match wicket, with a coconut mat down, and it just works better for us really as a team. And with the roll on, especially on the slope, we had an issue in sort of last season early on when the Essex Championship game, where the storm had actually blew the roll on flaps out open, and water got through, unfortunately, and it was just a nightmare, like my worst nightmare, coming into in the morning and seeing it.
Well, Fuller's going to get off the mark here. Back foot punch for 4. James Fuller was quite happy to just pat the ball back, get inside this draw, but when it's short and wide, controlled back foot punch for 4 out towards your team, the ground staff shed down there. So Fuller's off the mark.
Yeah, it's just, I think, in Australia, obviously, they cover all the sheets. I don't think I've seen a roll-ons use out in Australia. Different climate, obviously, so keeping moisture in them is far easier. I think you struggle with roll-ons over there, and but we just found it works well for us here. I think it works well for the lads at the Oval as well.
I shared on my social media actually that whacker clip of the ground staff, Joe Root and Blocker Wilson, the umpire, nearly got cleaned out when they were trying to pull the covers off that wind. That I think it was the last day at the whacker actually, the last test match there.
Yeah, especially when they have a storm come in, it's proper
yeah.
You know, it's electrodes, you know, it's proper thunder and lightning. And
but you're not going to get hover. There's no. Is it? Why do we not have a hover cover here? Is that a money issue?
Starting with they're probably about 200k. I expect to purchase one of them, but I wouldn't. They're not the for me. Like, they do a great job, but we have no space around the ground to store it either. So it's one of those where we're not gifted with boundary size. But I mean, I probably wouldn't push for that to go that way anyway. I'm quite happy with the current system we have. So
brilliant. If you're just joining us, it's Nick Pepper, the head groundsman at Somerset, whose team have done brilliantly across a really dry summer and then the rain we've had in September, getting the game on. And yes, it's pretty much the same field Somerset have had across this afternoon, ridiculously attacking fields to the spinners of Vaughan and Leach. There's been all these catches. If you're just joining us, there have been these catches, these helmets around the bat pretty much all day. Cola Campbell's come even closer from mid-off, but 5 catches have pretty much been there all the time. Leg gully, leg slip, short leg, silly point and slip. Doing anything they can to dismiss these two. Still Keith Barker, Carl Abbott and Eddie Jack to come, but the way Barker and Abbott played, do you think they're going to be a bit more aggressive and not really trust Eddie Jack at 11? So to get one of these two could be massive and could open the floodgates. Somerset reckon still 12 overs would be here to be bowled. They won't shake hands early. You wouldn't have thought. This Gregory's boys desperate to take these wickets, and Archie Vaughan's ready. Morgan just taking a little bit of time out of this. So what's the plan in the winter then? The renovations on the ground, anything going on?
Yeah, so we're not coring off the square this year, just standard Scarify freeways, seed and dress. We're potentially putting in another new relayed wicket with new soil, which hopefully we can do, which would mean we lose another wicket on the square for probably 12 to 18 months. On the outfield, the top's coming off it. Again, Fraser it one way. Oversea dress with, I think it's 190 ton of sand, and everyone wonders why it looks like a beach. But the reason we do it, it's like a process, you know, every other year that we look to do, purely because we've invested in the secondary drainage, and it'd be a shame to see that secondary drainage not work to 100% if we don't keep, you know, removing. I know there's not loads of thatch in the field, but removing that sort of thatch layer from over the season, especially when it's wet, and with all the compaction with the various machines and, you know, and especially play out there that the outfield takes, it's important that we try and do that every other year just to make sure that the drainage keeps doing what it's doing, and you know, essentially not making sure it doesn't get capped off in any way. But yeah, and it will look like a beach, I'm sure, this year. But hopefully we have a drier renovation period to do it this year. So, yeah.
Great stuff. Well, thanks. If you've got any questions for Nick Pepper, Somerset's head groundsman, do feel free to drop them in the live chat, as Jack Leach and Archie Vaughan are still desperately trying to find a way to dismiss either of these two here. Light shouldn't be an issue. Floodlights are enhancing the natural light. We should get at least another 11 overs in. Remember, yeah, it's 15 overs in the last hour, but they've got to get the last hour in. So if they get through more than 15 overs, Somerset could get more than 15 overs in. Play till around about 5:30, depending on when the last over commences. But yeah, you know, you're pretty good with the whole bad light situation, Nick. You don't see that being an issue today?
No, not today. I mean, it's tricky. I mean, I was chatting to the umpires yesterday when they come off, and there's no actual figure for bad light that they mark off. So if it's reading at 6, you're like, that's not to say that that's a bad light value. There's no parameters. It varies depending on the ground. So they were saying Trent Bridge, which is a very bright ground, lots of white seats, very bright ground, you know, bright brickwork and that. The light meter could show it being poor, but because of the brightness from the seats in the ground, it actually isn't as bad as what it's reading sometimes. So it's it does it varies from ground to ground, but
great stuff. Right, Jack Leach still going here. Him and Archie Vaughan are bowled well over 40 overs each now. If you missed the first innings, Jack Leach bowled 24.3 overs, had 7 for 69. He's had to toil a lot harder. Generally, the pitches seem to flatten out here. Is that just the way that the soil is, or?
Yeah, it's a relatively good square. Like, it's an old square.
That's a beauty.
Goes head edge. It just generally go flatter. It's difficult to manage. Like, I tried all year. I think a lot of people would have seen that we've left a lot more grass on the championship wickets, a lot more greener.
Which people complain about, but I feel like it makes better cricket.
100%. And like, you know, we take hardness readings, we take moisture readings. So, you know, a wicket like this wicket now, it's got that beige colour to it.
Yeah.
That would clegg the same or similar, be as hard as one of the green wickets we've had.
So you explained to me before, but some of the members might not realise. So clegg is the hardness of the pitch, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's like measuring gravity. So we literally drop, it's essentially a weight. We drop that onto the surface and it gives us a value. And we sort of know on the certain decks, the square, in blast, obviously, we want ideally the hardness readings to be as high as we can get, which is normally around 280 plus, hopefully more.
Other than the Gloucestershire game at home when we were probably preparing for an Edgbaston.
Yeah, it's weird though, like that game almost clegging was the hardest pitch in the square.
Did
400 at one point, which is what we've never had. Like I've never
on a used wicket.
400 on the new hybrid, which was crazy, but it was so dry. And so underneath, like, I knew it'd be a bit harder, but yeah, for championship pitches generally pretty consistent on the hardness meter. It's all just appearance. People see obviously the live grass coverage and think, oh, this is going to do a bit, but actually, when four heavy rollers are in the game, you look at it on day 4, you wouldn't think it was cut at 12 mil and it was green on day 1.
Brilliant stuff. Well, so after this, will you have to do anything, or it doesn't really matter now? Is it after this last game today? You can chill out.
Today, chill out. Put the water on the square, soften it up for scarifying.
Right.
Apart from,
and that's it, is it?
I think Peter wants to come on there tomorrow and do something, so I won't wet the nets too much. But I just have a whiff this weekend, have a break, and get crack on Monday then, because we've done a few weeks straight now. It's been quite a busy September for us.
It's an aggressive shot. We're not seeing many aggressive shots, particularly not from Felix Organ. They're not going to run. That's interesting. So maybe Felix Organ fancies that he'll take Vaughan, and Fuller's used to facing Leach. Maybe it's just getting used to a bowler. But interesting, there was an easy single there. Josh Thomas chasing it out to deep cover. Not taking that one. Lord Dusty says green equals good to bat and spin, good games at Taunton. When we started with pitches too bare, they've gone flat really quickly and not turned late in the game. That's what I'm talking about, I guess, with it being green's pretty good cricket wicket.
Yeah, sort of. I mean, it varies from, the different pitches on the square. Generally try and play quite a lot of championship cricket on the slope, so it tends to be a bit more nibble early on with them, just because of the slope element. It helps a little bit, not much, quite minor, but it's difficult, generating spin into the surface, because our square naturally doesn't break up. I don't think any soil in the UK that we use naturally breaks up and turns, so it's one of those things. It's such a fine line and a balance, and it's hard to achieve sometimes.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, looks like Kate Shoulder's going to come and have a bowl. Thanks very much for coming on and speaking to us, Nick Pepper. We're hoping next year we might get Nick to come on a bit more regularly, just to give us the inside information and a bit of science chat and the soil science that we can't necessarily give you from a commentary point of view. Will C makes a very good point here, I think. Does it feel like some pitches get more criticism because of how they look rather than how they actually play? I'd agree with that.
100%. I mean, some of the online stuff that I come across that, is difficult to read because it's your pride and joy, and my team's pride and joy.
Yeah.
Feel passionate about the pitches, and especially on the outfield that they produce. And it's never judge a book by its cover, and that's one of the things I said. Last week, Bairstow came out in the Yorkshire game, and it was quite green, and obviously the ends looked like how they looked. And I said, don't judge a book by its cover.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly that, you know.
Agreed.
They played quite relatively well, so.
Played well by Fuller indeed. Yeah, Harry Lucky agrees. The pitches are fine. Ignore social media, idiots of opinion. You know, like Yorkshire and Durham come down here and they saw the pitch was green and they batted really poorly on what was actually a pretty good wicket. Somerset knew it was a good wicket. Tom Lammonby applied himself in that Durham game. Wagner even applied himself in that Durham game. And I thought that because New Zealand wickets are generally green and they end up being pretty decent batting decks. And Wagner realised that. Whereas a lot of them actually, you know, people come down here. Well, that's a bit daft there. Felix Organ's trying to time waste. Kay Sholdridge wants him to get out of the way. He was ready to bowl. Organ was moving something off the wicket. Then Fuller pulls out the way. Organ going through all the tactics here to try and take time out of the game. Make Somerset get to bowl less overs here.
Yeah, I think it's psychological as well with appearance of the pitch. Players sometimes.
Oh, it's up in the air, but it's going to be 4 actually. Diving stop. No,
stop.
Brilliant. Tom Lammonby. I mean, whether it's a 4 or a dot is irrelevant in this game, but it's a wonderful piece of fielding. Fuller not far away from leg gully. Short leg is Ben Green. Leg gully Archie Vaughan wasn't miles away. One more question for you actually. Where's it gone? Mark Biddle from Burnham, the Burnham groundsman. What seed mix do you use on the square and outfield?
So we go with MM50. The square is all MM50, but the outfield was like an ICL premium pitch. I've tried to change that to MM50, and this year we'll be overseen with MM50 perennial rice. So it's generally a reliable mixture for us. They've added a new. I won't go too scientific on it, but
no, they're loving it. Some of them.
they've added a new cultivar into that blend this year, so it'll be good to see what results we have from that.
Casey Aldridge with another short ball. He's bowling well, but not quite at the area that's making Fuller play. Fuller can get underneath it. Lord Dusty, do the covers have names like boats do? You don't cover you don't name your covers or sheets.
Our grass skips do.
Do they?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Her Majesty skip. We have we have various different names for them. One of the lads side, former naval lad, he likes calling them various names.
Well, brilliant. Thanks very much, Nick. We'd better let you get back to your team to enjoy the last knock-ins.
Thank you for having me, and hopefully we get a result here. So.
Brilliant. Thank you very much to Nick Pepper. Simon Thurston says, Harry really found Nick's comments really insightful, really interesting. We as fans have all our opinions on the pitch, but he's helped provide some context and facts behind it all. So thank you very much, Nick, for coming on. That was really useful insight for fans listening. Up to 6,000 people listening, enjoying this. Oh, sorry, we could have we had a few more questions in the live stream, but didn't want to keep Nick away from his team for too long on the final afternoon of play here. All of the team from Vale. There's no games at Vale at the moment, so both his teams are combined, the twos and ladies games at Vale and all the academy games with schools being back in September. They're all here together, so great of Nick Pepper to come and join us. I will, having played against him 3 times in the league this season, I will tease him about club cricket a little bit more next year when we get him on comms again.
Well, did you get some runs in those matches or what then?
No, it was more that he had a couple of people have texted me saying, can he talk us through his dismissal? He had a couple of interesting dismissals this year, so we'll save the teasing for another day.
Yeah, we can't do that to special guests.
No, exactly.
We can do it to you, though.
Yeah. And we've got some great fields and some great spin bowling to talk through. But yeah, that's the joy of TV commentary. We can talk grounds, staff, techniques while you guys are all watching the action unfold in front of us. Got like a podcast over the top of watching the action.
Just trying to remember, what was the name of that grass seed again?
MM something. I don't know, yeah. That went over my head, I must admit.
Well,
Yeah.
he's had a busy time, of course, because so much more cricket at the county ground this year, with the women playing as well. It's not been straightforward. He's done a terrific job.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's also a very demanding one. It's, there's no respite. That one turned, but it was a little bit wide. Well, I feel something's got to happen quite soon. Organ, what's he done now? He's 4 off 73, but it's a very, very fine innings.
Playing well as Organ. M7Ms, they reckon. I don't know, M&Ms, someone else reckon. Anyhow, 1 ball left in Jack Leach's over. I don't think they'll take Leach off. What was that game here when Somerset were pushing? Was it Worcestershire? And there was talk whether Craig Overton could have bowled in the last couple of overs. Worcestershire, when Banton got that 300. Was that a similar
well, that's
stage,
the
wasn't
first. Yeah, that was the
first game of the season.
First game of the season, and it was a critical game. They had such a long time to try and get Worcester out a second time. They didn't enforce the follow-on, of course, which may have, in hindsight, not been such a good idea. But they nonetheless had about 40 minutes bowling at the last pair.
Yeah.
It was a very flat pitch by the end of the day, and it was a game that Somerset seemed to be winning all the throughout, and I think it had quite a knock-on effect for the season, because they were so deflated by not winning that game, and they seemed almost certain to win it from the second day onwards. And there was a bit of a backlash. I think the confidence was dented. They were tired after a massive session in the field.
Yeah.
And didn't play very well in the next game, and maybe lost the next game. So it was quite a... They've done well to actually bounce back from that very disappointing start, given that they look absolutely nailed on to win that Worcester match.
Yeah. Hello to Jart Armin, watching from Cape Town in South Africa. People from Yorkshire, people from Northants, people watching from foreign countries. Loving the last hour of Somerset live stream this season. We might live stream the awards on the 3rd of October, I guess.
Or we might not.
We might not. So this will be our final half hour of Somerset live stream. Make the most of it. Share it with your friends. Before Vic goes into hibernation for the winter.
Oh, yeah, I should be full of hibernation.
Getting cold on Oakhampton Golf Course.
But it's, I mean, for another season, though, whatever happens, there's been some great moments down here in all formats. I mean, it's not for me to have to, but you get great value for money if you're a member down here. You have done in the last couple of years. You've had a side that's always contending in every format. Championship cricket, there've been frustrations like that Worcester game, but there's always been something happening. I think there's one dull draw probably against that Nottingham, wasn't it?
Yeah, we've had a few dull draws at Trent Bridge as well.
Yeah, where it's been too difficult to get those wickets. But by and large, there's been some wonderful games of cricket down here. And this is one of them, but it's looking at the moment, unless something always got him down on the ground, it's looking like it's going to be a frustrating draw after the drama of yesterday. Today, just the 5 wickets to 4. The pitch kind of gets a little bit slower, and some terrifically dogged, determined and skillful batting so far from the Hampshire lineup.
Watching from Nepal,
Nepal, gosh.
Oh, that's the better
That could have gone
area.
anywhere. That could have gone anywhere.
It hit the bat, but it could have been painful.
Yeah.
That was similar to when Nick Gubbins got hit. Nick Gubbins on the arm. That was that sort of length.
Yeah, that's
He's done well to play at the bat.
Where did it go? I don't know. He was not in control of the shot.
No.
Banged in at the body. And
How
he
brave,
got it.
yeah.
He got it down. He took his eye off it, but he managed to get it down. And the ball actually went exactly where he wanted it to go, but he was not in a great position. Look at it.
Now, you know I'm a coward, and I would not do short leg. But how close can Ben Green and Tom Lamberby get there? Can they get underneath that? I wouldn't be fielding there.
Even I went short leg when.
Yeah, you're tougher than I am. How many times did you go at short leg? You couldn't have your
Quite
spin fingers
often.
damaged.
No, they wouldn't worry about
Didn't worry about that.
Well, I had a spell where it was a pretty good person to be short leg to. I was short leg when Joel was bowling for a while.
Fair
I mean, I didn't do it very often, to be fair. And I had absolute admiration when I was bowling for those who fielded either at short leg or silly point. Silly point, you got your ankles tabbed.
Oh yeah, look at these fielders in close now. Organ's playing it very well.
And they weren't quite so well padded in those days. I mean, they were wearing helmets most of the time, but unless you were Brian Close, of course. I'd had him at short leg for a while. just starting out.
I think that's not going to hit the stumps. That's an ambitious appeal.
Yeah, I think Jack knew that too.
Oh, isn't this sad? In September, we're getting Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Not 9 Lives Brian, a big Somerset Spanner fan in the live chat who helps us.
Hello.
Filtering out gambling.
Another man.
messages.
Another man coming in.
Casey Aldridge getting the box from Josh Davey. No pants for Casey Aldridge yet. Sort of, he's probably silly cover. There's a silly extra cover, a silly point. And Craig Overton has not got any.
Craig Overton is incredibly close now.
He's breathing over Organ.
I think that is almost as close as I've ever seen anyone. He's about 4 feet from the bat. So another one's coming. Another helmet's been summoned.
Wow.
Who's this?
Is that Josh Thomas being invited? Lewis Goldsworthy again is the only fielder not in close. I mean, he's not miles away, but.
Well, there's a gap on the leg side. There isn't a close fielder.
Show me a better field set than this.
Well, yeah. You don't want to drag one down, Jack, because that's a silly point. Could have ankle problems.
Last 30 minutes of commentary on the Somerset live stream this season.
So it's going to be Vaughan again. A good little spell from Aldridge, actually. Hostile. Had Fuller jumping around a little bit. He's tried most things. His Captain Gregory. He's had a great season, actually. Without, he's done some staggering things, particularly in one-day cricket.
Yeah,
Lewis
agreed.
Gregory, and quite how he's remained so calm in about 2 or 3 almost consecutive T20 matches when, after the player play, the opposition were about 82 for 1 on every occasion, which is mayhem. And yet,
but they bring it back,
in
don't
each
they?
occasion, the opposition failed to get 200, and Somerset were back in the game. Not to mention his batting the other night when the game was well within reach, but to finish it like that.
Oh, incredible stuff. That's going to be 4 runs. Who's going to get that? Someone with a helmet's got to go.
Well,
Casey Aldridge is going to go. He has gone for 4. Fuller off the back foot. Plays that shot well. Goes deep. And plays it with a straight bat.
Yep. It's a bit of a time waster too for Fuller.
Yeah, I think that's why Aldridge sprinted, actually. Have the T-man thinking about sprinting after it.
Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, Fuller must be. I mean, we all know that he likes to crack the balls. No one on the leg side where it would absolutely standard for him to wallop it there, and he might do, but at the moment,
Oh, that's a good area. That's where he wants to be. Paul Laverick is watching from Lake Como. Says a hat trick is needed.
I'm with you, Paul.
And you might not have seen it. Peter Hanscom is not with Leicestershire, the captain, so he's got a cardboard cutout in the Leicestershire Division 2 Championship celebrations. Well, Ben Green also has a cardboard cutout.
Well, jolly good. Ben's had a quiet game here.
Yeah. Joining up with Leicestershire for next year.
Well, there'll be some emotional returns with Aldridge, possibly Davey playing for Leicester. Aldridge for Durham, Green for Durham, John Dixon for Glamorgan. Well, Glamorgan were getting promoted, probably, weren't they?
Yes,
Favourites
looking
to be
good
promoted.
because not much play up at Derbyshire in this game.
But that's the way of the world now. People move around, and he's done a good job, actually, Fuller. He wondered whether he could cope with the prospect of having to block for an hour or so. And so far, he's done it extremely well. And at the moment, well, it feels as if Hampshire are going to get there. That would completely change with just one wicket falling, actually. There's still 20,
Well,
25
Michael
minutes.
Bailey makes a wonderful point here. Imagine if Somerset could win Division 1 ahead of Notts, and Ben Green could be a Div 1 and Div 2 winner in the same season.
Well, yeah, that would be a first, no doubt. There's a few conditionals attached to that notion, though. Anyway, Leach is going to continue for his 46th of the innings.
Look at that field setting. Unbelievable. Oh, it could be a chance. Is it catch? What a catch. Josh Thomas.
Thomas.
The concussion fielder. He's down in Somerset history. Tom Abel with his concussion injury has been replaced by Josh Thomas. He's in ridiculously close under the helmet. Josh Thomas could go down in Somerset substitute history with that catch.
He could be Somerset's Gary Pratt.
He could be. What a catch.
Let's
There's so
have a
many men
look.
around him. How's he taken that so well?
I don't know. It has turned, and there's such a crowd around there, but he's caught it, and then he goes off on a celebratory romp.
Josh Davey will have to bring the drinks on, but he was not chosen as a concussion sub. It was Josh Thomas.
Well,
and look at that trudge off from Felix Organ. He batted very well. Credit where credit's due. Felix Organ nearly got Hampshire over the line.
There we go. And it's just
What
above
a
the ground.
catch.
Yeah. I think we can fairly assume that Tom Abel would have caught that. All right?
Tom Abel would have been in the same position. The match between Durham and Worcestershire has been drawn.
Well, there's no surprise there, but what does that mean?
But Hampshire and Durham did get to 450. So Hampshire are trying to stay up, remember?
In time?
Yes. So Durham got to their 450, then shook hands. Hampshire and Durham are both in relegation trouble. Hampshire need to draw this game. If they lose this game, they're going to be in big trouble, and Durham will be the favourites to stay up, and Durham and Hampshire and Worcestershire will be the likely teams to go down. But all going into next week's final round, of course.
Well, that's Surrey, of course, go to Hampshire.
With a lot to play for now, with Notts ahead of them in the title race.
Yeah, okay, well, anyway.
It's all going on, Vic.
It's 5:05. There are a minimum of just 4 overs remaining. So they haven't got much time, because if you get wickets, it takes up time. Anyway.
Keith Barker walked to the wicket as slowly as he possibly could.
Well, he normally walks slowly, I think.
Anyway, yeah.
But he is now absolutely surrounded.
Somerset love a finish like this.
God, yeah, why can't they do it earlier? 185 is 3 wickets. There's only it's a question of time now. It's 22 minutes actually left.
I guess we'll start the last over just before 5:30. Somerset want to time it that at 5:29 they start the last over.
Well, they want to be off the field by then.
Well, yeah. Chris Nicholson watching from Zante. People watching from all over the world. Oh, a bowl, Jalli, good area.
I mean, just as you're ready to head for the station, the wicket falls.
Well, you go, Vic.
No, I can't go.
Well played. That's very good smothering. This is corridor cricket at its finest. We were practicing earlier. The smothering. The smothering of Keith Barker.
Barker is, he scored runs in his time. He's a bit like Adil Rashid, who was once a really formidable batsman. He's related to Clive Lloyd, isn't he?
Mm.
He actually looks a bit like Clive Lloyd now. Tall left-hander.
Durham fans begging for a Somerset win here.
Well, that's the first generous thing.
Yeah, they said about for a while. Is Ian Botham changing his mind?
I suspect they'll be appalled if Somerset don't win.
They'll want it to be a pitch that does a bit now, won't they? Lancs are drawn with Middlesex. That's not got quite as many effects on this game being in Division 2, but a lot of county fans suddenly tuning in to us here on the Somerset live stream as there are 3 more wickets required.
Yeah, well, the batsmen are having a chat. I mean, Somerset are going to get more than the
They can't-
allotted overs in, but the batsmen are not going to rush around now.
They could be talking about anything.
Just,
It's a good point, how quick they get through the overs when they really want to. Yes, Somerset are ready to go. Goldsworthy's nearly in, close. Oh, he'll have to chase this. He could stop 4 here. No, he can't. We'll have to pick it up quickly.
Well, where we slipped up is we should have a team of volunteers
around the boundary.
To
should we send Stephen down with his quick underarms?
Well, actually, if there's anyone who's quick, it's you here. But we don't want to lose you up here.
To be fair, Josh Davey was just thinking about standing there, actually. He's gone back now. It looked like he was going to pick it up. That's going down the leg side, I think.
Well, either it didn't turn, and let's have another. And then Vaughan is rushing back, which is not always a good idea because you sort of lose your poise. I don't know if we've got time to see that replay. Oh, yes, we have. Possibly.
Replay buttons are correct. Yeah,
it was
down the leg
quite.
side.
No, only just. I think you might have reviewed that one.
Umpires David Mills and Ben Debenham. Could be a little bit of pressure here.
Oh, yeah, it's always. I mean, it's a tough prospect for the umpires. 2 spinners on.
That's a lovely shot for
all
Fuller.
Day.
Credit where credit's due. Fuller off the back foot against spin. Plays some beautiful shots.
That was an excellent shot, yeah. Just a little bit short, and he's hit it with such certainty. There's no mid on, of course, but even so, that was beautifully timed. You'll feel happy now. You got a few more runs. It was a bit short, but
timed
timing.
beautifully.
Wastes another few seconds getting the ball back.
I feel like Lewis Goldsworthy is just a ball collector on the leg side. Doesn't matter where he goes. Him and Jack Leach on each side are just chasing the ball to get it back quickly.
Well, the interesting thing is here, do you bother to try and keep Barker on strike? You see, I think Fuller should take the single now.
If Fuller goes looking for single too hard,
yeah, well, he's
might
not
risk
taking
getting
it.
out.
He's not taking it. It was gone straight to Goldsworthy.
Yeah, we'll get a couple more overs in here. There'll be more than 2 overs to come. We're sure of that. Get the ground staff around the pitch.
Well, they've had a busy time.
They've had a busy time. They're watching, chewing their nails.
Suddenly, there's quite a lot of discussion between the batsmen, between overs. I don't blame them for that, really. They're all round the bat, apart from who's at short mid wicket. He's
Lewis Goldsworthy again.
Okay, well, he's about 14 yards. That is worth a shout.
Tell you what, James Rew's star jumps are superb.
They are.
Brilliant star jumps. That's not a bad shout, I don't think.
Well, when you don't play a shot, let's have a look. He is guessing, and it's
Is that
probably
turning back
just too wide, but it's a brave. I mean, if he keeps doing that, I think David Milnes. Well, can't keep doing that.
Well bowled, Jack Leach. Well played, Keith Barker.
Yeah. Well,
Keith Barker, don't forget, he had 2 for 41 in the first innings with the ball. Got the key wickets of Kola Cadmore and Tom Lammonby. Without which Somerset
he's
could have
knocking on a
quicker.
bit now.
He is. Not played much this
I
year.
think, isn't he going back to Warwickshire?
He is, indeed.
At the age of late 30s probably.
Yeah, his good mate, Mr. Wright, former Warwickshire, now Leicestershire teammate. They do a great podcast, which I do highly recommend. Oh, he's wasting a bit of time here, using all his experience, all 38 years, nearly 39 in October. Well, he's Manchester born, so he's moving slightly closer to where he started, Rochdale and Blackburn football we've talked about many times. He's kicking it away, but does he kick one off straight? That's what Somerset want.
No, he's going to pick it up. Thank you very much.
They're not going to appeal for
there's
handing
no
the ball.
appeal.
No.
Yeah, last ball the over.
What can Jack Leach do? Can he pull something out of the fire here? Last ball. Keith Barker looks a lot calmer than when he was reverse sweeping.
Well,
19 off 14 balls in the first innings.
Yeah, all right. Finn Hill has been summoned up to.
He's got an injury, but he's all right.
Well, he's all right. He probably had to trot on and fetch the ball.
Yeah. And we got injured at Worcestershire in that quarter-final of the One Day Cup.
Okay. Well, to keep this game alive, I think they need a wicket in this over. I don't think they're going to run any singles. I think they've decided that Leach versus Fuller and the left-handed
It's not
Barker.
It's not the last over, just to clarify.
No, it's not the last over.
People in the live chat think it's the last over because the scoreboard says one remaining.
You go to 5:30.
Yeah.
We go to 5:30. It's 17:15 on the scoreboard, which is the clock they go by, 17:15. So there is 15 minutes, but 3 wickets.
Yeah, and each one might take 2 minutes to come out.
Yeah. Somerset World Win Predictor. He's an optimistic Welshman, if ever I come across him. 28% Somerset to win.
I wonder what the tie prediction is.
Tie,
I don't know it's going to happen because Somerset aren't going to bat again, are they?
I think that's
not even 1%.
Even by your standards,
that's a
totally
silly comment.
Irrelevant question. I wonder whether
the win.
I feel that Stephen, you've been here all day. I think you, or Match. I think you deserve to be here for the climax. So, would you like to take my microphone? And I'll go and.
Well, come on for me if you like.
Oh,
that's smashed. I thought he was going to smash into Caseology. He was turning. The ball's ended up down to fine leg.
I mean, that's a careless shot, that, as it runs.
We're just going to show
That's
you
the
replay.
shot of a man who sort of thinks they're safe now, or almost safe.
That did turn a little bit.
Oh, yeah, it turned a lot. And he got it.
Caseology's trying to jump out the way. He's got him. He's bowled him.
Oh my
James
goodness.
Fuller has to go for 20. And Hampshire are 8 down. 2 more wickets for Somerset. Another incredible September game.
How did that bowl him? He was trying to whip it on the leg side. It was
I don't know why he tried to whip it.
It was quicker.
Risky shot.
It must have hit something along the way, did it, or not?
No, I think he's just played
He played
the wrong
he'd
shot.
obviously
to the
lost
wrong
it. He
ball.
played actually. I mean, it was a good ball. He nicked fine, but it was a poor shot. Let's have a look. It's a quicker ball. It's hit his. It's gone
Inside
between
pad.
his legs almost.
It's hit the right side of the front left pad.
Okay.
The slowest walk-off you'll ever see. Carl Abbott has to come out soon before he's timed out. The Somerset players are quickly to the umpires.
Hasn't
Make sure
that
they've
gone
got
between his legs?
Yeah, hit the inside edge of the front pad. Hit the right side of the left pad.
So that.
And then onto the stumps.
Well, that is freakish.
But he's tried to whip it. You think in this situation you don't need to whip that ball leg side.
Abbott has taken his time to get there. It's 17-17. It's 197 for 8.
Nutmegged.
And he's been nutmegged.
Just like Surrey last year. Somerset just keep having more and more drama, Vic.
Why can't they let us? I mean, how can we cope with this?
Your heart rate's going through the roof. I hope you haven't got one of those Apple watches that tells you your heart's in.
No, I'm looking at my watch, but my Timex doesn't seem to do that. I don't understand why. I've had it for 25 years, but it's not telling me that. Okay, has the new batsman arrived? They're having a chat now. I think it's up to the umpires to say, come on.
Yeah, there's a few boos from the crowd here. Mills and Debenham probably need to tell him, yeah, that's probably your 2 minutes up.
Another chat. 2 old soldiers, Abbott and Barker.
Abbott loves batting on this ground. That history of him batting big score in the tail end of one innings and opening the batting in the next when they
No,
followed
he's
on.
got to take guard, which may take some time.
There's a point here. Was Fuller trying to hit a 4 to waste more time?
I think he just lost. He batted really well, and then he went for a slightly ambitious cover drive, got 4, which he didn't have to try and play, and he still wasn't quite. Well, that's not a great shot, not a great ball, but anyway, it's the over.
What drama here, Vic? The drama at the Cooper Associates County Ground from that Surrey game. Steve and I from last year, we didn't think it'd ever happen again.
Well, all those in Durham can rest assured we're doing our utmost for you, our dear friends up at North. And there's another long chat between the batsmen. The fielders are, I think, all in situ. I think David Milnes is probably suggesting quietly that we get along with it.
There's a good point from Chris Caddy. Given that we lost today, why is it ending at 5:30? Well, you can't make up time on the last day. That's just a rule of county championship cricket.
No,
30
he's
times.
coming round the wicket. Is Jack Leach.
All on the leg side because of the turn from Jack Leach into the left-handed batter.
Yeah, he's been over the wicket beforehand. Here we go.
Well played with soft hands. They're not going to take the 1. They fancy that Barker, well, he's the senior batter in the situation.
Well, I think it's also the sort of left-handedness.
Yeah, I agree.
Although this match-up theory hasn't worked that well because Vaughan has actually dealt mostly with right-handers.
If Fuller was at the other end, they probably would have run the single because he's a senior batter. But Barker's played it well. Keith Barker has been solid in control.
Yeah, he's playing with the bat.
So we reckon we might get 3 or 4 overs in here as Jack Leach changes angle.
He's going back over the wicket. That's not out. You can't have that. I think that's so far outside off stump. I mean, it's a brave boot, but get that a little. You need to another 4 or 5 inches. That needs to be. Don't think it. Your heart's in your mouth though when you pad up because you know that. It's a bit straighter. He's got his bat on it nicely.
He's trying too hard for this wicket, Jack Leach. Does he give all his variations? Does he keep changing pace, or does he just stick with his best ball, the line of length? Get that up and down.
I think he can get it up in the air. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's well played. It's slightly crab-like. The temptation is almost to rush too much as the bowler in this situation because you desperately want to get as many balls in, but it's got to be on top of your game. That's. He thought about, he's not even appeal for that one. I think he's probably better off around the wicket after all.
Before that ball was even dead, James Reed was halfway down to the other end.
Yeah, well, they'll cross over very quickly, but there will have to be a chat between batsman and other batsman.
They will have to chat to take a little bit more time.
Who's number 11? Eddie Jackson.
Eddie Jack, yeah, who didn't actually get a run. He was not out off 4 balls in the first innings.
Okay.
Didn't bowl that much, actually, only the 9 overs. One maiden for 60 runs.
Abbott's not rushing back to his crease, but...
Wait till he calls for gloves or for a towel or for a drink. I don't think
I think a drink, but he could just check his guard. But, I mean, I don't blame him.
Still got Colesworthy and Leach just outside the cordon. Right, that could be a 2.
No, I think they've decided that Abbott takes the off spinner.
Yeah.
And Barker takes the left. Being left-handed takes Leach.
We reckon it might be 3 more overs.
I don't think they'll get 3.
If a wicket falls, it'll be hard to get.
Oh, that was crabby.
Didn't look very in control, did he?
No.
Washington Sundar looks, the middle of the bat from his defensive shots was a sight to behold, but Vaughan was 6 for 92. 7 for Jack Leach in the first innings. Can Archie Vaughan make it 7 with arguably his biggest wicket yet? Oh, that's a big shot from Carl Abbott. I guess it'll waste a bit of time. If he gets a half volley and he drives
poor old Jack's got to chase it too.
Jack Leach is knackered. I'm not sure it's the best person chasing after it.
He's rushed back.
Someone got the ball. Yes, good work by the fan down there. Great work getting the ball off the sheet for him. Jack Leach is sprinting back.
Right.
He's earned his keep today. 48 overs he's bowled after 24.3 in the first.
He's coming over the wicket now.
Could he not have taken his guard while the ball's been collected? No.
No, well, different guard for a different angle. That's fair enough,
They can't add any more time, I'm afraid. It is 5:30. That's the rules of the county championship. Oh, wow. Look at the stance he played that from. It looked like he was going to biff it over the leg side to the Andy Caddick pavilion. 2 more balls in this maybe anti-penultimate over. It's not far away. Could he have dived? Oh, so hard. That catch from Josh Thomas was superb. The Casey Aldridge one was brilliant.
No, it's just in front of him. He's very close there.
Yeah, you haven't got the reaction time.
It's not his natural game, this Abbott, but he's done the job. 17:24. If you get dismissed at 17:28, I think, isn't that the end of the game?
2 minutes walk in. Oh gosh, I thought about that bit.
They just need it now, really. Another chat between Barker and Abbott.
All the fielders are ready.
I think
Barker's getting some stick, as he will, but he'll take it on his broad shoulders.
He's not exactly rushing back to his mark.
No, Milnes and Debenham aren't interfering yet.
Leach staying over the wicket. I don't know whether I quite want him around the wicket now, but
will Hampshire celebrate like England did against Australia after the 2005 draw? Perhaps. There'll be more relief than a celebration. They still could be relegated next week. Speared down the leg side.
Whatever's that?
One of the worst balls he's bowled. I think he's tried to bowl a quicker, flatter, straight one.
Oh, hang on.
Vic's lost his replay screen. Well played by Barker. One hand, one bounce is not a wicket in professional cricket. No way of stopping the clock. This could be Jack Leach's final over. Oh, the catch has been taken, but was it pad? I think it was pad. Great catch again. I think it was pad. Debenham's calm. Ben Debenham at the far end.
You know, it doesn't peel half-heartedly, Jack Leach. No point, really. But it came off the pad. Enough men there trying to get hold of it.
Quite well played from Barker.
Yeah.
It's not a catch and it's not LBW. The excitement is getting to Leach and all the fielders, understandably so. We've got to try and keep our calm, keep our cool up here.
I think we're doing quite well at that.
Yeah. I haven't done a heart rate monitor on Stephen Lamb at the back of the box after.
I've seen it all, Stephen.
He's calm. Abbott is so wide backing up because there's so many fielders in his way.
He's slightly lost it in this over, Jack. It's the zip down the leg side there.
Yeah, I think this is
well taken.
Jack Leach's last over. Last ball on the Cooper Associates County Grounds hallowed turf this year. Pretty sure this will be his last ball. What can he do? One more wicket would be amazing for Somerset, but Barker's played it really well. James Rew's gone. He's going to be ready for Archie Vaughan for probably the final over in this match. Keith Barker and Carl Abbott.
Yeah.
The professional, experienced pros.
Well, there it is, 201 for 8. Hampshire. A look on target now to save this game. But more excitement at the county ground. If they do, they can be justifiably proud of actually gritting their teeth and getting through.
I mean, at this point, you've got to credit 4 off 82 balls from Felix Organ, 36 off 128 balls from Captain Ben Brown, and 37 from 203 balls from Nick Gubbins. They were the standouts. Washington Sundar with a quick 46, actually top scoring, but only took 56 balls out of the game with 9 boundaries. Hampshire have nearly done this. They've nearly survived against all odds. A great effort from Hampshire with the bat.
It's been a great effort from Archie Vaughan too.
They might get another over in Vic. 5:28 on the clock.
Yeah, but what I don't know is if they dismiss someone at 17:29 or 17:28. I'm not sure you complete that over, do you?
That's almost a long up in the other situation.
Well, it wasn't.
He's not going to pull it.
He's rushing now, but well, Vaughan is rushing. Abbott isn't rushing. And no, this is a disaster because Abbott's now taking guard again.
Oh,
this is
middle and off. He's taking individually 2 different guards. Can he make this the last over? Archie Vaughan's given it the hands out gesture. You just wonder, could they? The umpires took them off a bad light last night. I feel like they could have played more last night with hardly any rain and a little bit of bad light worries around. How much difference could that make in this title race? Half an hour more could have been enough, said the live chat. So I agree. A few overs they could have got in last night. Day 2, they missed a few overs for a delay as well. We're going to get one more over from Chapley.
We are going to get one more over.
Which you could argue Barker and Abbott haven't done their time-wasting job well enough.
Well, no, I won't argue that. What I'm trying to work out is that if a wicket falls now, I think it might be the end of the game anyway.
Look at this. Look at the short legs. Get that clip up on the short legs. The three of them cuddling each other in a barrier. This is incredible, incredible cricket. Oh, nearly a run for Barker.
Well, if you want to know what the situation is, if Barker knows that if he gets out, that's the end of the game, he might just try and wallop it over mid-wicket, which would be quite dangerous for that.
No, I'm not at all interested there. Not interested is Ben Debenham. Yeah, I just feel like those overs lost last night.
That nearly went off his glove, you know. It went up from his pad to his, briefly touched his glove and went down.
2 points behind Surrey. What an incredible county championship has been. There could be a run here for Barker if he wanted it. No, Abbott's not backing up. Abbott's not moving.
No, he's not. He's got his legs crossed at the far end. He's done his job.
Does Barker want to run last ball of the game? I don't know, but a couple of more deliveries here before the handshakes. Thank you so much to those of you who supported the live stream, the club, whether in ground with the radios or from home or wherever you are on holiday in the live stream. We love this job, and it gives us thrilling games like this.
Yeah, and our cameraman, I don't know, they do a fantastic job. You could be watching telly with not quite the same resources, but it's the envy of a lot of clubs, the way that the cameramen work and way Ben and Will sort it out. I don't know what they do in that room up there, but I'm sure it's very important. They got, and it's been great fun to be able to do it, partly because, well, there's always something happening here. Yeah, not for another 6 months, though.
It's been incredible. Well played, Hampshire. Keith Barker, Carl Abbott, well done. Ben Brown, your team can be proud of that effort. It's been an incredible 4 days, well, 3 days of cricket in the end. Well played, Hampshire. They have survived with a draw. That is why we love county championship cricket. Playing out for a draw can be so thrilling, so exciting. Those of you coming for a tenner, what a great initiative. People who've come down after work, people who are watching from home on holiday. That is it, I'm afraid. And we will have a few months off, but we'll be back in April. You can watch games back on the live stream. Vic can be watching them in front of the fire. The YouTube live stream.
I don't know, but I'm not sure I'll be spending my winter doing that, if you don't mind, Harry. But it has been great fun. Thanks to the players too, Stephen and Charlie, and we'll be missing Pete Trigo today.
He doesn't do day fours.
He doesn't do day fours, okay. But it's the end of the season at Taunton. There's still one more championship match, of course, at Chelmsford. Both sides, I think, could be very proud of what they've done in this match. Hampshire defiantly hanging in there. Somerset trying all they could on a pitch that lost a bit of its venom. And two very tired spinners going off, having worked very, very hard. Archie Vaughan, 6 for 96. Leach, 2 for 40 or 49.5. That's pretty amazing. So I can tell you that Somerset are not going to win the championship this year, which is how it's been for 150 years, as it happens.
In the 150th year anniversary, Vic with a positivity.
But nonetheless, they've had a terrific season, as I'm sure you'll all agree, in all formats, particularly in the T20 where they've got a trophy. And they've given us some thrills and spills here at the county ground in all formats, but in the championship as well. So we can count ourselves lucky. And we'll see you next year, hopefully. Thanks, Stephen. Sorry to not get you in for the climax, but you know it wasn't the climax we all wanted.
We needed Stephen on comms to get Somerset over the line, like Surrey last year. The third voice. We'll get that third mic back in action for next summer, hopefully, and we can have 3 voices at once. But thank you so much to those of you with the earpieces. Do remember to turn your earpiece off. Save your battery across the winter.
And put your safety belts on when you're driving home. Anything else? Bye-bye.
Vic's had enough. Cheers all.